time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You'll wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me.
I wanna make it sweat.
Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud grunts.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, for the night, as we are here for the second day of playoffs, or the 8th day of this Invitational. We are fast approaching the very final stretch of this tournament, folks. There's not too much left right now. Approximately 4 matches remain by my count. 2 tonight, 1 tomorrow, and then the grand finals, of course. But we're getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves. First and foremost, Baba Gusta, how are we feeling on this fine evening?
Well, I'm doing great, Jack, and also knowing that these 4 teams are going to fight. If these 4 teams are going to fight for a huge prize pool itself is definitely an interesting fact to talk about. 10,000 US dollars, a total prize pool, 5,000 USD for their first place. So I am very excited to see what's going to happen next, but also you got to talk about this thing. Yeah. Just like I said, we'll take a look at the prize pool once again. 1,000 US dollars, sorry, 10,000 US dollars, in which 5,000 goes to first place, 2,500 for second, third, and fourth, 1,500 and 1,000 US dollars respectively. So, talking about the matches that that we have right now, Jack, we have our upper brackets matchup. GK Esports versus Triple. And then we have our lower brackets matchup, Team Mercenaries and Nobles. Now, the main thing that we have to be focused on about has to be the lower brackets, especially for the fans out there in South Asia, is because it's MRCZ going up against Nobles. Last time I remember, it went all the way to best of 3, where the third map did eventually go at the hands of Nobles, securing a lot of defensive rounds. Now, they're at it again. They are back, and now Mercenaries, this will be their final chance to, make sure that they have a chance to stay in the playoffs, or else it will be Nobles who will take their place instead and see whether if they would go either up against GK Esports or Triple.
Absolutely. This lower bracket match is going to be one to watch out for. And of course, as we all know, Mercenaries, currently South Asia's last hope, ladies and gentlemen, they have only one more chance here. Either win this particular matchup that they'll be going up against later tonight, or actually, well, pretty soon tonight, I should say, or get eliminated and South Asia's run ends in the tournament. It's a big pressure situation. As we go into the tournament format, of course, we are going to talk about that a little bit. We skipped ahead of ourselves, got right to the schedule, of course. But here
Yeah.
we have, as you can see, we're currently at the tail end of the playoffs, as in to say, there's only a day and a half worth of games left in the playoffs and the grand finals themselves. We started in the group stage with 2 SA and 2 MENA teams in a group, 2 groups, top 4, aka top 2 from both groups, going into the playoffs top 4. Now, tonight, the first team from those 4 will be eliminated. And we'll find out who it is, of course, very shortly, as the inevitability of a tournament structure comes to pass. And 2 teams from this top 4 will end up in a BO5 grand finals on Sunday. So make sure you've got your weekend clear, because this is going to be an absolute barn burner of a game. Speaking of the games, let's have a look at the brackets. Let's have a look at the matches that we are going to be expecting to see here tonight and tomorrow, of course. As you can see, GK Esports and Team Triple, excuse me, the Triple Esports, I should say, have moved forward into the upper bracket final, whilst in the lower bracket, MercenarieZ and Nobles, they lost their matches yesterday. Now they have to make up for it by eliminating one of the other. They're going to have to do it very, very quickly. They cannot afford to lose any momentum. They cannot afford to give in any leeway to their opponents because an inch taken will become a mile very quickly. Let's have a look at the matches that we'll be seeing, in what order we'll be seeing them tonight. And there you have it, the lower bracket match, MercenarieZ versus Nobles. That's going to be the first one that me and Baba are going to be taking you through. And of course, later on in the night will be GK versus Triple Esports. Another great one, a Mina affair, as it will be in this playoffs. Of course, there's only one SA team, unfortunately. But speaking of that SA team, it's MercenarieZ in the lower brackets. They need a miracle lower bracket run right now to make it to the grand finals. They are South Asia's last hope.
Yep. One final hope for South Asia to see whether if they could claim, claim their spot in the lower bracket finals. But since you have three MENA teams who are also trying to fight for the same thing, it's going to be a difficult challenge for all these four teams, and I wish them the best of luck. And also, don't forget to check out our Arabic casters, John Gon and El Conte. We're casting right now in the Arabic channel itself, so go ahead and check it out. But now let's just focus on the lineups on the side of MercenarieZ. Just like Jack said, SA's last hope it is, and I'm pretty sure that they're not going to go out without a fight. Taha, Ashrit, Hasib, MI7, and Din will be our five players as of now. They will be playing, and they're going to make sure that they will hold their ground as best as possible. Their challenges will be tough, because especially knowing that they're going to go up against Team Nobles, which are definitely known for their aggressive play styles. One of those plays could say unexpected aggressive peaks that does end up securing a lot of wins for Nobles. They're mainly the risk takers, and for MRCZ, expecting those risks has to be their first line of expertise. If they know exactly what's happening to them, then they have a higher chances of securing a lot of round wins, or else it will be Nobles who might end up, securing a lot of wins.
Well, it might be, folks, but yes, the mercenaries have a lot to do today, a lot of legwork to secure themselves a win here. It's going to be difficult, as these two teams have already gone up against each other once in the group stage, and that was a loss for MRCZ. They went all the way to map 3. It was Chalet, I do remember. I didn't cast that game, but I was watching from the sidelines. MRCZ were already, practically speaking, qualified for the top 4, and so they were playing that one more match to truly secure themselves. But however, it was a 2-1 to the Nobles. They ultimately won. So this is also a revenge match for the mercenaries tonight. They've got their work cut out for them. Speaking of their opponents, the Nobles, let's look at their lineup as well. As of course, we need to see the faces of those whom stand against South Asia at the moment. And they are Sky Guardian, Lone Soldier, Pure Risky, Easy GG, and Joseph ALR. These five are a force to be reckoned with. GK Esports have fought these players before as well, in the Saudi E League I'm talking about, back in last year of 2022. It hasn't been too long since, and these players are also very dangerous as well. Interestingly enough, Nobles do have a grudge match that they had. Unfortunately, they lost that grudge match against 25 Esports, another MENA team that got eliminated from the top 4 in Group B, primarily by mercenaries' hand as well. So 25 Esports were definitely probably looking forward to have another game against the Nobles, or maybe even a game against MRCZ, but Nobles came up strong and gave themselves the chance to get into the top 4. So here we are. MRCZ are trailing behind the Nobles 1 and 2 currently in terms of the map wins, and in terms of BO3 wins, well, Nobles has the point. Will MRCZ equalize? Will they get this win here tonight? We're about to find out, as there's not going to be too long left before we go into the game, folks. We're almost there. Speaking of, the game itself, let's have a look at the maps, the most important part of this entire encounter. The maps, the map veto. Here it is, folks. We're about to find out. Bank, unfortunately, is going to get banned. So is Border. I feel like we're probably going to see a bit of safe play from both teams tonight. Theme Park and Cafe acts as well. Clubhouse is our first map, it seems, picked by the Nobles. Chalet picked by Mercenaries. That's interesting because the other day against against GK Esports, Mercenaries did not want to pick Chalet. We saw them ban it actually. So this time they're going there, and Villa will be our decider with Nobles going on defense first.
Yeah, Chalet. Currently, you could say that Mercenaries have good control over on map Chalet, but going up against Nobles is definitely an intriguing one to be, to be looked at. But first map will be Clubhouse nonetheless, and Nobles have decided to go defense first, which means that in the second half, Nobles being on attack would, would just kind of settle off the tables first, right? MRCZ attack first. We've seen the coordination that goes from the side of MRCZs, and crossfire angles played well. They usually heavily focus on removing up important lines of sight first, and then see whether they can figure out a way to remove the roamers and then push in towards the side. Nobles, on the other hand, they always mix and match. They always shuffle their strategies. Sometimes you see them going for an aggressive take, sometimes you don't see them going aggressive, sometimes you see them play grim. We've seen Joseph bring grim a lot in these certain situations, and there are some certain rounds which it works and which it does not. A good example I could say have to be on Theme Park, where we did get to see Joseph bring in grim, and they did ended up securing a lot of rounds from that specific operator. So MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that's the main reason why they banned Theme Park in the first place, because they don't want to be in that situation. Second, we've seen MRCZ ban Montaigne on attack, specifically how aggressive and how, teams in the mini region love picking that specific operator. So we might see MRCZ go in for a targeted ban like Montaigne, because they cannot handle a pressure when you have a shield operator like that. So they would be very confident in engaging 50-50 duels rather than seeing a big boulder or a big mountain that can obstruct line of sight, and the only thing that the defenders are forced to do is either use any explosive ordnance like grenades, actually not grenades, impact nades, the Goya's Vulcan shield, C4, anything you name it, and they have to heavily rely on that specific utility. So if mercenaries miss that, then it'll be difficult for them. So for now, we just have to wait and watch and see what kind of bans do we get to expect from both Nobles and MRCZ starting off on Map Clubhouse.
Those bans are going to be extremely, extremely important. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Azami bans as well. Probably a Goya ban here, or the Kaid on Clubhouse does make a lot of sense. You're going to have, I don't know if we're going to see Mira get banned. Honestly, it seems like players are more willing to deal with the presence of a Mira rather than having to go up against Azami and Kaid and other defenders of that. Like, we've even seen a couple of castle bans over the tournament as well. I think one, to be specific, that's why it stands out so much in my mind. But yeah, this tournament has been very varied in terms of the number of bans it has had and the type of bans it has had as well. Attackers have been a bit more close knit. I feel like you either have Osa Thatcher or Osa, excuse me, the Osa Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi has been picking up as a ban. Now, that is actually something that, intrigues me a lot, as it seems like the MENA region teams really love Dokkaebi, at least when they get to play her. And they love playing that op. They love the passive utility she brings by just taking over all cameras as well. It's actually really powerful, understated, mind you, because Dokkaebi doesn't always get to do it. And that's why it's like it kind of just balances itself. Like, when will you get that opportunity? However, if the roamers are careless, then any given round can immediately swing to the attacker's favor by merely taking control of that cell phone, and through that cell phone, the rest of the defense network, as it were. However, all speculations aside, we could even see some more standard bans coming in. We won't know until we get into the game, folks. Speaking of which, let's go, as it is time. South Asia, their last chance. Mercenaries, their last chance. It is now. This is the game where mercenaries have to win. Otherwise, the region that they are carrying on their shoulders will be eliminated in its entirety. One more chance as we go into the ban phase for map number 1, Clubhouse, with Nobles on the defense, Mercenaries on the attack. Nobles have the first ban of the night, and they have made their decision. It is the Flores, another attacker I did not speak about too much, but Flores bans have been picking up for quite some time now. Those 4 RCE Rotera drones that can bypass just about anything other than some bullets and or a mute jammer are exceptionally strong and can clear out utility in with very, very little difficulty. So the Flores gets banned, Osa gets banned as well. Those shields will no longer be an annoyance for the defenders.
Yep, Osa and Flores, both of them have been banned. Especially, it's very understandable on a map like Clubhouse. You will see standard bans like Azami being banned at a very specific high rate, much more so than Mira as well. So instead of Mira, we might either see a Valkyrie ban, maybe an operator which relates to
Ho
information game.
ho.
And turns out they'll just ban solos this time. Nobles, they just made an interesting bans now that both Solus and Amaru, actually the Aruni, has been banned. So information game, you still have
That's
the Valkyrie. The
Baba.
Valkyrie cam's really good. Yeah,
Baba,
the
that
Azami.
ban is Azami. You said a Rooney
Yes.
right there, I think. Ah. Hmm. Is this Amaru Rooney again? Is that what's happening? Because
No, no.
I
It's
don't
just
know how. So many people have told me that they confuse Amaru and Rooney, and now apparently Azami and Amaru. Like
I mean, I also
it's
did
they're not
mistake.
that similar.
I I kind of accidentally said Ayan as an operator instead of a player. I still remember that moment. But
I
yeah,
mean,
all in all,
technically, they are playing those operators, so you're not entirely
mhm.
wrong there.
Yeah, but if you look at the roster as of now, Ayan won't be playing. So instead, it will be Nordi
Hmm.
Ashrit is going to swap out from his position. Now, let's see how it will work out for Mercenaries, especially on attack. The first side itself, it's a traditional way to start things off. Basement, church, and arsenal room. Now, since Azami has been banned on defense, and so is Solus, that's an information operator and also an operator that can provide blocking certain lines of sight. You still have castle. You could try to go in for an extended roam clear. Sorry, an extended roam hold, just like back in the days of SSGs, where you might have some slight strategies being involved, but you could still have some certain operators too. You still have the smoke, you still have the Goyo, which has a higher potential of delaying a lot of time for the attackers. Let's see for now, as the defenders have locked their operators, so are the attackers. Now with the action phase coming in play, secondary hard breach at the hands of Capitao, and the first kill already at the hands of Nobles. It will be easy, taking out MI7 as the Nook. The surprise element have been taken care of.
That's a big drop right there as well. MI7 usually loves to get things started very, very quickly, and with next to no problems, preferably, of course. But that Nook is already on the floor, and not in too good of a fashion either. Easy GG, the Legion, who took a brunt of that damage in the gunfight, is still alive, still kicking. And not just that, but it's a Legion, so the snowball effect of those goo mines is going to be catastrophic if mercenaries are unable to shut down an operator quickly enough. The Capita has to be so careful here, as Joseph nearly had the shot onto Naughty Ushrit. But now Ushrit knows full well where this thorn is. One firebolt could easily secure him this position. Hasib in the meanwhile is going to find Pure Risky. That's another huge drop right there. That is your excuse me, that is your Oryx taken care of. Wait, there's one more on top floor. That I do believe is the Legion. Yes, easy inside of the bathroom. Here's the footsteps of Diana. Gets one, pushes out, trying to get another, but cannot. Hasib is too quick on the trigger. Nadia Shith finding Joseph on the other side. A quick flurry of bodies from both teams results in a Mercenaries getting the body count advantage.
And now it's just Sky Guardian and Lone Soldier with their utilities left. Those C4s could change the whole game, especially in the late rounds if Mercenaries get caught off on that crossfire. They have to figure out a way to handle it out. They have the advantage, C4 being tossed out all the way from main stairs. Won't be able to find one, and Sky Guardian gets away easily without a hitch. Especially with a power like a TCSG, which is great at short range. C4 toss, this could be huge, but no, he's been safe because mainly he's been vaulted from the tables, so he should be fine. But the main problem has to be that Nobles, they've lost their explosive utilities, so the only thing that they can rely on has to be their own bullets, the TCSG weapon and also the MPX. can serve a great cause on establishing those lines of sight. 30 seconds. MRCZ are just currently waiting to be in their respective positionings, which means that one of them will be dropping down, but they forgot that there is a Valkyrie cam constantly pinging yellow, and now this is definitely going to be causing a lot of chaos because now they know that all three players are currently in hatch. Now they know exactly what to do.
Oh,
Here
dear.
comes the first kill. Second, will we see it? Yes, it does. Lone Soldier, all he has to do is just play patiently, and now they also know the third player. So we all know exactly what happens because they forgot to check the Valkyrie cam in towards kitchen, and Nobles, they just had to wait while they drop down and get picked off one by one.
All right, that's already a lot to talk about in this very first round. The clearance of the Nook for Nobles was a good thing, of course. Keeping MI7 away from the action, always a good idea. However, unfortunately for MRCZ, despite the very, very good clear that they had afterwards, it just wasn't enough, I will say, because, well, let's just say that even with those only two defenders remaining, well, it wasn't enough. And I'll tell you why. So there's something that we've noticed with Mercenaries a lot. The other day when me and Grace yesterday were casting their game against Geekay Esports, we talked about this quite a bit, is that their transition from setup into execution is 9 times out of 10, it leaves a lot to be desired. And that round was a very good example of that, of that issue that they have, in that they really need to clean a lot of it up. And just let's just talk about that execute by itself, right? What did Mercenaries really do? The hatches, they got themselves safe from the C4s and everything. They kept themselves in a pretty good position, I would say. And then their decision making was, okay, we're running out of time. They took a lot of time, actually, mind you. They started doing all of the hatch clearance and utility stuff. As we go back into the game, do apologize. There was a tech issue for in the middle there. We fixed it. So we're going to be going into the match once again. But let's talk about what we were talking about already. Mercenaries did their utility clearance. They had their own clear done. They had a minute 25. That I saw the timer, right? It was a minute 25 when they started going for hatch clearance and vertical and all that stuff. From a minute 25 all the way down to 15 seconds remaining in the round, that's when they made their execute. That is a minute and 10 seconds that they took, that they were elsewhere occupied trying to find those two defenders and any other piece of utility by droning it out, by verticality and all that stuff. It didn't work. But in the midst of all that, they did not set up anybody, they did not install anyone in dirt, they didn't install anybody in main stairs or try to get anybody to drop through church whose hatch was open. So ultimately, what did they do? They just, all three of them dropped the same hatch in kitchen to be picked off like clay pigeons one by one. Which, unfortunately, no matter how good your early round may have been, if you're just gonna drop one by one into your opponent's waiting arms, oh dear me, as the spawn peak goes off already, both Easy and the Capcan Lone Soldier looking for some very early picks here. MI7 once again taking the damage, could have gone down early had they not been careful. But the thing that I was saying is, if your final plan in the round is to just drop one by one into the awaiting arms of your opponent, then you might as well be, you might as well be the bad guys' goons in an action movie who, just approach the protagonist one by one. That's really what it felt like in that moment. Might sound harsh.
Some good
but
catchy songs too.
But
like
you see what I'm saying, right, Baba? It was just
dropping down the hatch.
I don't know about that one, to be specific, I'll be honest with you. But you see what I'm saying, right? They did
Yeah,
that,
yeah, I got it.
even though they had very clear avenues elsewhere. And oh, dear me, that's a Blackbeard. I just noticed. Hasib is back on his regular scheduled programming as the Blackbeard is here to play.
Yep. And he is taking no prisoners, Jack. That is for sure. The second one, we dealt with some major damage, and Lone Soldier definitely wants to contest this particular angle. He's been caught out from the cams, but somehow he is still alive. He knows that he's been opened up on all three angles. MI7, he might be able to get a kill, and there you go. Caught in the crossfire. 5v3, both Easy and Lone Soldier have been taken care of, and now they just have to focus on the rest of the players on the side of Team Nobles. Pure Risky, the man who loves to make risky decisions. C4 tossed all the way from the default site of CCTV. Won't be able to get a kill as of now because he's currently waiting for the opportunity. Again, he wants to make a quick rotate all the way back towards kitchen. And Joseph, good attempt of a pre-fire, but unfortunately, he won't be able to secure the kill nonetheless. But once again, we're going to see MRCZ lose a lot of time because they forgot to open up Jacuzzi wall. And this is definitely going to be a concerning moment because the only thing that they can do is drop down from the hatch. But Taha somehow secures the kill by taking out Joseph, which leads to only 2 players once again in the same situation.
So close that Taha could have seen that Kaid. Unfortunately, looked away at the wrong moment. In the meanwhile, a breach does go off. Wait, was that on the hatch of logistics?
Yeah, it was
Sorry,
from
that's
the
an
hatch,
interesting
yeah.
way to use it. Naughty Ashit goes down. In the meanwhile, Sky Guardian taking that kill. The Blackbeard taking a ton of damage from the Valkyrie. MI7 finds Pure Risky. And there you go. Taha from inside of logistics finally pushes up and gets the last kill. Again, very messy from MercenarieZ. And they, again, they lost a body there where they probably shouldn't have. But still, they will be just happy to have taken the round, equalizing in the early game here. MercenarieZ need to be careful of this, of course. A much better take, I would say, from them in this round, minus the issue of not having opened up the main Jacuzzi breach. But that can be forgiven because their approach from elsewhere in the map was actually really, really solid. We're going to be going to second floor gym bedroom in round number 3. Once again, a full lap around the normally played sites of Clubhouse here that Nobles are going for. Gym bedroom is now the site. Actually, never mind. It's not a lap because they went to gym bedroom in the last round, right? For whatever reason, have CCTV written in my notes. Blanked out for a moment there. Professional caster, everybody. But
I guess you
yeah,
reminded
gym
of
bedroom.
CCTV,
We're going
I
back
believe.
there again. I mean, yeah, it's been a while since I've casted with CCV. I do miss casting with him, but I do believe he's otherwise engaged in some sort of.
He has his
academic thing or
exams
something or the
currently,
other.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. I
He has
didn't
his
quite know
exams
if
to
it was
focus
exams
on,
or
yeah.
something else, but yeah. We wish you all the very best, CCV. If you're watching this one.
Yep, all the best. All the best, CCV.
Yay. Lone Soldier looking for a very early spawn peak right there. Once again, these MENA players, man, them and their spawn peaks have been all over the place. And I say that with like a mix of appreciation because they get those spawn peaks as well with such frequency, terrifying frequency as well. It is genuinely insane. But no dice in this round. MRCZ will once again push up and get started with the regular breaches, the regular clearances. Baba?
Yeah, for now, yeah, I do have to apologize for that. There was actually something right from behind, some technical issues from my end, but yeah, I think I'm good for now. Yeah. So now, as we focus on Easy, who's currently holding on towards CCTV balcony, it's going to be very tough if MRCZ do decide to go in for a trade challenge. And if Easy secures those 2 kills, this could be huge. One push will be made, but it will be Lone Soldier who secures one. Easy does the same. Third, once again, it will be a trade. 3v4. Now, since Hasib and MI7 has been taken care of, Nobles, on the other hand, all 4 defenders are still active. Second floor gym has been opened up with the help of a summer breach charges, and some line of sights will be made all the way towards bathroom. So, for Nobles, they have no other choice but to evacuate the site and find a different line of sight in a way that they can hold on with those crossfire angles. Oh, C4 from Risky. Wow, the power of information at the palm of his hands. 2 kills and 1 more to seal the deal. Nobles, what a way to end things off on round number 3.
Where was that C4 even placed? Hello? We didn't see a C4 get pre-placed, did we? Not as far as I know, anyway. But my goodness, just probably a Valkyrie cam, right? That gave away the information. We did have that alibi who had fallen earlier in the round, probably watching that, right? You know, I can just see it. Lone Soldier, see I go down is like, hey, man the cams and let me know. I've got a C4 placed in this position. And as soon as they got the call, boom, double kill. Beautifully done indeed, as we're going to be going back to the basement site once again. Nobles going 2-1 up, going into the 4th round. MercenarieZ little bit more scatterbrained in that last round, I will have to admit, as Nobles they played around our aggression in the last round. We're gonna do it again, but we're gonna be even more in their face now, and it worked. It actually really worked. So MercenarieZ will have to watch out for that one now, as Nobles can immediately flip gears with almost blinding speeds. So that's something that will keep this SA team on their toes. As Nobles, of course, they are all too used to playing like this.
Let's see whether if MRCZ can hold their ground, maybe try to outsmart the players from the side of Nobles. That itself is a difficult task to talk about, because pyyrisky, he does what he does best. And with his Valkyrie pace, he has secured a variety amount of informations and also securing 2 kills. That is an important one. But this time, he'll be bringing in the Oryx, a versatile roamer who could help in, you know, getting towards second floor without the needs of stairs. So an athletic operator which has the power of just blowing out any soft walls all by himself, no gadget. But for MI7, his location will be revealed by a single use of Legion Goo mine. So with that, needs to be careful while proceeding towards CCTV, because his information will be given to pyyrisky, saying that one of them might be in towards garage, but turns out he just got wall bang from Nodi Ashret. Okay, all the way from CCTV balcony, he was just casually just did a wall bang and ended up taking out pyyrisky, who was unaware of his intentions.
Well, we've got a first body down, and a big one at that. pyyrisky caught, and unfortunately, not going to be around for the rest of this engagement. This round, to be specific, of course. That is the Oryx taken care of as well. So that mobility that the Oryx gives you no longer in play, but Lone Soldier right by the club hallway. Oh, that's a big, big catch right there. That is not just Taha, but also Diffuser dropped. Easy GG gets taken out on the other side as MI7 takes 1 kill, but that Valkyrie needs to be cleaned up ASAP. There's 1:10 on the clock, and they need the Diffuser back in their hands now. Not even just now, yesterday, some would say, as the Thorn once again comes under fire from the Capitao or other attackers approaching this position. Joseph will look to fall back slowly but surely. As Hasib, there we go, cleans up on Lone Soldier. That's one more down. Does the Kaid? No, they don't. Then to find one, excuse me, that's Sky Guardian to fall, and so does Joseph. MRCZ challenging the extension from Nobles at that same plane. They played on the same playing field. They said, okay, you guys don't want to play in the site. That's cool. We're going to come to you and we're going to finish you off. They did. That's a hell of a way to equalize, as it is 2-2 going into the 5th round. MercenarieZ really keeping up with the pace that Nobles are trying to set.
Man, now that's a surprise that Nobles did not expect. Round number 5, MRCZ, 2 rounds in their pockets. And if they keep making this good progression on round number 6, then this could cause a really great start for the side of MercenarieZ. Because second half, they'll be on defense. You know, we keep talking about how defensive favored on a map Clubhouse is. But since we're talking about teams from Seas and teams from MENA region, we cannot expect it to be heavily favored on either defense or on attack. It relies on defense bans, it relies on the attackers bans, and I could say the attackers could use Thatcher, but since the introduction of secondary EMP has been introduced, we're seeing operators like the Capitao. Sometimes we do see Blackbeard being brought out from Hasib, who has that secondary EMP charges. So that could specifically work out a lot. It's like you do 2 jobs at one single time. It's like you also have an ability that can help you gain information. You still have the fireball, secondary hard breach. Everything is in order for MRCZ to make that push. All they've got to do is just coordinate it right and make sure that they don't get picked off in the process. Now, talk about the defensive side. You have the Oryx and also the Kona stations from Thunderbird, Joseph. Now, Easy will at least remove one of the slits of Ace Summer Breach charges, which will force him to use yet another one. And this is actually a good strategy being used from Easy. Now he knows that 2 summer breachers has been used. Taha only has 1 of them, which means that opening up the hatch will be even much more difficult chances for him, and they will force Naughty Ashrit to do the job. So this, at least on the bright side, they have some backup plan, but that headshot from Taha will at least secure good kills and an instant refrag and a 2 from Pure Risky as both Din and Asib goes down, and Naughty Ashrit really needs to be careful if you want those hatches open.
That is a very unfortunate drop right there. Couple of, for that matter, for MercenarieZ, Hasib and Din. We didn't quite get to see what was going on in construction for those kills to happen, but I would hedge my bets that Pure Risky pushed out in a moment of pure aggression. Pings are out, and there goes the Oryx. The refrag is taken. MI7 coming around as the Nook. That proxy alarm still gave away the approach, but it seemed that this time Risky was simply, well, content to not take the risk and try to aggress. Unfortunately, the peak favored the Nook, and that now lends itself to this 3v3. Here we go. Hatch over blue is going to be breached. That's MI7 coming in with the secondary EMP. Both are going to be used up to allow for the secondary Heartbeat charge to get that hatch open. Wait, that's a big drop already, and Taha's followed suit. So has MI7. They want to go through blue, but Lone Soldier, excuse me, and Sky Guardian are holding this down against all odds. It's all down to MI7, the last one standing no longer. Lone Soldier walks around the boxes, gets the final kill. Again, I'm not sure about that decision making. They decided to open blue and just send it. That's unfortunately not going to be quite how that works, as Hash Drop was already being watched. We had the Valkyrie from the boxes area and the boxes and shells area, excuse me, watching that area, watching that drop down and the entry from blue stairs. And MI7 coming in from Oil Pit Corridor took a bit too long, I will say, to get into position. MercenarieZ, a bit of a lapse in judgment right there, as it is 3-2 to the Nobles. They have maintained, at the very least, a one-round lead or an equalizer in many, many rounds now. MercenarieZ are yet to actually take a lead, which is going to be important, because it will be constantly, after a point, it'll start playing in their head that we need to take a lead. Otherwise, we can't apply pressure to Nobles. They keep getting rounds against us. We can't let this go on for too much longer. Second floor gym, once again, the site of choice from the Noble side. We have not seen CCTV even once from them. Neither have we seen a mirror who is available for the defenders, but they have chosen to not go for that, at least for now. Round 6 is their last defensive round in this first half, and their last defensive round potentially for the entire match if overtime does not become a thing. I'll just wait and see for that one, folks. It's way too early to call for that. 3-2 going into the 6th round.
Yep, and in this round, MRCZ are definitely not taking any risks at all. Double hard breaches, Ace and Thermite will be brought out. So is the Thatcher for its huge radius of EMP blast. That can at least help them in opening up important line of sight. There you go. Ace's summer breachers will be used. That will force Lone Soldier to go all the way downstairs. And unfortunately, he's going to lose that Trek battle between the Ace and the Bandit. Breach will be done from Logistics. So at this point, you could say it will be a split push. They still need to figure out a way to open up second floor gym. Now, for MRCZ, their biggest concern has to be the roamers. And I think that they're currently being paranoid. They're thinking that there might be one defender who might go all the way to tunnel wall, where they could have a direct line of sight towards second floor gym. So they have to be careful on this endeavor. Once again, there you go. Secondary hard breach will be secondary EMP will be used. Once again, we'll see the Valkyrie opening up line of sight. Here comes the biggest here comes the biggest challenge for MRCZ. Every single wall's been opened up. CCTV is open, so is second floor gym. Logistics have been opened up too. Will we see the same push like we saw from previous round, or at least will we see a split push with an initial frag still being in favor for MRCZ? We're about to find out with the mid phase coming into play.
One drop, there's two, as Hasib and MI7 find two very important kills, excuse me. Lone Soldier and Easy are off. Wait, the plant is already being attempted, but Sky Guardian stops it in its tracks. I'm not sure what Taha was thinking, but that is diffuser drop inside of the site. That is going to be huge right there, as Joseph's position is now given away thanks to the pre-fire that the Melusi just took. The Valkyrie crosses just about safely. These three defenders have a strong position, but here we go. Hasib finds the first one. Ashrid nearly went down. but the Blackbeard was there to save him. There's Joseph with the first beautiful kill right there, but MI7 finds Scar Guardian. Joseph is in a very precarious position right now, and against Blackbeard, there's not much he can do in a straight 1v1, and with not enough HP to contest it realistically speaking. MRCZ will take another round, even though, again, I'm not sure about the decision to just send Taha in for the plant without having cleared Jim at the bedroom at the very least. Still, criticisms aside, it's 3-3. They have done well to get to this point. They're on the defense of Clubhouse now, which more times than not is considered the side to be in if you want to take an advantage. So, will they be able to do that? Let's find out in the second half that's starting now here in round number 7. And on the defense, we're immediately seeing one big change between Mercenaries and Nobles. MRCZ are opting to go for the Frost.
Ooh, Frost from Hasib. You always love to see Hasib bring in Frost every single time. High likelihood chances that one of the welcome mats might get caught out. So the attackers definitely have to be careful on those certain gadgets. But if you take a look at the composition on defense, they're heavily relying on gaining info and denying info both at the same time. With the help of Mute and Mozzie combo, they'll at least be able to disable a lot of attacker drones from the side of Nobles. And since Solus have been banned, they have no other choice but to bring these two operators. So at this point, if Solus was present at that moment, Solus could have just removed at least 3 or 4 attract drones maximum in the preparation phase itself. In that way, you could still have like trap operators like Goyo and Smokes to still play in the site, and Valkyrie to try to provide a lot of distractions. And now, since Solus has been gone, they need to rely on operators that can disable a lot of gadgets. But Easy, on the other hand, he's currently all the way deep within the tunnels' place. Now he has good information. He knows that no one is currently holding tunnels. Information will be blocked out. Location will be revealed. And with it, distractions will be caused all the way from tunnel. So the defenders, on the other hand, might have to fall back a bit because they have to be afraid, knowing that the Buck, who has gone very closely towards the site and will be meeting with Hasib anytime soon, well, they'll engage in their 1v1 gunfight.
However, for now, they're going to have to watch for first floor. As there's also a couple of players trying to aggress in this particular part of the map. Taha is about to get approached, and I don't think Taha particularly knows this, but gets away just in time before Pure Risky could peek that line of sight in through from the bar side into the main stairs. Taha gets back in just in time. Minute 30 on the clock, so plenty of time has been taken away from the Nobles, even if they did attempt a few inroads here and there. Didn't quite work out. Shots fired as Easy takes a ton of damage right now. So much gunfire, but wait, Risky is about to go for a big grenade toss. There it goes, but it's caught by the Womai Magnet. Risky is already towards Church. This is huge right now. Is somebody in blue watching? No, the Iana is in and could catch a big drop any second now. That will be Taha to drop, but Lone Soldier falls in the meanwhile. There's a second. Risky inside the site is doing a lot of work at the moment. Takes a bit of damage as Sky Guardian falls on the other side. So does Joseph. Usher and Din doing work as well, which leaves Risky in, but no, there's the pump mat! And now Usher, atop of the stairs, gets Easy as well! Mercenaries playing largely off the site, getting it wasn't even really a retake into Church, they didn't even have to try, as Pure Risky on the first entry managed to get by the Frost mat without much difficulty, then tried to re-enter to aggress the site further, but to no avail. And in the meanwhile, the players of Mercenaries who were on the first floor were too strong for the Nobles to hold off. MRCZ, for the first time in this encounter, in this map, have taken the first lead. Their first lead, going up to 4-3.
Never underestimate the power of the Frostmat. You know, when Nobles immediately decided that since they can't take out both of the roamers and they're currently wasting a lot of time, I gotta admit, Pure Risky, that was a well-made effort. He got 2 kills from the Arsenal room. Couldn't secure the third because he didn't had enough amount of ammo left with the GT36 assault rifle. So once he decided to, whip out the pistol, if he did secure the third kill, that would have been a whole site clear for the side of Nobles. And that site clear would have been more than enough for MRCZ to just cause wreck and havoc. And turns out Taha wants to wreak havoc on round number 8 itself with a very early spawn peak. Will deal major damage to Easy GG, the main fragger for Team Nobles. So especially when it comes to the execution, Easy will be having a lot of problems. And he needs to secure like a headshot or two before he gets down in the process.
Slowly but surely, things will have to fall in place for Nobles to take over this particular map, this particular site. However, I should remind our viewers, mind you, this is the Nobles map pick. This is Clubhouse picked by the Nobles. So they have taken mercenaries here. This is their decision to be here at this very moment, and they need to make up for that lost round. They're going to be looking for the roamers right now, looking for any lurks. MI7 is downstairs. We can see he has taken a bit of damage, but so has Easy. He's taken a lot more, actually, the fellow FBI operator there. More shots are fired. There goes the Jacuzzi breach. So that has been taken care of. But MI7 finds the Ash. There goes the fellow FBI agent, as the first one to fall is an attacker for this round.
Yep, an important attacker. Turns out it's the second one too. With the help of Claymore, somehow Joseph will get the kill, but Lone Soldier is a bit more afraid that there might be yet another run out before going in for a revive. But he will safely return. Revival. Will it be made from Lone Soldier? Yes, he will. Joseph will be alive. With Nadia Shred going in for a very risky run out and Pure Risky securing the advantage by taking out Taha. Construction is currently under pressure. Now MercenarieZ, knowing that they had an important kill but missing it, and Joseph being revived back up to 20 HP, this will be a difficult encounter for them, knowing that there's only 3 players left, and Lone Soldier somehow finds a way to get the kill. Walls in towards the building, very risky attempts, but it's just a 1v4, and it's all down to Hasib to hold second floor gym as best as possible, but he doesn't have control on the site, neither is Life, because Lone Soldier, he arrives at the right time. He will get the final kill, giving Nobles the win that they require on attack. So once again, we're always coming back to these back and forth wins. One round we see MercenarieZ securing one round, and then we see Noble securing back the round. It's been happening quite a lot in the first half itself, and turns out it's also a repeat on second half too. So it's going neck to neck. At this point, endurance has to be the biggest question.
Endurance is one thing, but I have to ask mercenaries, were those peaks really necessary in that moment? They took down Easy, right, who is a very valuable player for the Nobles. So that's a big drop already. But then we saw Ushrit try to jump out the bedroom window, get caught by a Claymore. Sure, Ushrit did down Joseph, right, the IQ, but it's a down, and in that place, the mute has been taken clean off the board. And it's not like Ushrit's been a support who's, itching to get a couple kills. Ushrit is playing support while getting kills as well. He's currently the 3rd top fragger for mercenaries. So it's not like he's falling behind either. His presence on the map is felt, but he felt the need to do that regardless. That's one thing that I will say was entirely unnecessary. And the second thing was, I didn't exactly see who, but when the Thermite threw the smoke through the Jacuzzi breach while trying to enter that part of the map, we saw a defender try to push that smoke, even though it didn't actually clear the entire wall, like block the entire wall. The one side of the wall was still very much visible, like partially blocked by that smoke grenade. So I'm thinking about the decision making here to have pushed that. These 1v1s, you don't need to give away these 1v1s, mercenaries. That's what I'm trying to say here. Because doing that is, again, running counterintuitive to what you need to do here, which is, as defenders, run out the time. Time is the 6th defender, as Grace has so graciously pointed out before. MI7 in the meanwhile, looking for an aggressive play right now. I think a drone has just spotted him, and there you go. Easy will take that kill. The castle getting way too frisky in the first floor. Falls. That's a grenade. Beautifully timed from Easy. Finds Taha. And 2 kills in quick succession. This Nook is here to party.
Yes, indeed, Jar. And just like that, Easy securing 2 kills in his hand. Nodiyashid will also reply back with a good C4, taking out Sky Guardian. Second grenade, actually the first grenade from Pureski. Second, won't be able to catch because it's been ADS being catched out, blocking the mirrors. It was all just an aggressive attempt to gain control on construction, and with it, the Mira will be forced to try to peek in order for him to gain information. So currently second floor gym once again in big trouble, as we see Noble slowly pushing themselves towards the side. They've removed both MI7 and Taha out of the board, and now Pureski is applying pressure towards the logistics. Now he's playing very close. Then important kill, taking out Lone Soldier, the Thermite, and Asib is doing as best amount of efforts to hold his ground, but apparently it's still not enough. Easy is still here, downing Nodia straight. Cook grenade from Easy GG, won't be able to find the kill, and now it's all up to Den to secure this 1v2. He knows that construction won't be able to get a lot of information. He hears the Gemini replicator. He needs to go in for the kill, but instead his location will be called out. The crossfire angles will be applied in a certain moments from the side of Nobles, but instead they'll be going on for a double push all the way from construction. No, they're going to wait 30 seconds. The attackers will now go in for the push. Again, trade will be missed. Chance for Din to get this round clutch happen. And that 20 seconds could be very daring. Pureski going for the risk, and he gets it. What an effort from Den, though. He almost had the chance to secure this 1v2 clutch. But it has to be Pureski who will secure that challenging duel in the end, putting themselves back in the lead. The kills that we've seen from Easy is just so beautiful, man. First, he removes MI7. Second, the Cook nade with just perfect accuracy when he just threw that nade, removing off the Womai. That definitely did catch MRCZ off guard. Instant control on CCTV, constant pressure towards construction, grenades being thrown out from logistics just to remove the mirror, giving them less information on players' whereabouts. And Nobles, they were just one step at a time. They were like having their own specific checklist, getting kills done, remove mirrors done. Now pushing towards the site, ongoing, still having a bit of problems. Pureski done. That's basically what's happening right now. It's just checklist that's been ticked off every single time. It's like they have their own specific set of roles that they have to complete on early round, mid round, and end round, and they just did it in a beautiful manner. So a really great attack plays coming in from Nobles. And for MercenarieZ, I do have to admit their perseverance on defense, picking second floor gym twice didn't work out for them, and now they'll make a decision to go in towards basement church this time. So let's see whether if this will favor for MercenarieZ or will it favor for Nobles to put themselves on match point on Clubhouse.
Right now, it is one of those situations, isn't it? 1 round for the Nobles to go to match point, 2 to win, while it's 2 for MercenarieZ to go to that match point as well. Basement Church, side of choice once again. And we're seeing the same pick from MercenarieZ as we saw in round number 7. So no surprises right there, as Easy's drone will give away the position of the Valkyrie, who I don't think has seen that drone. Interestingly enough, Easy will now find that position of the Valkyrie and will take out the drone nonetheless. That's 1 drone taken care of. However, there's going to be more, a lot more for that matter. There's a lot of drones that the attackers currently have active and in their pockets or otherwise that will be used across the map. But that's besides the point. Where will be the first point of aggression be? The first point of entry, so on and so forth. As Joseph secures an entry towards the club, going through to club hallway, joining Easy GG and the rest of the teammates, trying to catch these roamers, trying to find a kill or 2. There's 2 players on the top floor still. I'm not sure if Nobles went for a top floor take or if they are going to attempt one. Easy might go around to do just such a thing right now, which is an interesting time as any to, get that taken care of. But as to how effective it'll be will simply depend on when those 2 roamers decide to aggress. But for now, they're slowly approaching the site. Ashrit is still watching for that kitchen hash drop, as you have the cameras, many cameras for that matter, that mercenaries have, giving them constant information about where to go and who to find.
Well, looks like one of them, one
Oh,
of the drones has been caught out, but look at Easy already in the sight just to cast him off by surprise. But here comes a Seeb with a repeat. Will be able to get one lone soldier. The pressure is too much for MRCZ to handle because it's a 2v4. Their whole side is compromised. Even though they had a lot of information towards kitchen, now it's just gone. C4, maybe to open up line of sight. Not Yashrit won't be able to find a kill. Actually, he does headshot to remove lone soldier. He's very low on HP. 1v3. Diffuser will be picked up, but a cook nade from Pure Risky will make sure that the job's done. And we will see Nobles put themselves on match point in the lower brackets clubhouse. Man, the push that we've seen, first thing, I love the support that Joseph was giving towards Easy. He was going in for the push. Actually, he wasn't going in for the push. The first time you saw Easy going in for the attack drones, he detects Valkyrie. He goes in for the peaks 3 to 4 times. His drone gets removed. But he doesn't go in for the challenging gunfight. Instead, he'd asked Joseph to see whether if there's any information drones nearby that could maybe catch Easy off guard, and hence the support was given. With the help of the IQ scans, he says that yes, there is one, and it's best for you to not go in for the push and let me take care of that specific gadget. He did it. He checked all the gadgets. They devised a plan in the mid rounds, and they said, you know what, there's actually some weak points in the side that we can exploit. Maybe we could just go in for a full-on push from blue where we could catch most of the players. And what exactly happened? They did exactly that. Easy pushed in first. He did get the initial frag. He did give the information on Hasib's whereabouts. He even saw Pure Risky pushing in. He also gets the kill. The whole site's been cleared. They know exactly where the gadgets are by heart. And Nobles, all they had to do was just secure the round win, and they did exactly that. MercenarieZ was just clueless at this point. They were like, we had all the information, but somehow they just bypassed all of them. And with the help of Argus cams that Nobles had, it was even much more tougher for MercenarieZ to even win the intel gunfight itself.
for now, let's see how the mercenaries reply to this. They've gone to second floor CCTV after 2 rounds straight, 3 actually, of Nobles winning. And yes, I do believe there's an Amaru and a Ying in play. This could be potentially a rush through the breach. It could be. There you go. EMP is in. Lone Soldier is going to put down that thermite. But there's a bandit and gets it just in time. MI7 stops it in its tracks. There comes a Candela to get the bandit out of there. But they need a grenade. Do they have one? Yes, they do. Sky Guardian on the glass? Okay. Yep. Apologies for the reaction, but glass is not something I was expecting. It was not on my 2023 esports bingo card, I'll be honest with you. Here come the flashbangs. 1, 2, but MI7 with the C4 actually gets Sky Guardian. And is it going to be tricked again? Yes, the rush has been denied in its entirety. No breach, no glass, and Nobles have to make do with another push from elsewhere in the map as Easy finds the first kill, removing Naughty Ushret.
Yep, this is what happens when you don't drone the site properly. Even though if it is match point, they decide to go in for a rush, but it's been put to an entire stop. Nobles, they're starting to lose their grasp as we see Hasib secure one more 4v3, 2 important kills. Both the Amaru and the Glass have been removed out of the map. Now they're losing a lot of time. Now they're making a decision to push towards construction. They don't have a secondary hard breach, so they have to go in with just the doorways where they can just hold line of sight, but it's still at the hands for the defenders. Some lines of sight will be blocked. 3v2. Joseph is already in. CCTV cash room still at their hands. The Ying just trying to wake up Lone Soldier that's been apparently caught from the Frostmat trap. He will be picked up. Now the Ying, and he be able to secure these 2 kills. It's a 2v2 situation. Now it's a 1v1. Taha secures the other, and MRCZ will gladly hold their sight with all lines of sight being bunkered up, and not a single hard breach had been used to remove any lines of sight. So For Nobles, it could have been better if they could have checked it properly, whether if mercenaries were going in for that specific breach denial. It turns out they did not. 5 to 6. We're back at the round of ones, Jack.
I mean, I feel like it's not that they didn't check, it's more that their placement and their trust in whatever, mercenaries that they thought that MRCZ would do was unfortunately a little misplaced. They thought that they could get away with a breach, it got banditry. They sent the glass, right, to CC window. That's how Sky Guardian got C4. Because the glass went to CC window to try and grenade the bandit, but that was not going to work because of the ADSs that have been placed around around the window of CC. That is a common grenade spot. So the best thing that the glass could have actually done is gone down below and grenaded the bandit from below. I feel like that's a consideration that Nobles didn't really think about, and that unfortunately led to their undoing in that round. Because they should have tried it, right? That probably was the safest way to do it, and I don't think there was an MRCZ player in the lounge at the time either, so they wouldn't have had to do much droning as well. They could have gotten away with it. However, it just, that's not something they did, and unfortunately, what ifs will remain what ifs at the end of the day. With all that said, though, we're going to be moving into, like you said, Baba, the round of ones. One round for each side to achieve a certain goal, which is to say, one round for Mercenaries to push into overtime, give themselves another chance at winning Clubhouse here and going into their map Chalet with a 1-0 advantage, or one round for Nobles to put themselves on a 1-0, deny overtime, and go into Chalet with their own map advantage. We've got a glass once again from Sky Guardian. I'm not too certain about this pick just yet, but there you have the Alibi's Prisma that the glass can detect, mind you, because the Prismas do not turn yellow on the thermal scope. So that is something to be noted for this particular attacker. Pretty good pick, I would say, if you're going for, picking out against the Prismas who's real and who's not. At the same time, I'm not too certain about the glass. You could still go for other operators that give you similar utility, or even just play the Twitch, really. Who doesn't play Twitch at this point? But that's what Nobles want to do. That is what they will do. Drones are going out. CCTV, cash room, all droned out, all taken over, which means the defenders are mostly speaking inside and hunkered in the site.
Once again, Nobles are just trying to strategize where Mercenaries are trying to devise a way to just hold their side as best as possible, because this could be a crucial moment for them to put this match to OT, make sure that they could secure map number 1. MI7 still playing from the back end side, and at this point Nobles hasn't detected MI7 just yet, so this could potentially play as a wild card for the attackers. Hook nade once again from Pure Risky. One of them will get caught out from the ADSs. The second to remove the deployable shield, in which they do succeed. They'll open up yet another line of sight, but the main problem has to be the logistics. The part where Mira is currently holding their line of sight. Information from the Anas Gemini replicator to be able to detect Hasib, but turns out they're losing a lot of time once again, Jack, because it's only 45 seconds. They are yet to remove Mira out of that positioning, and this could cause major troubles if Nobles starts to lose that gunfight, and turns out they will. Nobles will secure 2. Hasib and Taha goes down in flames, and now it's just 30 seconds for the attackers to push.
We've got 1, we've got 2 kills. In the meanwhile, shots are fired all over the place. Beautiful placement and positioning from Ushrit to find the push into logistics. There's the red ping inside the site, and here comes Ushrit, but there's the player from the main stairs. Easy takes the kill, and the overtime will be denied for MRCZ. Unfortunately, in this round, they will lose the map. Nobles take a 7-5 on Clubhouse. It got way too close for their comfort, I feel like, but they are the ones to walk away with the round win here. Again, Mercenaries this round not quite realizing the change in pace from the Nobles, who were not going to over-aggress every angle like they were doing in other rounds on Gym Bedroom. This time, Nobles themselves played it a bit more straightforward, a bit more streamlined. They were aggressive, don't get us wrong. Their general playstyle is aggressive, and yet they were a little bit restrained this time around. They actually held themselves back, and that, of course, led to some great things in that round for them. For MRCZ, unfortunately, they got too antsy. They started peeking things, which they shouldn't have, again. And at the same time, they were too passive on the site. They stayed in the site, every single one of them. I don't think there was any one player who was off site, and even if they were, they got cleaned up very quickly in that final execute. As you can see in the map recap, folks, 7-5 to Nobles on map number 1 Clubhouse. They will start off the night relatively strong, but it was a close game. I think we can all agree on that front. Now then, the next map will be map number 2, Chalet. MRCZ's pick, and they have to win that if they want to push it to overtime. And I say overtime in the sense of map 3 deciders on Villa. If they're not able to, then we're gonna have a little bit of a problem for Mercenaries in that they might just get eliminated if they're not careful. Chalet is a very interesting map from them. Has had some mixed results lately in the last few months. So we'll have to see how they decide to go about things there. They will need to bring their A game. They brought a lot of it in this map, but it just wasn't enough. A few too many mistakes in a few too many rounds. It just wasn't enough for them. But they can try again in map number 2. We'll be going to we'll be going to map 2 in a bit, but not just yet, of course. Right now, Mercenaries need to take this moment and figure out why they lost on Clubhouse. Baba Gusta, any final
Mhm.
thoughts on this map?
Final thoughts about map Clubhouse. At the first half, we saw how back and forth wins that we did witness from both Nobles and Mercenaries. And once we headed off to second half, I kind of expected that it would go down the same way as it happened in first half. But turns out Nobles were too quick about it. Especially the way how they operate is that in the mid rounds itself, they would devise a plan and then they would go in for the execute, which usually has a higher chances of success rates where they did ended up securing a lot of kills for Nobles. Now, there were some certain situations, especially the rush attempt that they made. We did get to see them play glass at that certain moment. Pretty much not exactly what they had in mind, especially with the bandit charges, which were currently used to trick one specific wall on CCTV. They only had one hard breacher because they were going in for a full on rush to maybe, end things off. But turns out they kind of underestimated Mercenaries at that specific moment. So, Nobles, I kind of like how they make these risky plays, but I keep saying this to Nobles every single time. Especially, I could say the same thing too when they were going up against Triple Esports as well. Triple Esports, while they were going up against Noble Esports, I do commend them on the way how they make those risky decisions, especially from Risky, Easy, and also from Sky Guardian, who always make those kind of plays. But they also need to understand that sometimes huge risk also tends to come consequences. So let's take a look at the map summary itself for map Clubhouse itself from both the sides of Team Mercenaries and for the side of Nobles. I love their performance. I love how they played. They always love that risky plays, and I'm pretty sure that risk is definitely going to put MRCZ on a major problem this time because of them winning map Clubhouse. And map number 2 Chalet for Mercenaries is going to be a tougher challenge for them. 11, 12, 10 kills to MI7 Hasib and Ashrit, who's been doing a fantastic job on attack as well as on defense. They really did a great job. And also when it comes to initial kills, you have to give it up for Easy. I mean, him playing as the Nook, 3 kills, it's just a lot to talk about. Even though he's on 4th position, pure risky, he did a fantastic job on recovering those kills and ensuring victory on those 1v1 gunfights that he had to go up against up against Den. So Noble's second half, there's high likely a chance that they could end things off, but Mercenaries, they are going to Chalet for a reason, and the reason why is because they have perfected the map. Of course, that specific map was did taken off from Tec Esports at that point, but they're still, you could say they're going all in on this specific map because they have good strategies behind this. So, fingers crossed, hoping that map number 2 could go in favor for Mercenaries, but going up against Noble, it will be a challenging task, and I wish them the best of luck for their second matchup.
Yeah, that second matchup is going to be very, very important. Second map, Chalet, is definitely something that they need to worry about MRCZ at this moment, as it were. And we will see whether or not they'll be able to steady this ship, because again, this could very well be the last time we see MRCZ in this invitational. Will it be so, or will we go to map number 3? Stay tuned to find out, folks. We'll be right back.
I want for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me.
We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been walking through your stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been getting kind of tough, babe. Feels like I. Say something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? It's like we're fighting. Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for us? Just tell me, is it worth it all? Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been walking through your stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for what could be a very important game in this juncture of the Invitational. We're in the lower brackets right now, and it is MercenarieZ taking on Nobles, an SA Mina affair, and what could possibly be the last SA Mina match in the tournament. Now, why do we say that? Well, MercenarieZ already in the lower bracket are the only SA team to be in the top four, first and foremost, and secondly, they've just lost the first map as well. So there's a very high chance of them losing another map and then, unfortunately, getting knocked out of the tournament. Will that happen or not? We'll have to just wait and see, folks. But it's not looking too good for the MercenarieZ at the time being. They have lost map number one. There's 0-1 down. We're going to Chile. Map number two, which is MercenarieZ's pick, where they are going to be attack first. Nobles are defense first. And let's see it. The bans of what could be the final South Asia-led map in this tournament. MercenarieZ, all eyes are on them.
All eyes on MercenarieZ as they're trying to hold their grasp on Chalet. And if they do succeed, map 3 will be opened up. The deciders try to push forward as best as possible. But Nobles, they also have an aim in mind. They want to fight off against the best MENA regions. As of now, currently in the top of, in the upper brackets as of now. Still, as we talk about the ban phase itself, Flores and Iana will be banned. Iana, it's interesting to see an Iana ban because usually, mostly, we might see a Thatcher ban or maybe a Hard Breacher ban. But going in for an Iana ban shows that they don't want, Nobles to have like powerful grenades that can force the players off of their positioning. So they're trying to handle it out. But nonetheless, on the defensive ban, Azami will be taken out of the picture for map Chalet, which leads to Valkyrie still being picked out. You still have Solus. They could ban Solus, use the same bans like they did on Clubhouse, and looks like Nobles will do exactly that. So Nobles, they'll go in with the usual bans, the same bands that we see on map Clubhouse. They're going for the same on map number 2 as well. So with the end of the ban phase for MercenarieZ, this is their final hope to get back in the game, because if they lose map number 2, it's game over, and Nobles will be the one who will go up either up against Geekay Esports or Triple Esports, currently the best teams in the MENA region as of now. For now, we're just currently in the pause timer, mainly because one of the players on the side of MRCZ had a minor disconnect, but they are back. Ready confirmation will be done. And now we're heading to round number 1. What site will it be for Nobles to defend? It will be first row bar and gaming room, MercenarieZ. Let's see what the wild card will be.
MercenarieZ on the attack, and they're going up against a team on Barn Gaming Room. Of course, they've been here thousands of times before, I want to say. a lot of time, so to speak. And they're going to be coming back here once again. Excuse me right there. They're going to be coming back here once again tonight, folks. And Nobles have to weather this storm. They're going to have to see what the mercenaries bring out, what their overall ideation is, what their strategies are at the beginning of this map, and react accordingly. We're going to see, of course, the standard second floor setup, as it were, on the hallway, going into second floor library, and we're going to have somebody playing on mezzanine, probably along with a couple of Jaeger. I guess it's maybe Easy the Jaeger himself might be the one there, along with Risky or Joseph on the shield on top of blue, again with an ADS or two in place. We've got the they've got the Valkyrie, of course, in play. A Chalet classic, especially for old Chalet, before it was reworked, of course. But Valkyrie has been banned a lot on this map as well. So now we're finally getting to see Valkyrie play around on the new Chalet, as it were. I say new, it's not nearly new, is it? It's been a while that this version of Chalet has been in the map pool. But with that said, we're gonna have to see first what comes of these initial gunfights. Joseph taking a ton of damage as the Blackbeard from Hasib starts things off. Not with a kill, but with a bit of damage dealt. The Goy, I believe, has fallen back. Wait, what? Easy? Okay, just prone peek the big window inside of library. Why not? We're starting this map off on quite the interesting note.
Well, that's easy gone. MRCZ's pressure should be relieved. The main player has been removed out of the play, so now they can just worry about the rest of the 4 players. Pure Risky, Joseph, Guardian, and Lone Soldier. Another one in the table is MI7 secures one. Here comes the concussions from Nordiashit, seeing whether if he could find a play. Actually, he was just trying to remove the deployable shield. He will succeed in doing so. Now they can freely contest the hallways of White Stairs. A lot of damage been taken. Now it's 2v4. Sky Guardian going very aggressive, and he will fail that gunfight in the hands of Taha. Plant will be made. Lone Soldier hears the sound, and he will confirm it. Diffuse has been dropped. 1v3. Now he just needs to worry about the angles that MRCZ is going to present. And look at how aggressive he's going right now. Information will be given. Ash, his location's been compromised, but doesn't get the proper kill. Misses the opportunity, and Nordi Ashrit will be the one to capture him and give MercenarieZ their win on attack. I've got to admit, the first round itself was a very risky thing from Nobles, especially a prone peek from a big window in library. We even saw some questionable plays from Nobles, but MRCZ handled it well, and they did end up getting good round. I mean, this is a good start coming in from the side of MercenarieZ. Now we just gotta wait and watch and see what round 2 presents us, with the side being on bar and gaming room once again.
Round number 2, we do have a little bit of a pause because apparently Taha's got some technical difficulties going on their end. Unfortunate, as it were, but just have to deal with them as they come. But for the time being, MercenarieZ in that first round, overall, I would say very good presence on the map. The only real issue was, once again, the ace getting way too excited and deciding to push in for the plant when the rest of the teammates hadn't really, gotten into position to give them that clear just yet. So MRCZ, gotta reel yourself in at the right moment. Let's not get too hasty about this. Chalet is your map to lose right now, and your map to win for that matter, but it's only been the first round. Let's not let the over-aggression be the only thing that defines us across this map. That's something that MRCZ should be saying to themselves right now, while they also try to see if Taha's, technical difficulties can be fixed. I think Taha's, overall condition might get better in just a moment here. We do see that they've chosen the cliffside spawn. There we go. I'm sure we're not going to see Grim. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, no way Taha, of all people, is playing Grim on Chalet. Hasib instead seems to have gone for that pick, but I fully expected to get switched out. There you go. Nobody wants to play Grim. Let's be real here. Nobles picked Grim the other day only when they were super comfortable with their position on the map, and no time before that. So it is what it is. But MRCZ right now, well, they'll be attacking the same side, Bar Gaming, in round number 2.
Bar Gaming it is. Round number 2, the same site, MRCZ. We're doing the same push, but what will Nobles do in exchange? We saw Easy playing Jaeger at that time. He did ended up losing that gunfight. So he's gonna change it up to Legion. Go Mine's very powerful in late games and also a great operator with his T5 SMG. They'll bring in the Mira this time. Mira, which the mirrors will be placed on both in towards the side. One of the mirrors has already been placed, so I'm actually thinking that one of the mirrors have been placed on second floor to provide a good comfort and good protection. I'm pretty sure it's guessing all the way towards the master bedroom side, so just gotta wait and watch and see how the setups have been made. For now, let's just focus on the action phase. Attack drones giving tons of information on Mira's whereabouts. And now the pressure is on for Nobles, since round number 1 didn't end up well. Quick reinforcements will be made from the alibi, but his location might have been given up. And he needs to be careful, especially when he's crossing to the safe side.
For now, Risky's just going to open up another little rotate in between the connecting room with the hatch and the main site itself, the main room itself of library. As, the Mira will actually be denied. One Excalibur pellet just slipping past everyone's notice right there. That is a huge issue for the side of Nobles. That Mira window was a very powerful thing that they had going for themselves, but no more. Nadiasha takes care of a Prisma. In the meanwhile, minute 55, plenty of time to get this done. They now look for more picks. There's 2 defenders on this top floor that need to be cleared out. Attackers are approaching from all over. Shots from the big window of the mezzanine balcony. Joseph really having to brace at the moment as Taha finds Pure Risky. Mr. Alibi gone, but no, Hasib. Again, a little bit too over eager right there, trying to clear solo. Thankfully, MI7 is there from across the balcony to get that kill. Gotta be careful though. Easy is watching the vault in right there. There you go. The shock drone going down will be enough to tell that, wait a minute, there's still somebody up here, and we need to clear this Legion out ASAP. One more has to fall before things are going to be any better. The Hibana is awfully close. I don't think knows quite where the Legion is, but the drone has given away Easy's position, and another one now knows which way Easy's falling back towards. Adiyashit might try to aggress. No, decides not to. Shots fired instead. Oh my goodness, just dips and dodges and lets the Claymore do the talking. Easy to fall for V2. MercenarieZ are in the driver's seat. They just have to deal with one Mira and one Wamai. Both of them are pretty much across the map from each other. Shots are about to be fired as these positions are taken. MercenarieZ now looking for the execute. Mudroom and the Barstock corridor. These are the 2 places where these defenders are. Shots fired towards the Mira already as Taha goes in, already trying to go for the plant. Grenade is out to keep the Mira away, and is going to get the down as well. But wait, the Wamai crosses over. It doesn't stop the plant in time, but even if Sky Guardian got that kill, the confirmation was there from across the room, as it were. MercenarieZ take 2 rounds in a row. This time, again, a lot better from them. And even when the plant was being attempted by Taha, there was cover and they were being kept. Taha was being kept alive because they needed that plant to happen to apply even more pressure. Good stuff from MercenarieZ. This is what we like to see. 2-0 as we're going to be changing sites. It is now second floor, bedroom and office.
Yep, MercenarieZ are slowly picking up the pace, and Nobles too much aggressive, if I have to say so myself. Easy getting caught in that Claymore like that almost did secure the kill off from the Sophia. But yeah, they really have to be careful on those particular line of sights. But now the site's been changed. The site will be on second floor, master bedroom / office. We've seen 2 rounds being played on bar and gaming room. Now on second floor, the place site where usually we see on map Chalet being picked first instead of picking it on round number 3. But all in all, things are looking good from MercenarieZ's way. They just need to keep going in order for them to gain a huge advantage on map number 2. Just have to wait and watch. Action phase will be brought into play. Pure Risky once again with the Bailiff shotgun to open up important line of sights all the way towards Trophy. You could just, hold from kitchen itself a long angle. Hatches will be opened up to contest the window rappel, the double window rappel from master bedroom 2. So he could be in 2 places in one he could be in two places in one time. So it's usually the standard placement that we see. But now for the attackers, the main goal is to make sure that it's been neutralized. So here comes MI7, the shock drone that can help them not only detect but also remove any important gadgets that's been present from the side of the defenders. A bit of a late reinforcement from Sky Guardian, but nonetheless, you shouldn't expect any company from the side of the attackers. Summer Breach charges. Will we see denial? No, it does not. Joseph just skedaddles away all the way back to the site, and I'm pretty sure that he'll hold his site all the way from PR.
Here we go. The execute is going to, well, it needs to be set up first, but this is an interesting shield that Joseph is sitting behind for the time being. Hasib is being very careful approaching the blue stairs right now, top blue that is. Understandably so, you never know when someone's gonna come up or running, and there you go. That is the first kill. Hasib finds Easy trying to rotate back for an aggressive quick play, and then finds another. That's Umai now taken care of. Two big drops right there. And wait a minute, could see a third. Yes, they do. The flanks are not gonna work. Not tonight, baby. That is 3 down, with Din finding a second. 2v5. Lone Soldier and Sky Guardian now currently have to come to grips with this situation. Lone Soldier on the floor, leaving Sky Guardian, excuse me, Joseph, the last one standing. I almost said the wrong name there. Joseph, I should say, gets Hasib. That's your Blackbeard taken care of, but caught in a corner, can only do so much. MI7 comes in, cleans up, and MRCZ are getting a really good map going right now. 3-0. And as you can see on the top right, folks, timeout has been requested by the Nobles, understandably so. They were read into, and in all sense of the word, roasted, toasted, packed up, and posted.
Yes, indeed. 3-0. Definitely a timeout has to be made, because that flawless round was definitely not a good way for Nobles to end round number 3. And this timeout is definitely very necessary for them to exactly determine what went wrong in that situation. Mercenaries, on the other hand, they're just taking things slow. They're just usually, going in with the paces. They did secure a lot of kills. Initial frag outs working out well from MI7's end. They haven't lost a lot of players in the early round. If you make a good comparison on map Clubhouse and map Chalet, usually you'd see MRCZ going down already in the early round, with Noble securing an early kill or so. This time, it's Mercenaries who not only gained the advantage in the early round, but they're slowly removing players one by one. And once they reach into the side, it's just 2 players left in order for Nobles to come back. So usually, it's always a man disadvantage for Nobles to deal with. There are some certain rounds where they did succeed, some certain rounds where they did not. 1v1 gunfights in which Puriski did ended up securing the round on map Clubhouse, which the site was on second for Gem. Now this Chalet will be a major problem for them to deal with. So what can they do in this situation? They could go for Basement Snowmobile Garage, because usually we do see Nobles go into that particular site with a lot of roam games being played. Mezzanine hold on round number 1 didn't go quite well as expected, especially the mirrors, which in fact one of the Exkairos pellet was not destroyed, eventually giving the control back to them. And once they decided, you know what, it's not working well, we'll just not get Mira again, second for Master Bottom / office, we will just go with the standard reinforcement and we'll just hold our places. Turns out that also did not happen. We even saw Joseph just run away to second floor master bedroom and immediately gave the control to library to Mercenaries. So I'm just trying to understand what Nobles were trying to go for in that moment in round number 3, and hoping that on round number 4 we might see some changes, and I believe changes will be made. No Mira this time. Mezzanine will be heavily guarded from Joseph with the help of those ADSs that can catch important utilities, but the main problem has to be securing the kill and containing library building, because they cannot
Library.
yeah, it's just not just library.
Interrupting you for a second.
Even on the
Mama,
stairs too. Yeah, it's all right.
I'm not talking about sites at the moment. I'm talking about the visual that's been picked by Sky Guardian. We know that Sky Guardian isn't exactly the most. I mean, let's be real. Sky Guardian has that fragging role every now and again, and definitely loves to make some, important flank plays and so on and so forth. So with that being said, what does a flank operator fear the most? Their position being given away. What does the vigil do? Denies information on his exact position. You know, you still get an approximate, hey, there's a vigil in this area, but where in this area? On a map like Chalet, that matters. Because are they by the vase? Are they inside of that bar star corridor? Are they behind the shelves in wine cellar or on the door? That sort of exact positioning is very required on Chalet, and without it, the vigil can still roam largely free. That allows for Sky Guardian to make plays as and when they see fit without too much of an issue. Was that a run out? I think that might have been Ashrit. Ooh, came very close to getting a potential surprise on the frost right there, but no dice on that front. Instead, running away, going towards a different part of the map. Which side are MRCZ looking to aggress on right now is the question here. They've cleared out the big garage for themselves, and the rappel onto the double window of Sunrum has happened, slowly but surely allowing for information to be taken. As shots are fired, Hasib will lose that first Blackbeard shield and will lose his life as a C4 comes out. Ooh, somebody from West Wing Stairs that could have very nearly taken out the Oryx, but MI7 finds Sky Guardian nonetheless. That's one down, but MI7 will fall. Not quite. Not taken down just yet. Din comes in to save the day. The Nomad now knows where Pure Risky is. This Oryx is really looking to play aggressive right now. Shots are fired, and that's going to be one taken care of, and runs away Risky in just the nick of time, saving themselves and keeping the man count at a 3-3.
Man count's been equalized, and MercenarieZ are currently now feeling the problems. They are losing a lot of time. Only a minute left for MercenarieZ to execute the site. And for Nobles, they have mitigated the damage. And that should be more than enough for them to hold their ground in the second floor site. Taha is currently the one having the diffuser in hand. Won't be able to find anyone with that peak. But the only thing that he can do right now is just open important lines of sight all the way from second floor master bedroom. Protections will be given from Nodi Ashrit, but he doesn't know where the player is. Then the defender's playing way too close. He still gets the kill anyways. Very risky decisions being made from Pure Risky, but he's not going to be able to secure the kill. Joseph playing way too close for comfort, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and that opportunity has been given. Hail Mary Joseph, 1v2, and it's all down to then. He's not going to be able to find Lone Soldier or Joseph because they're waiting patiently to arrive right at their crosshair. Now I've got to admit, Joseph has been like the savior for Nobles. He is literally the savior for Nobles, man.
That absolutely is correct in this regard, because again, they had everything. Like MRCZ really had, again, they had a good hold on the round. Losing Hasib and then MI7 wouldn't have been too big of an issue had they just been able to keep themselves together and push into the site when required. But they took a little bit too long, I will say, to set up the breach on mezzanine balcony and then go into the site. And then they had to deal with the aggression from the Frost from inside, which was another issue all on its own. But in all of that, they unfortunately didn't clear themselves on Blue Stairs, top of Blue Stairs Landing, and Library, which is where the Jaeger was. I don't think Library saw much action in that round, which is why we had Joseph alive till the end of the round. Had, say, Hasib the Blackbeard gone towards Library instead, I feel like that could have been cleared out much faster, and MercenarieZ might have even had a better time in the round instead of getting outflanked and outgunned by Joseph in a moment of what is admittedly pure brilliance for the Jaeger in that moment. So, well played to both sides, but Nobles finally putting themselves on the board. It is 1-3 against them right now. MercenarieZ are still on a very healthy lead, but MRCZ are also on the attacking side, which means they would ideally like a 4-2, or if they're able to get there, a 5-1, but that seems very unlikely. 4-2 is what they'll be aiming for right now, going into the second half, and then just trying to weather the storm against the Nobles' attack.
Yep, now Nobles have firm grip of the situation. They just have to hold on, because MercenarieZ, even though that they've lost only one round, they still have the confidence to push towards and secure kills. And the main problem has to be the overpeaking that Nobles have been doing for a very long time, especially Pure Risky and Easy, who've been losing a lot of battles. They have to be patient. They have to be passive about this. Wait for the perfect moment. He hears one of the flashbangs being prepped up. Information's being given, tossed out. One of them will be caught from the ADS, which will happen as of now. You still have the mirrors currently being present from the mezzanine hallway, so you still have two powerful positionings. And for Mercenaries, knowing that there is two important positions that is about to be engaged in a tremendous gunfight, this time they are holding it pretty well. I've got to admit, for Alibi, the one mistake that he did, he has rectified it. So all of those six pellets have been destroyed. So a minute and 30 seconds. Once again, Mercenaries are feeling the tensions from the side of Library. Cooked grenade, won't be able to find one. Aggressive attempt from Pure Risky. He'll still stay alive. And once again, Nobles, they are doing a fantastic job on defending Library.
That they are. Library is still under their control. No matter what Mercenaries does, they just can't get in there. And after that, they also have to, deal with Joseph on mezzanine balcony. They have to switch it up, go from elsewhere, apply pressure on the site to force these two potentially back in. Here's the Blackbeard on entry. Risky finds that, but then pushes up in just the right moment. MI7 comes in, finding Joseph as well. Two huge kills, but there's someone coming around from the other side. Nadia that's taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. That's a goo mine that's in that Zophia's shin right now. Needs to be taken out, but there's another defender. That's Easy GG. We saw just on the far side of second floor, still there. That position is something that MercenarieZ need to be careful of. Speaking of Easy, though, they've gone all the way down to the basement, deciding to flee and save themselves so that they can better help hold the rest of this round. Sky Guardian's got a very good position here, all the way across inside a kitchen. Can find one, does so, and that's Taha down. The Thorn with a huge kill. Lone Soldier taking damage. Easy GG coming up the stairs as well of Library. Could potentially find one. MI7 finds Lone Soldier. That site completely cleared out. They can go for the plant, but they don't have diffuser. They need it right now. The Sophia just runs in, and Easy's coming around the back. Shots will be fired in just a moment here, and the timer runs its course. Sky Guardian from across the first floor, finding a very important kill and wasting so much more time after a monumental effort from Pure Risky and Joseph on the second floor, holding down Library for so long. Beautiful effort from the Nobles, and a beautiful pickup as well after that unfortunate issue that they faced in the first two rounds defending first floor bar. They've done it, and they'll be moving sites now. They can't go to bedroom, of course. They've already won that site once, so they're going to choose to go to basement wine cellar instead. MercenarieZ are slowly losing the momentum that they had worked so hard to gain in those first three rounds. They still need that 4-2 if they want to have a good chance of winning Chalet here and now.
Mistakes were made from Nobles, but now they've rectified it. And now MercenarieZ, they can't find a single weakness from Noble's defense. Of course, they made a very good, double push from Library just to remove Alibi. That initial kill, that immediate trade, and once they pushed into the site, having only 10 seconds, two of the defenders were currently playing outside. One of them was still in the site, the Mira. It was just too much for MercenarieZ to handle because they've lost a lot of time from Library. So this is definitely got to hurt for MercenarieZ, especially when it comes to that morale boost. So round number 6, this could also cause dangers if they cannot secure this. 4-2, MercenarieZ, they could at least manage to, potentially win a lot of defensive rounds if they did end up on a 4-2 scoreline. But Nobles, they don't want that to happen because they've already lost their footing on defense. They don't want to do it once more. And the more stronger they get in this round, the more dangerous Nobles will be if MercenarieZ cannot figure out a way to remove them. Once again, pushes will be made. Lone Soldier will be taking quite a lot of damage from the Sledge's push from Hasib. He's still applying the pressure, but all it needs is a single headshot, and that headshot will not be received. Hasib will confirm the kill. And with Lone Soldier down, they are now clear to do anything they want on second floor.
That is a huge clear right there on, of course, Lone Soldier. And just at the 2-minute mark as well, losing that Mozzie is going to be pretty bad for the Nobles. Even if the Mozzie caught a drone or two, those drones are now stationary cameras rather than movable objects. Wait a minute, Sky Guardian. This is a position to be in for sure. And now slowly moving out of the half wall inside of the games room, slowly approaching instead the main corridor of that connects the two sites up there. Got a cam going out, but Taha's gonna be taken off the board. That's your breacher gone. So the wine cellar push might just be made a bit more difficult. One breach has happened, mind you, and that is of course the main breach that we all know and love. Sky Guardian goes down. That's your Thorn taken care of on the first floor. So another roamer of the board in good time as well. But they need to make sure that they are clear on Pure Risky. They need to make sure that they are clear on this Oryx, who is in Big Garage. If they have that cleared, then they could potentially go for a play. If not, then they'll simply be walking right into the waiting hands and arms of the Nobles. Already, we're seeing drones down blue as the position of the shield and shield player will be given away. That is a Legion. Easy GG. Behind that shield. Shots about to be fired, potentially speaking. MI7 just needs to peek a little bit as a goo mine comes out. No, MI7 instead more than happy to just watch the rotate instead. Shots are fired, and Joseph with 2 massive kills right there is gonna hold down the fort. Not for long. Hasib comes around and gets the kill again, 2v2, but Joseph is really doing so much work right now. Risky goes down, 15 seconds and less, and the Razor Bloom comes in clutch. MI7 is so low on HP, has to find the kill. Easy GG, must fall if they are to win this round. Going around, need to find the Legion, but the timer will take its course again. Well played by Easy, knowing full well that there is nothing that MI7 can do by themselves as the timer ticks away. And with that, MRCZ will lose 3 rounds in a row. Nobles have equalized in what could have been the best situation possible for them after those first 3 rounds. That timeout really did wonders for them as they have changed themselves up. Their playstyle isn't quite the same as it was before. It's slightly more reserved and yet more aggressive in the later rounds, interestingly enough. And MRCZ didn't quite seem to be able to catch on to that in time. It's the second half, folks. Round 7 onwards, MRCZ are on defense, Nobles are on attack, and the possibility of MRCZ losing their map pick has just become very real. All right, we're gonna be moving into second floor bedroom now.
I forgot. I forgot to unmute
I was gonna
myself.
say, yeah.
Yes, as I was trying
classic.
to say, the classic. I forgot to unmute myself on the call. Yes.
5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, as I was saying, MercenarieZ on the first half, they had a very good advantage, 3-0, and next thing you know, all it takes was a single tactical timeout from Nobles to bring it back to 3-3 by successfully winning all 3 defensive rounds after round number 4. That has definitely got her hurt for MRCZ. They've had so much potential on attack, and suddenly being shut down like that because of Joseph, who's currently have 8 kills as of now, definitely has to be very concerning for MRCZ. Currently, they're the ones on defense, MercenarieZ. Nobles, on the other hand, attack. Drone works will be done. Joseph will bring in the OSA. Bulletproof shield, very powerful, and also good protection will be made if they can just block the windows. But he's just trying to find the proper angle for it. Once he removes it up, that's more than enough for him to get the confirmation on the kill. But turns out, let's just focus back on towards Trophy as we see Pure Risky taking out MI7. Actually not construction. Solarium's chairs is compromised. Cooked nade, beautifully done, but he's not going to get the kill, but it will be Joseph once again on the prowl. 3v5. And just like that, we see MercenarieZ just falling apart one by one. It's just, I can't see this. They're just removing one by one Nobles. Oh my goodness. It's a slaughterhouse on the site, Jack. No one was left alive. Absolutely no one. Nobles just shattered MRCZ's attack. I mean, Nobles just shattered MRCZ's defense. I am just so clueless right now as to what exactly happened now. So clueless.
Well, for now, I don't know. I don't know. That round was honestly a little painful to look at. I'll be honest with you. The way MRCZ were getting completely torn apart.
Oh
Oh
man, I
boy,
kid
wasn't
you
even a
not, Jack.
contest in that first round on the attack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kid you not. When I was looking at the match, inside my mind, I just went, "Oh, the humanity." Oh
I can
man.
see why. I can see
If-
why. Timeout has been requested by MRCZ, and we're gonna be just here for a little bit, as it were.
Yep.
4 rounds straight to the Nobles, as that timeout they took in at the beginning of round 4 has clearly worked, and they are very clearly looking very strong at the moment. And MRCZ, on the other hand, not so much, as they've got themselves in a bit of a pickle, and they need to get themselves out of this as soon as possible. They have no momentum right now, and they've lost the first round on defense as well. They need to change it up. They need to try something else, and they need to change up their playstyle as well. This is one of the most important 2 minutes in SA history, I would say, because this timeout and everything that happens after will determine whether or not a South Asia team makes it into the top 3 of the excuse me, the Zotac Gaming TEC Invitational. What about yourself for Rainbow Six Siege, of course? As the timeout comes to an end, we're about to find out what the decision is and what the retaliation will be. MercenarieZ, they need to find themselves a way out of this stone ocean that they found themselves in with, well, what seems like right now, almost no way to climb. They just have to try and push through.
Oh boy, 3 to 4.
Attackers need to locate
Snowmobile
and defuse as
Garage.
many bombs as they can.
Mercenaries. Oh man, that previous round just literally gave Mercenaries a wake up call.
I've pressed Banshee.
It really did. Now they are definitely scared of Nobles, that is for sure. I mean, I'm literally scared of Nobles' attack, Jack. Especially that previous round, my goodness. Like, even though it looked good when it comes to coordination-wise, the performance, but when it came to the execution, my god. It was just too much to take in, man. Too much to take in. But yeah. Let us see action phase. MRCZ timeout that has already been taken. Gonna change some strategies, hopefully to regain back their senses. Understand that even though that they are very powerful, they still have a weak point, and we can still defeat them. Having that motivation in mind, they will now refresh their memories. They will reset their minds and focus on the task at hand, and that is ensuring that they would secure map number 2 Chalet. Welcome match will be placed from Hasib. It's a bit too late because action phase is already in, and he needs to place it as fast as possible. Sky Guardian, on the other hand, Salma Breach charges, I'm pretty sure will be used from the basement side in towards the Snowmobile Garage itself. Quick opening. We won't be able to witness any denials except the Kites Electroclaw, which means that they need control of first floor kitchen ASAP for Nobles if they do need control on if they do need control on basement wine cellars. So everything has been looked up. Second and first floor have been holded from both Alibi and the Oryx. So now for Nobles, even though their attacks are so dangerous and deadly, MRCZ, they just need to be careful, especially Nordia Stredo's been taking quite a lot of damage, Jack.
That Alibi is about to find themselves in the blender, as it were. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Din to fall first. That's unfortunate. There goes the Malusi. And that's a huge one as well. Din is often the front line of the attack or defense for Mercenaries. Basically, the front line of the lineup. That's, once again, a big loss right now. Excuse me right there. For the MRCZ defense. You have another E1D going off. That was the last one as well for Pure Risky. Speaking of whom, goes down. Taha finding a huge kill right there, and very much needed. Playing around the mid blue stairs, mid to bottom blue stairs, I should say, trying to support Hasib the Frost in any way, shape, or form. As for now, gotta be careful of Trench as well. There's an attacker right outside of Trench door. Howdy Yashrit, interesting position now, has taken up residence inside of the big garage, looking for somebody to push in through the big garage door, I believe. But never
And
mind.
he's
Easy's grenade is gonna make, yeah, just clean work right there. Another one goes out, and another one falls. That's now 4v2. As Sky Guardian gets Taha, Hasib is the lone standing fighter at the moment inside blue. No more. Joseph comes in, finishes it off. Nobles with a 5th round in a row, and MercenarieZ, I'm sad to say, it is looking, unfortunately, a little free right now.
I do have to agree, Jack. MRCZ, those 3 rounds, as you see right now, folks, are the only 3 attack rounds that MercenarieZ had won prior to the technical timeout Nobles had given. And the rest of the rounds that we see is at the hands of Nobles. We are at round 9. They're about to reach match point. MRCZ are just, I don't know, are they panicking, Jack? Because I kind of feel like they are, because we're seeing a lot of changes on the defenders operators here, Jack. We have Pulse, we have the Mozzie, no Mute, Oryx, the Kaid, and the site, I think the site is on Basement Snowmobile Garage again? No, it's on first floor bar
No,
and gaming
it's,
room. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bar and gaming room. Interesting that they're not going to bring in the Mira, but they'll bring in Pulse's cardiac sensors, which is in fact great, by the way. The first floor bar, really good when it comes to gaining a lot of information, though. But you also need to have good hold. Yeah, I actually saw
Look
an
at the
Amaru
attackers
drone.
lineup, Baba. Yes.
Yeah, I
Not
know.
just Amaru.
I know, they're about
Look
to
at
be...
the entire lineup. They want to
Yeah,
rush.
it's,
That looks like
yeah,
a
they
rush
want to
lineup.
rush, Jack. Yeah, it really is. I'm actually so scared, Jack. I don't even know what
No,
Nobles are
wait.
going to
I don't
do
think
to
they will. No,
MercenarieZ, Jack.
I don't think they will.
No,
They won't.
I mean,
they
they're
won't,
gonna
they won't.
drone
There's not a rush.
first. They're gonna drone first. I don't
It's
feel
not
like
just
it
that.
is,
It's
no?
not just
Like,
that.
oh, okay.
This isn't a rush, and I'll tell you why. Because again, we already see where Easy has gone, right? And you know, you can crack the joke of Easy just went up through the solarium window only to take out a cam and then bounce. But this is probably as a clear, right? That was really all that was. It was clear. There was a drone there. They had to just clear it out and get that taken care of. However, Joseph, the player that we should be focusing on, is right outside of the big big window of games room. Hatch is closed. That's an interesting decision. Ariyashid wants a little line of sight right below to that entry. C4 will be used up in that regard. Then getting a bit of a scare on that front as well. Getting the heartbeat of that Ying continually. However, that's not the only player that MRCZ need to focus on. There are others. The basement is going to be cleared in full, allowing Easy to go in and start heading up West Main to apply pressure towards any kitchen roamers. Speaking of which, Taha's taking damage right now, so has Sky Guardian. As the flashbang goes out, here goes Hasib. That's the first drop, and Easy, the Amaru, has struck.
Oh boy. With Hasib down, they don't have to worry about goo mines anymore. And now here comes the Candela securing one more kill, and that's Lone Soldier taking off. Then the whole site's compromised now, and Sky Guardian's marksman rifle will be able to deal much more damage. But here comes Taha, tries to save, and here comes the retaliation from Nordiyash with an MI7. Beautiful C4 would at least try to put themselves back up on their feet. 2v3 Nobles. But once we thought that they secured the site, now they still need to be careful because Joseph is still alive, so is Easy. They've been dealing major damage to MRCZ's defensive hold. Now would be a time for them to make a comeback. The lineups that they're produced right now, the crossfire angles, flashbangs being thrown. One of them already dropped down from kitchen, which means there's only one player in the site. Easy is unaware of MI7's positioning, and here comes Nori Ashrit once again, and Taha securing his kill. At least this time, they will hold their ground. But it's still a do-or-die situation, though, for MRCZ. I mean, at this point, they're just hanging on by a thread. And if they make one single mistake, Nobles would just wreak havoc on MRCZ's defense. Most of the time we'd usually say no mercy to MRCZ, but apparently it's Nobles who are showing no mercy to Mercenaries.
That's the thing, though. I feel like Mercenaries wouldn't have added any other way. Even if they do
Defenders,
end up
protect your
falling
bombs
here,
from
they
being
will have
defused by
fought
attackers.
hard and went the farthest that any SA team did in this invitational. That's something to be really happy about, regardless, because it's an international tournament facing the MENA region for, at least in my memory, the first time in an official tournament like this. So it is big strides here that Mercenaries have made, and the other teams as well. They really did try, regardless of the final outcome, where things could have been so much more different. A team maybe take charge, winning that overtime match on, not winning overtime, excuse me, winning map 3 on the very first match of the tournament. Maybe Geekay Esports managing to take a couple maps off of the other teams, maybe even winning a game here or there. Something or the other. Shaheens as well, they could have, but it just wasn't to be for either of them. And yet it is still possible, and SA team can still become part of the top 3. It just has to be another few rounds. Something tells me overtime is a very high possibility at this moment, but I won't say yes or no on that regard, because we know how my predictions tend to go. Lone Soldier taking damage in the meanwhile. That is your Nomad taking a little bit of a hit there. Gotta be careful where you step, gotta be careful where you move. There are pog mats all over the map as well, so that's something to watch out for. As right now, we've got the rotates being called out. Risky's drone doing a lot of work there. Easy as well, watching the basement just in case anybody wants to go for a flank and could catch them by surprise. This Nook is going to be a wild card element this round.
Yeah, but for now, it's currently the stalemate here, Jack, because Nobles are just holding their ground. Once again, in the mid phase, it's just information game. You see both of the attackers currently repelled in from Solaris. Grenade, not exactly expected. I mean, the grenade was supposed to go all the way from the stairs, but unfortunately, some object kind of obstructed the grenade to just be, just to go over there. There's 2 ADSs present, and MRCZ, they are now trying to fight back, and this fight back will be huge as they just secured an important kill. Easy will be eliminated, and that is the Nomad gone. But now their job's not done yet. They still need to worry about Joseph and Pure Risky, because Joseph is currently on a tear with 14 kills, and he is currently unstoppable at this point if they cannot find a way to shut him down in this attack now.
That Nook being taken care of is going to be a big thing for Nobles to deal with right now. That sort of rat playstyle, not there for now. Someone else has to take up that role, but Sky Guardian falls. That's your Breacher gone as he gets taken down in the meanwhile. That is going to be one down, and Joseph is already in here. Can't quite escape, though. Taha cleans that out, and that is another one to fall, and a big one as well. Joseph being taken care of. Lone Soldier finds the Valkyrie down below. Pure Risky to go down on the other side as then takes one. It's all up to Lone Soldier. The last one, truly Lone Soldier in this moment. Less than half, about a quarter HP remaining. And going up the front stairs, the sunroom stairs, that is. Tha is really coming in for the peak, and we'll get that. Lone Soldier will fall, and it is an equalizer, folks. Mercenaries are not out of this, not by a long shot. 5-5, going into the 11th. One more round for either side to go to match point. If Nobles do it, it is series point to them. If Mercenaries do it, it is merely map point and a potential for map 3. This game is still not done. Mercenaries and South Asia are still not done, folks. You can count on that.
Yep, we're still in. Mercenaries, what a way to bring things back up. 5-5. They've equalized it, and Nobles, they just cannot believe what just happened. Now on, round number 11 is opened up. First for Kitchen will be the site. But at this point, since they've secured 2 defensive rounds, one on Basement Mobile Garage, the second on second floor Master Bedroom, the only site that's been left right now is first for Kitchen. first floor bar, that is. Actually, no, not on first floor bar. First floor bar is already locked. Basement snowmobile garage is locked. So if they secure this, the only side that they have to go back has to be on second floor master bedroom. So Nobles, they even though they thought that the coast was clear, they kind of feel like they underestimated MercenarieZ again. You know, first by bringing in those aggressive operators like the Jackal. We even saw them bring in the Amaru. You know, the Amaru, although we only saw Easy just using the Gara hook, removing the default cam, and just going back downstairs, as if like it didn't kind of help anything at this moment, but at least on the bright side, he just used it only to destroy a default cam. But nonetheless, Nobles, they're starting to lose control of the situation. They're losing grasp, and they have to make sure that they won't mess it up, because MRCZ, they just came back from a very difficult situation with Noble securing 5 rounds back to back on both attack as well as on defense. Nobles, they know that they are on series point, but if they make a mistake, a minute mistake, that would be more than enough for MercenarieZ to capitalize on it. Once again, early rounds, the Kebi's calls being used, but you still have the mutes jammers that can easily block the information. Pure Risky knows that there is one player, won't be able to find the kill, but both Nodi Ashrit and Din are in very low HP, but somehow Taha figures out a way. He takes out Lone Soldier 5v4. There is one more player going very aggressive, and that is Joseph. The IQ, he loves doing these aggressive plays, and he will end up with an important trade. There goes Valkyrie. There goes Den. The jammer will be there, but not the mute. 3v4 it is. MI7 needs to be very careful. He needs to hold the site as if it is own. As if it's its own. It's his own. Sorry, apologies. But yeah, mid-round, Nobles, they're looking very good but for MercenarieZ, a 3v4 can be a possibility to put themselves on match point here, Jack.
It's still possible. Never say never. At the end of the day, I think we can all agree on that front. Pings are out, and here comes the logic bomb, or sorry, the passive ability, and shots are fired.
No.
The ping was there. MI7 didn't react. Oh dear me, that's really unfortunate for MRCZ. They needed MI7 alive for this last stretch of the round here, as the cams, as the drones are going to come in, and the hatch drop is going to be gassed off for a little bit of time, but that can only give you so much. As West Main has been taking control, we can see an attacker shadow, an orange shadow there as well. The drones come in, it's given away Haasif's position, sees the ace, can't do it, 1v4, never mind, Pure Risky gets the kill. And when it was looking like MRCZ would be staging some sort of comeback, Nobles bite back and bite back hard. It is now the round of ones, and Nobles, they are the ones to have match point and series point, folks. The round of ones is in play, and Nobles need one round to end this on a 2-0, a double 7-5, and a victory to get into the top 3. MRCZ need one more round to push to overtime. MRCZ, it is now or never. This could be the last round we ever see you in this invitational, and until the next tournament as well. So if you've got anything remaining in the tank, any hidden strats, whatever have you, now's the time to use them. We're going back to bar gaming. It is round 12.
Round number 12. This is it for MRCZ. Once again, they're facing a very bad situation, while Nobles are just going as patiently as possible. They're not going to celebrate very early just yet. They're just going to finish what they've started. MRCZ will definitely be feeling the heat as of now. So all up to Taha or maybe MI7 to try to bring things back around. Look at the amount of heavy information that can be gained from Nobles. We won't be able to see the Kebi this time, but instead, Sky Guardian will bring in Zero. The Argus cams, very powerful, that can penetrate any soft or hard walls. It can give important information. And that is more than enough, especially on the main entrance where you have this long hallways. That information would be very important and crucial for Nobles if they find any roamers who are just trying to rotate back all the way towards mezzanine hallways. So It's a really great operator. And here comes Easy once again, trying to detect any cams. I believe one of the cams will be detected. Joseph, he'll miss the opportunity to remove the Oryx. And he will be safe. Taha, very safe in towards first floor kitchen. He has some vital information towards this. Then C4 tossed. Just going to place. He's just going to place it as of now. Wait for the perfect opportunity. Once they repel in, actually not repel in, ward in from the window. That's exactly where he'll be able to lay his trap. But this early round, once the early kill comes in, then and only then we'll be able to determine whether if MRCZ has the advantage or Nobles. But look at that pure eyesight from the attackers right there, denying information and also the C4 and MercenarieZ. They are now currently feeling the heat.
That they are. Library control has basically been given away, but Taha is still present across the map. Could go for a flank up the hatch as well. There's that a little bit of room in the ceiling to give himself a little bit of an idea if anybody is pushing that balcony door. Doesn't seem to be the case for now, as we have Sky Guardian approaching the basement, trying to go for a potentially a West Main Stairs play right now. Lone Soldier has the hatch in control. Easy's going to come in for that support as well. The Oryx's position is now given away. Shots will be fired as a goo mine entrenched door, curiously enough. But Purisky will go down. Hasib gets the first one, and the Legion strikes to get the first kill. That's the second. Taha with one now. Joseph will fall. That's a huge one. There goes Easy as well. 3 kills to the Nobles, against the Nobles, excuse me. 4 now. MRCZ falling in, taking them one by one. It is now Lone Soldier in an ace clutch situation. Position given away. Trying to do whatever they can to deny a flawless to the Mercenaries. Going into overtime like this would probably be a little bit unfortunate. Here comes the first kill that the attackers have taken so far, and that's Lone Soldier with 1. My7 still has a C4. Hasib taking a ton of damage from that Type 89 AR. But, there we go. C4's out. Will not find its mark. Lone Soldier instead in the main lobby, trying to find the Legion at the moment. Hasib has to be careful. Flashbang is out. Uses that to push into the corridor. Instead, sees the Kaid. But there we go. Taha comes around, finishes out that round. And what a round from MercenarieZ. What a play from them in the moment that they most needed it. And with that, folks, they've won round 12. It is 6-6. So say it with me and brace yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for overtime?
Yes, it is, folks. Overtime from the side of MercenarieZ. They have brought it back. 6-6. Now it's all down to these 3 important rounds. Nobles, what once they thought that they had the advantage, what once they thought that they could have ended map number 2 Chalet with a high note. Here comes MRCZ fighting back as we see them claw back all the way up to this moment. 6-6. Pause will be requested from the side of MercenarieZ. I believe actually it was Ashrit who asked for a normal pause. Just have to wait and watch. As the site will be on second floor master bedroom, MercenarieZ will be the one on defense first, which means that at the end of round number 15, we will be back in the same roles, with Nobles being on attack, MRCZ being on defense. If and only if we see MRCZ winning their rounds on OT round, and also on Nobles if they secure round number 14. So it all comes down to this for MercenarieZ. And overtime is always the round where things could either go well or just might end up in a very chaotic note, Jack, because Nobles, their attack is very scary, especially in towards second floor side. They just left no one behind. It was just too much for MercenarieZ to handle. And they're making a decision to go back to the same side again here, Jack. Do you really think that this would be a good idea? Especially Nobles' attack, where we saw them just decimate players one by one in the exact same side that we're seeing right now?
I am not, excuse me right there for the voice crack, but I'm not too certain if going back to bedroom and office is a good idea. However, we should point that out that the last time we went to office, it was a MercenarieZ round win in round number 10. But the other thing to remember is that the last time they went, like the last time to round 10 that they went to bedroom was round 7, and that was a Nobles win. So it's 1-1 on this site. It could really swing either way. Round 7 was almost painful to look at, and round 10, Mercenaries really did everything they could to hold things together, to hold down the fort, and make sure they weren't taken out without a fight. That fight ultimately won them the round, and here we are now in overtime, round 13. The pause has, of course, unpaused, folks, and we are seeing the Oryx take center stage once again. MI7 with that operator. Hasib bringing in the Valkyrie this time around as Din goes into the Frost. And Taha and Ashrit bringing in the Denial duo as it is the Jaeger and the Wamai to be brought into the fore here. On the other side, of course, you've got quite a few, quite a few of interesting picks, as it were. And speaking of the attacker side, that Osa is an interesting pick, as it were. EZGG, they are going to be going. Excuse me, my goodness, I'm tripping over myself trying to get these words out. But EZGG is going to be going into the Doka B. My goodness, that was truly risky, as it were, as Pure Risky was trying to get a little bit of a kill on that library reinforcer. Not to be so. Taha holding down that angle into library itself as the drones are going to come in. The Osa has pushed up dangerously close on the balcony as well. 2 players on the front side. And wait a minute, is that, excuse me, MI7 on the first floor? Yes, it is. Opening up an angle across the map, as it were. Ooh, Risky giving away the fact that Blue Stairs is watched right now, trying to go for a chase on the Frost, but then has evacuated long since, just trying to waste the time. That is really important here. MRCZ are doing this smartly. They're not letting a kill go off because they know if Nobles get an advantage here, then it will be game, set, and match for this particular round.
Now, as we reach to the mid rounds itself, we haven't seen a single player being dropped out. Late placements of the Frostmat traps from the kitchen window. It's a bit too late, but at least all of the gadgets will be placed nonetheless. You still have the disc from Wamai, and once again, this is looking very powerful from the side of Mercenaries because they have just found the opening pick, and that is the Lone Soldier. The Heart Breacher not being able to open up those important line of sight will cause a lot of problems for Nobles as they were about to make a push. C4 tossed, won't be able to get a kill, but will deal major damage. And here comes the push from Joseph. He's so angry. He's going to find one. The second, no, he will be down at the hands of Taha. Nori Yashit is also there too. It's a 4v2 situation. Handled the situation from EZ as his marksman rifle will claim its foe. The SMG-12, such a powerful weapon in close range, but in long range, you need to be very precise. Burst fire angles. Easy is going to miss his shots, and this is definitely a nervous moment for Nobles because it's a 1v3 situation. Informations will be given from the cam. He needs to vault from the window as he's losing a lot of time in his hands. And Wamai, Taha, he is just waiting for him. Once he makes a push from the vault, he will be met with 2 angles that even though if he does secure a kill, a vault back will be done nonetheless. Okay, triple kill, a knife as he secures the kill. And MI7 will be there at the right time to take out the final player, in which Mercenaries will get overtime match point. That's right, folks. Round number 14, Mercenaries have now the advantage, and all it needs is a single round on attack to claim map number 2. They've come a long way on map Chalet, and this could be it. Or maybe we could see Nobles put it back all the way to round number 15. Anything can happen. Wine Cellar and Snowbill Garage will be the side at this point. Mercenaries have such good control on defense, but can they do the same thing on attack? Well, let's find out.
If there was ever a time for Mercenaries to take match point, not match point, excuse me, but to take the lead and match point, I guess you could say match point as well, it was now. It really was now. There was no two ways about it. They needed this overtime lead, and they needed it in this very moment. It is crucial for them because it gives them the hope. It gives them that idea that, yeah, We can do this. We are on the
Attackers
cusp,
are moving out to
and
locate
there's
a bomb and
only
defuse
a
it.
little bit that is separating us from a round win here. We've got an Osa pick coming in, along with a 0 as well from the mercenary side. As interestingly enough, those are two operators we haven't seen too much of from MercenarieZ attack, if I remember correctly. They were more inclined to play with the Blackbeard and other associated forces rather than bring in the Osa. We did still see, I do believe, 0 a couple of times from them, but Osa not so much. MI7 is bringing in that operator, going 14-8 alongside Taha as well. There's a lot happening for those two in the map. Whereas on the other side, in terms of the kill to win, Nobles have Joseph going 17-9, playing a Thunderbird as well, a very free operator who loves to peek because they know full well that they will get healed up by those Kona stations, as we have two operators holding down the dining room and West Main. The site itself is basement, snowmobile and garage, as has been stated, obviously. But for now, where are these plays going to be from? There's a C4, but that was used to make a line of sight onto the stairs. Wait a minute, there's somebody in big garage, and that is going to be Joseph taken care of. They did not know where the thermite was. And that's one down, and that's the big one, the big fish as well, taken care of. Joseph on the floor. Risky going up, trying to take this risk of a flank at the moment up the stairs of the main lobby, as the attackers in the meanwhile, they flood the kitchen dining side of the map. One drone goes down. Risky has to make a decision which way to go from. Going to kitchen, going to the other side. That Sam cam, the Argus cam, sent out by Naughty Ushrith, will be denied. That, of course, means that things are going to be a little bit dicey. That peak is given away. The cam's going to be dealt with as well. The Osa does so. Risky still going for that peak. Not going to find anything off of that just yet. 50 seconds for the MercenarieZ attack right now. They might have taken the first body, but they still need to get in there. They still need to deny these defenders their positions. Thermite with one more secondary EA, with one more breach, is going to get things started. There goes Easy in the meanwhile. The smoke has been taken care of, and Taha really wants to go in for the plant. There's the Defiant Sky Guardian. 5 versus 2 right now. The plant could realistically happen, but Hasib goes down. Lone Soldier finds the kill onto one, as the plant is now happening. Risky could find a second, can't quite do so. C4 is out, but will miss Taha. The plant happens, it's a 1v4, and Lone Soldier will fall to the floor as well. It is the map taken by MercenarieZ as they win on overtime, 8-6. What a play from them, and my goodness, they had to fight tooth and nail for this one. And would you believe it, folks? It's not even over. But for now, MercenarieZ 8-6 up. They take us to map number 3. Nobles, they will unfortunately be livid with their performance right now, because they had the chance to seal this map in the coffin, basically, but they never got around to hammering those last few nails in. And like the Undertaker from so long ago, MercenarieZ swoops in and snatches out the victory. Here we have what could potentially be one of the greatest games from MercenarieZ I've seen in my casting career, folks. But we'll have to make that decision later on. Right now, let's focus on the here and now, that is to say. Both teams have won their own maps, and both times it was very close. Clubhouse from Nobles was a 7-5 to them, and it nearly went overtime as well. And on the other side, of course, as we go into the map recap, this map was a 8-6 Chalet, of course, going 8-6 to MRCZ. They had to fight very hard. And Villa, another map that MRCZ are known to be good on, but Nobles aren't exactly slouches either. That third map is going to be, once again, a humdinger of a game, folks. Oh boy, we hope you're strapped in for the long run, because I've got a feeling we're going to have another OT coming in very, very soon. But we're going to be talking about Chalet for a little bit longer. Of course, we've got a few more stats to go through, numbers to crunch, and then we'll be taking that pre-map break. As there you have it. Speaking of the numbers, we've got the match summary ready, I do believe, so let's see it. And I expect a lot of numbers from both sides here, and there you see Baba Gusta. My goodness.
4 initial frags from Taha. My god. That to 79% cost for MI7, 14 kills and 17 kills to Joseph. This man right here is one of the most dangerous players we've ever seen from the side of Nobles. I mean, he not only does the supporting for the team, he also shows that he can also frag and potentially put Mercenaries in a very bad spot. He can do everything that he wants to, but Taha shutting down Joseph for like 4 defensive rounds back to back was just so influential, so critical for Mercenaries in order for them to win the second half 8-6. It couldn't have happened if Taha wouldn't have secured that important kill. Shutting down Joseph was exactly what Mercenaries aimed to do on defense, and they did ended up doing so. An impressive job from Mercenaries as they cling up, winning map number 2, and now they just have to face map number 3 Villa. And last time I remember, Jack, map number 3 Villa, Nobles and Mercenaries, Nobles actually won it in an overtime match point. It was the same situation, 8-6, but it was Nobles who had won. Now we are back on the same map, Villa, to be the deciders. Like imagine, like it's like the stars have just aligned in one place, and that is Villa nonetheless. My God, the finale itself is going to be so mind-boggling, Jack. At this point, if Mercy just pulls off yet another win on map Villa, this could be like a moment of history that's about to be made here.
It could be. It could very, very well be. Mercenaries, it's not over yet. They know that better than anyone right now. As we've stated time and time again, they are the last hope for South Asia. But let's not say it too much because who knows, we might end up jinxing them by accident. So let's not have that, folks. Instead, we're going to be going on a quick break in just a moment. We're not just done yet. But I will say, Baba, remembering what Villa was on the other day when these two teams fought, and now seeing Villa back again, it is going to be a daunting hill to climb. Not hill, daunting mountain to climb for both teams. But I do believe this deadly duo of dangerous teams will be able to scale it. Who will be the one to reach the summit? We'll find out after this short break. Stay tuned, folks.
Feels like I've been doing way too much. I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been working through this stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been getting kind of tough, babe. Feels like say something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? It's like we're fighting. Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? your Hata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the esports club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining, of course, is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back once again, folks. And this time, it's for map number 3 in this engagement that we have between MercenarieZ and Nobles, both of which teams are looking really strong tonight, as it were. And in the meanwhile, of course, how can we forget the 2 maps that have been happening so far? Of course, we had Clubhouse to start things out. That was Nobles' own pick, as it were. 7-5 to them. And then we went to Chalet 8-6 as MercenarieZ mounted what could be the start of a potential reverse 2-0. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, it is map 3. It is Villa. It is Decider as the bans, the last ones for this match for tonight, are about to get underway as we have, once again, what is now practically a standard ban, Flores, to start us off.
Once again, the same bans that we've seen on past 2 maps. We will see the same attacker ban, Flores, being put from the side of Nobles. But what would be the answer for MercenarieZ? They know they've been in the situation where they lost against Nobles on map Villa in the group stages. Now, this is lower brackets. If they lose map Villa, then that means that MRCZ might have to pack up and go home. And Nobles would be the one to proceed into the next phase. So I'm hoping that MRCZ will bring out their counters right. And Nobles, they will do what they do best when it comes to being aggressive in their play styles. And once again, we'll see the same bans just like we saw on Chalet. Flores, Iana, Azami. And also, last but not least, we might be able to see a Solus ban, or better yet, other defensive bans. And there you go. Goyo will be banned from Nobles because you know how powerful Goyo is on map Villa, especially on sites like second floor ABG, Statuary and Bedroom, and also even on the first floor site itself. So with Goyo gone, they can only rely on smoke gas canisters to deny the attacker's push. But that's the only defensive operator that can do. Maybe they could bring in the cap can. We've seen a lot of cap cans being brought around. But Nobles will be the ones on defense. MRCZ on attack. They just came back by winning an overtime match point on map number 2 Chalet. Now would be the time where we might see MRCZ bring back and secure map number 3. Or we could see Nobles end things off. Anything could happen. Map 3 is opened up, and they're going to start it off on first floor dining and kitchen.
First floor dining kitchen, an interesting site to start things off on, but not unexpected in its entirety, given that this site is just really, really good for defenders. We've got a Solus play, of course, as you pointed out, Babagusta, and that is going to be very important to deny drones, to deny utility, and to give intel to the side of the defenders. Nobles will be relying on this Solus for whatever info they can possibly get on where attackers are, what they're doing, what utilities are about to come out and where, and more importantly, who's on a cam that we can potentially see for from below, or just straight up aggress outright. A lot of intel can be gained from that Solus and her scanner, so that's something that needs to be dealt with for MRCZ. You also have to look at who's playing that Solus. That is Pure Risky, a player who runs, as is their namesake, purely on risk. They take risks, they play a very risky style, and I do believe the last time these two came to Villa, Pure Risky was one of the main forces that kept MercenarieZ at bay for a lot of those rounds. So, how will MRCZ react here? Well, they're going to start by finding the Kaid. Okay, we had a Twitch very, very close to the side, finding the Kaid and emptying things out. But Easy falls on the other side as we had a refrag being taken. MI7 to fall to the hands of said Solus. Risky's now on the side. Joseph playing just around the side, outside of it, lurking to give his team some support. Lone Soldier as well. Second floor control has largely speaking been given away. But they have to be careful about the C4s coming from below. There is still, actually, there aren't any C4s remaining. So that's something to contend with for the Nobles as Astro Stairs and Bottom Red are currently being watched.
Yep, second floor, all at the hands of MRCZ. Turns out they'd like to play fire with fire. And for Nobles, I'm pretty sure that they will expect anything that would come up from MercenarieZ's end. Currently, the advantage is still at the hands of MercenarieZ, and Lone Soldier once again going in for an individual roam. A very risky decision to be in, going all the way deep in towards the bathroom side. Will catch one of the players, and that would be Hasib. He's gone, he's equalized it, and now all focus on Lone Soldier because he doesn't have any crossfire angles being placed. Neither Joseph or Pure Risky will be there to support him because he's all by himself, and now MercenarieZ are going in for a crossfire angle push that might cost him his own life. But there you go, 3v2, there goes Lone Soldier. But at least on the bright side, removing Hasib has denied some grenade utilities. Now they can only worry about vertical line of sights, and MercenarieZ, I'm pretty sure that they will have a very tough time finding these two important defenders on site.
Absolutely, but the other thing that they have to deal with is the long angle that the Solus is currently holding. As the flashbang goes out, that's going to force the Solus out of that position they were in. Air trap goes off in mid-stairs, and there is the Jaeger cleaned up. It's all now up to Pure Risky. There come the pings, there come the shots. The Nomad is in and gets taken down. But Risky is also very low on HP now. The plant is happening. There's no way to stop it. Just got to play the post plant 1v2. Beautiful shot to find one. And another Pure Risky! What a play! What a shot! And MercenarieZ unfortunately lose the post plant. The round that should have been theirs, only to fall by the wayside because of this Solus. Pure Risky will keep the ball rolling for the Nobles and start things off on a very good note. But MercenarieZ, I have to say, if there was ever a round that I could point to criticize that late round sloppiness that this team suffers from, that has to be it. That Solus's position was given away long ago, and there was no need for the Nomad to push early without the plant going down. There was, sure, I get it, that cross angle was there, but then you had other players approaching. There was someone in Memorial Room coming into the site that could watch and keep the Solus at bay. The Nomad could have stayed outside the door. It would have been fine. The plant would have still gone off. Again, just overstepping the line a little bit, and then ending up in that position where you really shouldn't have been to begin with. That is not the way you start a map, MRCZ. One can only hope that round 2 onwards you can do better.
They have to, because if they keep making that mistakes once again, the Nobles will definitely be happy to get more wins on this defensive round. Definitely not a good way to start things off for MercenarieZ. They had the advantage first. Next thing you know, it was Pure Risky who ended up getting 4 kills in a single round. Yep, 4 kills at the hands of Pure Risky. A trade which did ended up being in favor for Risky's end. He secured a 1v3 clutch, which was not supposed to happen. And now round number 2 will be even more frustrating for MRCZ as we see a Blackbeard being coming out from Hasib. He wants to contest these lines of sights, especially when he's going up against, roamers like Valkyrie, the Legion, or pretty much so the Solus, because the P90 deals not a lot of damage, but a lot that can dish out major damage to that rifle shield. So a good pick to that, but you still got to be careful of the huge fire rate that the gun has. But for now, the main focus has to be Lone Soldier and also the player who's currently holding on from the bathroom side, because that angle is so powerful. They have to figure out a way to remove this. They could do it with the help of information. Shock Drone being able to detect Legion and remove.
Goodness.
Actually, no. They don't remove the Legion, but instead they will remove Hasib instead. The Blackbeard is gone. MI7, no! He's playing around the bathtub and somehow he gets away with it. He's still alive. And not Yashid, he will still get Sky Guardian, but somehow Easy is still alive. He still has to get away from that position, but he's too scared because there's one player right from the window side. And MI7 will finally get the kill. 4v3. What just happened? Easy was in the bathtub for almost 30 seconds. MRCZ couldn't get to secure the kill. Finally, they did, and now we're about to reach the mid rounds, where it's a 1v2, still at the advantage of Mercenaries, but things could not go well if Nobles decides to hold their ground just like they did in round number 1.
I guess Easy really needed that shower, didn't he? But not shower, that bath, I guess you could call it. But in the meanwhile,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, that is an interesting place to go on cam there for Taha. Do they know of this Jaeger's position? I have my doubts about it. Shots about to be fired, but the Jaeger's the one to fall instead. Taha will be more than happy to take that. Again, a 4v2, but we've been here before. And it's Lone Soldier and Pure Risky once again alive, the two who got the kill. Oh my
Okay.
goodness! Oshrid just wanted to open the window, but gets a very good deal on that particular opening. That now leaves Lone Soldier, the last one standing. Risky, the hero from the last round, no longer in play. Lone Soldier has to make this count. Main stairs is heard. Shots will be fired, but it's the Twitch, and the F2 will win out. MI7 gets it, gets that kill, and MRCZ this time not quite, again, it can still be a little cleaner from them. I will admit it's still a bit scrappy at times, but a better round and better played overall. So credit where credit is due for the side of the Mercenaries, 1-1. And it's an early equalizer. Mind you, MRCZ is on attack first. So that's something to keep in mind. Nobles, they, of course, they're on the defense first. And Villa being a defender-centered map, it's something that they will like to take advantage of before going into the second half. Mercenaries on the other side, they would like to at least make it a 3-3 before going into defense, because that way they can reset and truly push for an advantage. As for the Nobles, we know what they need here, a 4-2, or absolutely ideally 5-1 even, but that might be asking for a bit too much given the form that Mercenaries are in.
Yep, round number 3 will definitely put a lot to the table for both Nobles and Mercenaries.
10 seconds to go.
See once again bring in the Blackbeard. Blackbeard is definitely, I don't know whether if it's helping or not, but it did eventually, he did eventually lose the gunfight to Easy in towards the bathtub side. So Nobles, they've,
Mind you, Grace did point out as well, right? And I have been noticing as well that Blackbeard has been having a minor resurgence as of late, right? In UKIN, even in the NA leagues, from what we're seeing. Which is interesting. Secondary EMPs have not really impacted the Thatcher's pick rate as much as you would think, or ban rate, I should say. So the Blackbeard pick is, I really feel like it's a comfort pick that a lot of people are just going for now, because gunfights have become so important in the current meta of Rainbow Six. But and as I had to slide that one in there, Blackbeard is getting a bit of a resurgence in terms of pick rate. We're still not sure why, but stay tuned. Watch this space for when we finally figure out the mystery behind this pick.
Attackers have located
I'm pretty sure it's a good counter to weapons which has high fire rate and less weapon damage. Like you have the Alibi which deals 25 damage. You also have Pure Risky who's playing as the Solace. The P90 doesn't deal a lot of damage, right? And currently the health of the rifle shield is around 110 HP. So you could still have, you could say that when it comes to certain operators, Blackbeard can still dish out good hold. You can still have like better chances of winning gunfights in certain operators which have low weapon damage, and that's actually a good thing. Talk about good thing. Din starts things off. There goes Sky Guardian. And whether the Kaid will no longer be able to use his C4s to get the kill. But here comes Solace. Impact to open up lines of sight. Hopefully to get a kill or two. Yellow pings will be given to give the proper information on players' whereabouts. But Naughty Yasri just says, nope, not gonna happen. We'll just continue to gain our momentum. Removing Easy off the board. As once again, we will see Nobles facing a lot of problems in controlling their man count.
A lot indeed. Joseph taking damage now as well, trying to watch 90 hallway. MI7 really wants to speak. That Jaeger has to go, but Lone Soldier comes in, finds Hasib. That's your Blackbeard gone again. Unfortunately so. Smoke grenade is out, and the approach into Astro is there. They know this Jaeger's position, and they're really going to go for the peak. Ushrith falls in the meanwhile, but Taha gets that. There goes Risky. It's all down to Lone Soldier, now in a 1v2 as they find Din, excuse me. That's one down, sees the other, but position now given away. There's a red ping as well. MI7 has to be so careful about this. Has to push out. The Twitch doesn't know it, but just about wins the gunfight. Lone Soldier, unfortunately, couldn't get all the shots in time. And MI7 takes advantage of that moment. That really was a millisecond that decided whether that gunfight went one way or the other, and it went MI7's way. Mercenaries take the lead in the early round now, 2-1, going into the fourth.
Mercenaries are definitely not going to give up, not just yet. And Nobles, they are feeling the pressure right now. Second floor AVG will be the side once again. And now they might be thinking, was banning Goyo a good idea? Because Goyo could have helped them in denying a lot of time for the attackers. We could have seen a Mira being brought out, but turns out Nobles doesn't want to bring in the Mira. And they still want to stick with Solus. Info games from the Valkyrie. You even have Sky Guardian with the Kona stations. And Easy, and apparently on a map like Villa, he's definitely not having a good time at all. Pure Risky, he's the one. Pure Risky is the one who's been dealing, a lot of damage to MRCZ's attack coordination lately. But Joseph, Sky Guardian, and Easy, they are yet to make their appearance. But turns out it always comes to those trade games, and apparently MRCZ are getting total control of the situation, all the way from removing the roamers, establishing vertical line of sight, and removing players one by one. Everything is looking accordingly to plan. And if MRCZ do tend to secure round number 4, I'm pretty sure that Nobles has to go in for a tactical timeout, because the amount of pressure that Nobles are in right now, a timeout could be best for them to refresh their, to refresh their minds, make sure to, to realize what kind of mistakes that they're happening, and make sure that they'll be able to bring things back up accordingly. But MRCZ, they're currently getting into their heads, and turns out it's working out for them.
Well, it's very early in the map to say that, I would believe, so we'll have to wait and reserve that judgment for later. Is that a Jaeger getting very, very frisky on the bedroom side? It does seem to be the case, as in the meanwhile, we've got the pings going out onto these positions of these drones and some such. But wait a minute, Ashrith and Hasib are starting off strong right now. They find Risky and Joseph in quick succession. Ran MI7 coming around the back, but the wallbang comes in from Sky Guardian. That's a big one as well. Finding the Twitch, and MI7, who falls, is a big, big catch at the same time. More shots are about to be fired as the Legion falls back towards the site. 4v3. Again, a possible situation for the Nobles to be in. It's not quite out of their hands just yet. And they have the Kona stations as well. So they'll all be on full health, which is something, of course, that MRCZ will be more than aware of. With all that said, they have to find their way close to the site, find themselves an opening, and get in there. Once they do, they can truly let themselves in and find their way across. Oh my goodness, that's C4 from Lone Soldier. Finding Taha like that. Ooh, that could just be the play that determines the round, as now the rest of MRCZ, they've lost their big advantage, and they have to be so much more careful.
Yep, no hard breaches right now, and the only thing that they can rely on is doorways, and then going to meet with a very heavy gunfight from Easy. Very confident as ever. He doesn't want to let him enter inside study building. Repels will be made, inverted repel, good idea. Might be able to find some great info, and Easy decides to fall back. With some information being gained, Mercenaries are starting to lose a lot of time. Nobles, they've done all they've could. Now, with MRCZ making their push from Aviator's room, they're about to make their execute. Flashbangs being thrown around to see whether if they can find anything. Plans will be made. Will we see denials? No, we do not. I'm pretty sure that the flashbang kind of masked the sound, and this will be post-plant. Nobles somehow couldn't get to deny it on time, but here comes Sky Guardian. He will deny both of them. Din, he needs to get out. He needs to get out of the repel. He needs to push from the study, but he got himself caught. And just like that, Nobles will secure round number 4 with a simple use of their traps. For a moment there, I thought that they didn't hear the sound of the defuse being used. But turns out, Nobles, they were waiting for them to go in for a successful plant just to catch them off guard. That was a smart move coming in from Nobles. Kind of like that. Securing their round and also initially equalizing it to a 2v2, as the side kitchen and dining will be the site for Nobles to defend.
Kitchen and Dining, the
Defenders,
site
protect
that
your
we
bombs
started
from
it
being
all on,
defused
that
by
Nobles
attackers.
won in their very first try. AVG and Trophy are kind of hit or miss at the moment, as Nobles have once again equalized the situation, the round count, I should say, and bring things
Attackers have
around
located a
to
bomb.
their own favor. However, there's a lot more to be done, a lot more work, and a lot more overall play that they need to show before we can safely say that this map could be theirs. And of course, there's a long way to go for Mercenaries as well. It's not exactly all that easy to win map number 3, especially when the two teams that are playing are so evenly
5
placed
seconds left.
in this particular matchup. I say that purely because of what we've seen tonight, folks. I'm not even considering the previous BO3 that they had, but even if you do, again, they fought tooth and nail for all of those maps and all of those rounds that they eventually won. And that is something that they'll need to do again. And that is something that probably will happen again. We're probably going to see another OT at some point in this match, in this map. That's, a discussion for the future. Right now, let's zoom in. Round number 5 is currently all active. The site is first floor, but there's a strong 2F presence here. Ooh, easy taking a bit of damage right there from a couple sprays through the wall from the Zofia. Then, of course, we'll now be fully aware that, hey, there's somebody up here that needs to be cleared out. Drone's going to go in. That's from Ushrit, the Nomad. Give that clearance. As Din will fall. Oh, dear me. That's a big one. The Zofia getting caught. And Lone Soldier finds another Taha to fall. Oh, this is looking bad. Very bad. Hazeeb fires one back. And MI7 as well. That's 2. But they've lost so many bodies in between. Taha, Din, and Ushrit. So very important players as well. All of them have now fallen. It's a 2v3, and MRCZ are very much in the back foot. Again, Nobles showing this absolute strength they have sometimes, and MI7 nearly biting the dust there. Got to be careful of that peak that could come in at any moment from Sky Guardian.
Yep. That is definitely a very tough spot for MRCZ to be in. Lost a lot of bodies. Pulse is going to scan. Run out will be made. Actually, no, it's not a run out. Haseeb just removed off the barricade just to enter in towards the second floor. Opening up lines of sight, maybe a hatch towards the laundry place, but information will be constantly given from the cardiac sensors, and so does the counters from the IQ, hoping to remove a Pulse off. C4s will be tossed out, but Haseeb somehow dodges it. With only a minute left, you still got to face with 3 defenders. Sky Guardian still has 2 impacts. A single impact is more than enough for MI7 to be downed from the second floor side, but he doesn't want to do it just yet. He'll use it just for confirmation on the kill, or maybe he'll just rely on his weaponry instead to provide those important crossfire angles and support his teams. Once again, MRCZ are taking their sweet time. Drone works will be made to give important information all the way from the side itself. Now, he knows that there is no one in towards Memorial. Cooked nade. Will it find one? No, it does not. MI7 in a very dangerous zone. He needs to secure a kill. His position has been compromised. And just like that, Sky Guardian just gets away with a kill. Haseeb will go out. He sees the leg of MI7. No, he does not. Still all by himself. Low on HP. Breach charges in hand, but he won't be able to find anything at this moment. But he needs to make a push. He needs to get a kill. A lot of damage been dealt around, but somehow MI7, he gets 2. It's a 1v1. Joseph, is he going to run away? Yes, he is. He's running all the way towards Pantry to save his life. And that is what Nobles will exactly do it. Round number 5. It all goes down to time. And time is the 6th defender. Just like Ray said, Jack.
Well, with all that being, said and taken care of, I think it's worth pointing out that Nobles are the type of team that will do just about anything to really win, right? If it means, waiting it out and not playing aggressive, waiting for the time to just tick away, they will do that. They are more than happy to do so. But if it also means that playing aggressive nets you those kills and you can really show that, oh, yeah, I am getting kills. We as a team are getting these kills. We're doing all of this. These rounds, they are ours. And Mercenaries, you can't do anything about that. They'll also do that. They are here to win, and in no uncertain terms are they trying to do the same. But MercenarieZ have been giving them a bit of a tough time in most of these rounds. Even that last one, I mean, really, the IQ almost had it, but it is what it is. There was only so much that could be done in that moment. We're going back to second floor, this time to trophy, interestingly
10 seconds
enough,
remaining.
for the side
Bomb
of
located by attackers.
the defense here. Although,
5
when you really
seconds
look
to
at
go.
it, yeah, it's not really surprising that trophy was picked because AVG and Kitchen have both been won back-to-back for Nobles. Neither of those sites will be unlocked right now, so they have to go for the site that they are yet to win once. And Mercenaries, on the other hand, they're still going to want that 3-3. That would be ideal for them just to reset and restart on the second half. Again, there's the final map, folks. There's no more chances for either team after this. Could we have the second MENA team to be eliminated from the tournament here? Or could we have SA bowing out the competition? Again, we are just about to find out. Shots are fired. Taha sees one inside of the closet. That's an interesting place for Joseph to be playing in. More shots are about to go off here as that Jaeger is trying to just find where they can catch more attackers from.
There's a reinforcement as well from the bathroom side, which means Jaeger is safe for now in coat room. But here comes the Selma breach charges. Will Pure Risky save his life? No, he will not. One of the breaches will be made, but it's just a slit that can give an angle way right from the window side, and Joseph is still contesting the angle. Hasib needs to do something about this. He could go in aggressive and try to go in for the kill, but Joseph, he is very good when it comes to getting those important kills. The only choice for Joseph is to either run away or challenge these gunfights and get traded out in the process. But whom will he take out is the important part. If he removes Hasib, the chances of defenders winning their initial gunfights will be huge. But if he takes out the ace, then that means the Selma breach charges could have been used elsewhere that will no longer be in part of their play. But all in all, it's still at a standstill, and Joseph will go down, and Hasib, with the power of that rifle shield, will be able to secure that kill. Important one, because now they got courtroom control. But look at the amount of time that's been wasted around here, Jack. All just to remove the Jaeger. Selma breach charges were used. Rifle shield's been destroyed. Taha low on HP. Pure Risky still contesting. He removes MI7. 4v4. The trade-offs is back. And Pure Risky still making risky decisions, but it does ended up being not in his favor. But this second floor site will be a dangerous one to look at here, Jack.
That it will be. Sky Guardian cleans up on one. That's two now. As there's a C4 from below, but it does not find its mark. Nadia Ashrith looking for this lesion, knowing full well where Easy could be. Flashbang is out, and that will force Easy to just look away for a moment. The Wamai losing the gunfight only barely. Where's the diffuser? They do have it now, but Lone Soldier is here. Red pings are out as well in force, which means things are going to get dicey. That Legion could push out and does so. And Easy loses the life to Din, who's now going for the plant. This is, yeah, there we go. It's not exactly a difficult cleanup right there for Lone Soldier. There were plenty of opportunities to find that. Zofia does so. Nobles will make it 4-2, the situation they were really looking for going into the second half, because now they've got that advantage. Even if Villa's a defender-centered map, mostly speaking, they can still win more attack rounds than Mercenaries if they apply themselves in a good enough fashion. But with all that said, MRCZ again getting a little sloppy, getting a little scrappy. Too much helter-skelter happening on that team over there. They need to clean it up. They need to be a little bit more tightly coordinated, a little bit more, they need to play around each other as well. They're not doing that duo thing. They're doing it every now and again, but they're not really duoing with each other the same way they were in the latter half of Chalet. Now, mind you, that only started in the latter half of Chalet. Before that, it was all 1v1s that were still happening. So things can very well change, and they should, if Mercenaries still hope to win this matchup. We've got Amira coming in from the defender side. MRCZ bringing in the Spanish defender with those black mirrors. Absolutely powerful at holding down and closing off angles and entries and rotates, whatever have you. And on the other side, you've got the Solus as well. Valkyrie and a Capcan. Hasib really loves this operator on Villa against the MENA teams. While it does make sense, I'm still a little bit on the fence about the Capcan's usefulness, but I guess we will find out hence.
Yeah, we'll be able to find out, Jack. Now, since it's role swap, it's Noble's time to attack, and the explosions are a lot. Impacts and Legion, sorry, not Legion. This impacts and C4s only. The only traps that they have is just the EDDs and the cams that give vital information from Valkyrie's end. That's the only thing that they have at this moment. So Nobles are actually thinking of going in for a challenge of verticality, maybe some cook grenades to remove 1 or 2 players out in the process. Taha still is currently being in towards first floor to provide some protection, cover, or maybe support, but turns out that's been instantly denied from Joseph. He should have been very careful, especially on towards Zophia's location. But now, since that they have the whole first floor site in control, the mirrors will be destroyed as well. A minute and 50 seconds. Look how much progression that we see from Nobles. They removed Taha. They even destroyed the mirrors, both of them. And now they'll be facing a lot of repercussions into a study room because you have Lone Soldier who's using the Excalibur pellets to open up lines of sight. Maybe a cook grenade to secure a kill. No, it does not. Mercenaries are still alive. Well, not for long. Joseph just found another kill with Hasib being eliminated out of the round.
Massive drops right now. They need to hold this down, and it's not happening. Sky Guardian gets another MI7 now on the floor. Din is holding an interesting position right outside on the landing. I'm not sure what Ashad was thinking there with that push out, but there we go. That's one. That's two. Din, my goodness, is completely surrounded. There was only so much that that poor mute could do in that moment. And even then, they tried their hardest. Second floor AVG does not work out. Nobles again. 4 rounds in a row. Mercenaries are yet to give themselves another round here that they so desperately need. Oh boy. MercenarieZ, it's dicey, but it's not impossible. Pick yourselves up. It ain't over yet. It's 5-2 to the Nobles, sure, but it's not over. And Mercenaries know that. They might be tiring a little bit. This match is going for quite a while now, but they can still win this, I feel like. They just need to have more, just a little bit more concise thinking, a little bit tighter coordination, just to really communicate with themselves. They're really falling apart in that sense as well. From what we saw in that last round, I can pretty much say that their 1v1 problem has come back to bite them a fair bit. They cannot afford to give away those lone peaks like that, especially in those final 2vx situations. You simply cannot push out. Even if both of you are separated, wait and play together. That is what you need in that moment. We just weren't seeing that from Mercenaries. Right now, it's round 8. Nobles, they've got a really good hold on this map, and they are looking to make it such that MercenarieZ have no room for recourse here. MercenarieZ, again, the MercenarieZ I know, I'll tell you this much, can make their way back from this. It's gonna take a lot of doing, don't get me wrong. It is an exceptionally difficult position to be in, but they've done it before, and they surely can do it again.
But to be honest, Jack, Mercenaries, it kind of feels like they're revisiting their nightmares, right? Because Nobles, let's not forget, they succeeded Villa on group stages. And it's kind of like having history being repeated once again in this lower bracket stages too. So the pressure is definitely getting up to them, and especially the way how Nobles are, focusing very hard on not making a single mistake shows that they're very determined to make things work out. But Taha, beautifully done. The impact to get a confirmation on the kill to remove Joseph, at least that is one of the dangerous players down. But with the cost of Din, the man count is still equalized. They still have to worry about Easy. They still have to worry about Pure Risky, who can deal major damage to MercenarieZ's defensive hold. But Taha could be the make it or break it moment for Mercenaries to just stay alive. Smoke's being used, but he's been remote out because he kind of went in for that peek. Didn't have good amount of cover, but here comes Pure Risky. Being downed out, but Easy comes just at the right time to save his teammate. And now it's all at the hands of Taha. 1v3. Cannot get the second because Easy is just dodging bullets like he's Neo from the Matrix. Switches back from the FMG, reloads the weapon. Healings will be made. Plan will be given. And now will be post-plant. Taha, can he secure this 1v3 post-plant? Doesn't have a lot of time, only 40 seconds. Easy just toying around right now with the Deagle. He feels like he wants to get the shot. Eventually, Taha will get the kill. But here comes Sky Guardian, all the way from the main stairs, securing match point for the team. And Nobles, they are one step away of proceeding into the lower brackets finals.
Okay, I want someone to explain to me what the thought process was for Hasib, the smoke, with an SMG-11 to peek an upside-down rappel on study window. I get it. The pressure is on, and you need kills, but like that? I'm sorry, I just do not see it. And again, it's this decision making from the mercenaries that really is just baffling to me when they could be winning these rounds, because we saw it on Chalet, right? We saw them make those plays where they were just hunkering down when required and aggressing when required. They were picking their gunfights mostly well, and they were, you know, playing the time on the defense as well. Just this time, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that mercenaries. What happened in the break? What happened in these few rounds? I'm not too certain. After round 3, it has been the Nobles show straight for 5 rounds. A timeout has been taken by mercenaries. I would say that this is quite late to be taking it, but a surprise nonetheless. We'll have to see. Well, not a surprise, but you know, it's not a surprise, but a I feel like it could have been taken earlier. When Nobles won 3 rounds in a row, that might have been the point to take this time out to really talk about what's going wrong instead of now. Again, delayed reactions from mercenaries is also becoming a thing slowly but surely. It's almost like fatigue is taking a hold of them. For a team to have come this far, we do commend them. But there needs to be just that final push that they need to make. Otherwise, all of that on Chalet will have been for not much ultimately. The timer for this timeout, excuse me, takes away 2 seconds and 1. And we are now going to resume as we go into match point round. Match point round number 1, that is for Nobles, or as we all know, round 9 in Villa.
Nobles have secured a match point, and securing this means that they will secure their spot on lower bracket finals.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Now,
by attackers.
let's not forget, Nobles have been in this situation for a very long time, especially on map number 2. They were on match point. Mercenaries did eventually secure a lot of rounds on defense. Although I do have to commend them, just like Jack said, the previous round, Hasib, the peak from main stairs wasn't really a good idea to begin with, you know? And Taha, a poor guy, he was all by himself on towards the first floor. He did all he could to not let a single attacker from the side of Nobles to even, push from main stairs. He gave that much freedom to Hasib. He could have just, instead of peeking, it could have been best to just fall in towards the stairs instead. That could have at least helped him to have a higher account of survivability. Smoke grenades could have helped him to block the attacker's entryway. He could have used for last round, pushes from the attackers, but yeah, mistakes are made, and here comes Nobles, especially Joseph, who brings in Grim. And the Ying. Oh boy. I mean, just by looking at these operators, Jack, it kind of feels like, is this the end? Am I going to see MRCZ lose on a 2-7 scoreline on Map Villa? They came all the way by securing overtime match point on Chalet. And Nobles bringing Grim, it kind of feels like it kind of feels like they're giving away a weakness. It's like they're giving the first punch. Like I wouldn't say giving the first punch. It's like giving a free punch to Mercenaries. It's like give it your best shot. It's kind of like that moment. But now, let's focus on the match. Nobles, once again, opening up lines of sight. MI7, He just needs to secure at least one or two early kills. Claw will be made, so is the Grimm's Hives, the Candelas will be used. Sky Guardian has beautiful angle from the Astro side. Informations will be heavily given, and here comes Pure Risky doing what he does best. 2 kills, Hasib and Din still holding things up. 3v3. Hasib definitely not looking good because of the Candelas. He will get caught out. Actually, it will be easy. Who will secure one? But the second, Hasib, still alive. He's still dealing damage. 2v3 confirmation will be given, but both of them are so low on HP. Joseph has expended all of his hives. He can no longer give information towards Astro nor on the side. So their location is still not compromised, but Hasib's is. It's a difficult one. Joseph, full on HP. And the same thing cannot be said to Hasib. And then, what a situation for MercenarieZ to be in. And here comes the sprinting Joseph. He gets one, and now it's all up to Den. He will be going out as well at the hands of Lone Soldier. And that would be it, folks. Team MercenarieZ. They've had a long run, but they have to bow out of this competition. They will be eliminated out from this invitationals. And for Nobles, congratulations to them. They will proceed to the lower bracket finals, where they will wait and see whether if they have to go up against GK Esports or up against Triple Esports.
Well, ultimately, we can't really say much other than it is what it is, folks. It really felt like tiredness had set in by that point for the mercenaries, and only so much they could do was what they attempted to do ultimately. Nobles on Villa, truly a force to be reckoned with, and, well, they simply have to continue on from this point forward. As for everything else that we've seen, well, mercenaries, let's not disparage them too much. Sure, we were harsh on them in the match when they were making mistakes, but hey, that is sometimes a caster's job to point these things out for those watching. But let's have a look at the map recap, folks. As sad as it may be for those from the SA region, it is what it is. And MRCZ have bowed out of the competition, taking the rest of South Asia and the rest of their hopes with it. 7-5, 8-6, and 7-2. Nobles with a 2-1 once again, taking their second win over mercenaries as well. Proceeding in the lower brackets, they will await their opponent, who will be, of course, the loser of tonight's second game, which is the upper bracket final. So we're getting the first finalist of the invitational decided, and we are getting another lower bracket match. That'll be tomorrow. Only one game tomorrow, folks, but let's not talk about tomorrow too much. Let's again zoom back a little bit. Really well played by the mercenaries. Credit where credit is due, but it simply wasn't enough, I am afraid to say. But they fought bravely and they fought valiantly. And sure, 7-2 might not look all that good at the end of the day. Really, it's not a good score to end on. And for MRCZ, it's a score that they desperately wanted to avoid. Even if at the end we could see the way they were playing right, they were still looking for those picks. They were still looking for those kills, for those plays, just to be able to say, we didn't get 7-2'd. But it is what it is. MRCZ, again, I applaud for what they have done. And really, their run in Group B was amazing to see. It just couldn't go on for long enough, unfortunately. As far as everything else goes, well, let's have a look at the match summary. Final talk about the stats of the night. We have a few more things after that, of course, to go over. There you go. The disparity between two sides can be seen very, very clearly, plain as day, so to speak. As far as cost percentages go, Nobles having two players above that 60% mark. Puriski, Sky Guardian, and Joseph falling below that. Joseph actually having a bit of a quiet map on Villa, all things considered. 4-7, 33%, and even then had an entry kill. Easy, having a really good Villa. 8-7, 78%, 3-0, really just impactful plays on the map, I think we can say, just based off of those stats. Looking at mercenaries, though, it's a little bit worse for wear. Din 7-10, 67%, 1 and 2 on entry. By far, probably their standout player as far as overall map presence goes. Ushrit and MI7 having the kills, not quite on the cost percentages. Taha and Hasib, some kills to them, but I can't really say that with the 44%, they affected too much of the rounds that they were in. 2-1 to Hasib on the entry. That's the Blackbeard for you. But even then, it just wasn't enough. MRCZ slowed down a bit too much on that final map. And that will conclude the match summary, folks. as South Asia unfortunately bows out of this competition. And from here on out, it is a MENA only tournament. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't come back and watch, because these MENA teams, well, they have proven themselves time and time again to be exceptionally fun teams to watch. I, for one, really, really love casting MENA matches and MENA SA matches as well, because it just shows me a whole new set of things that even SA teams could be doing, that the MENA teams do, that really, really just is exciting to see, and in some ways refreshing as well. Hey, if it's not the standard Oregon Clubhouse Villa day, I'll take it. I'll be honest with you. Let's go into the player spotlight, aka the MVP of this matchup. And as you can see, is it any surprise? It is Joseph coming in from the Nobles. And no surprise right there that Joseph is the player of spotlight, the spotlighted player, the MVP of the matchup.
Yep. 63% cost, 42% headshot. Not only was he there to support his team, but he was also there to recover the damage that had been dealt from Mercenaries. I still remember back at I believe it was round number 1, where I just somehow yelled Hail Mary Joseph. Oh man, just
It was in
28
Chile.
kills,
Yeah, it was in
1 point.
Chile.
Yeah, it was in Chile. I mean, Joseph was just playing out of his minds, man. I kid you not. I mean, if you have to talk about the competition which is happening in MENA, there is a lot that I would love to see. And looking at the playstyle that we've seen from Nobles, I just seriously cannot wait what we have in stores up against, Triple. We have GK Esports, three teams from the MENA region who will compete in the invitationals. Let's take a look at the head-to-head comparison between MRCZ and Nobles. I believe the MVP will be will be none other than Joseph, and then also we have MI7, 62% headshot on all those three maps. My God, and 32 kills. This man has been dealing so much damage on attack while he was playing as the Twitch. And getting a headshot percentage like that is very difficult, especially when you play all three maps with a good rating of 1.03, 32 kills. MI7 has been doing a lot of great work for the side of Mercenaries, and Ashred did a great job, so did Taha. But yeah, all in all, MRCZ, do not be disheartened. You guys did had an amazing experience up against great teams in the MENA region. So I'm pretty sure that in the next future tournaments we might be able to see a different type of Mercenaries. Who knows, maybe we could see a different type of Take Charge Esports. But all in all, the only thing that we still have to worry about has to be Nobles, GK, and Triple. As we take a look at the groups, as we take a look at the brackets as well, both the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. There you go, 2-0 from GK Esports, GK versus Triple, which will happen after a short little break. But if you take a look at the lower brackets itself, it will be Nobles who will proceed into the next lower bracket finals, where, just like I said, will be going up against GK Esports or Triple. The winner of the next matchup, though, will have a straight ticket to the grand finals best of 5, which means that they will have a good 1 day break so that they can relax, take a chill pill, and relax. I mean, just have a great time. Maybe just watch the whole VOD itself and see what kind of counters that either GK Esports or Triple might get if they secure a spot into the grand finals.
Well, with all that said, folks, Mercenaries and South Asia's run ends here in the Zotac Gaming the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. And of course, that also marks the end of this match that we just had. The lower bracket, round 1, has come to an end. And we'll be taking a quick break before we come back with the upper bracket final, as it were. GK Esports versus Triple, a match I'm sure a lot of viewers are now very much waiting to see. And we're not going to hold you any longer. But before we get to that, a very quick break while we recharge and set up game 2. Stay tuned.
nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing, nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Nothing, nothing. We don't talk about nothing no more. Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Zotac Gaming. The Esports Club presents Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your for today, Bob Gusta. With me, I also have Grace, as we are here to talk about the upper bracket finals, which is going to happen between Geekay Esports versus Triple Esports. Unfortunately for MRCZ, they did had a very great fight up against Nobles, but they had out of the competition because it was 7-2 on map Villa. Map number 3 deciders. They did give a good fight on map Chalet, but now the moment is here. We do have to talk about the second upper bracket matchup, folks, and that is between GK Esports and Triple. Grace, I know we've been talking a lot about how GK Esports and Triple Esports might go in for their counterplays. So let us recap and talk about exactly what GK Esports would implement on their planouts and what kind of maps do we expect from these two teams.
This is it, right? The last time these two went head to head, it was Chalet, Oregon, and Border. Do we expect them to go to the same maps? Most likely not. If they do, it'll be very spicy indeed. That means that the counter strats are coming through, especially if they start to choose each other's map pick. But of course, let's have a look first at this roster of Geekay. Names you're all very familiar with at this point. Seriously, Hashom, Mankalki, and Trilixt. Again, really capable players. The thing I personally really love about Geekay is the way that they play around each other, the timed high progression. But again, if that first entry falls, you have players like Key at the back. I think their stats actually the other day were the highest as that supportive backbone. Key is normally on that kind of Habana hard support role. So that for me is always an interesting one. When you have a backbone where if the rest of you fall down, they can seriously pop off. Of course, we've seen some disgusting little picks from these guys as time has gone on throughout this tournament. And these playoffs are no different. Yesterday, they were so ferocious. But speaking of ferocity, the lineup of Triple is not to be scoffed at either.
Yep. And you have players like IEZ and John, who've been famously known for their ridiculous plays, and also Ferez. I still remember the flick that he did on map Clubhouse. Jesus, especially while he was going in for the revive. It's just a sudden reaction, just a 180 flick and a perfect headshot to boot. These players are like mechanically gifted. That's all I can talk about from the side of Triple Esports. But all in all, if I have to talk about the consistent player and the one who can make all these creative strategies, I have to talk about Dovtukin, especially the double setup of the Vulcan shield on Clubhouse just to focus on removing Montaigne is one of the most best things I've ever seen about them. And I really cannot wait and see what kind of creative strategies do we get to expect between both Triple Esports and also from the side of GK. GK are more of like
Yes.
a full-on crossfire angle gun down players, and then we have another team like Triple Esports who are very strategic, talk about a different, not only relying on crossfire angles but using their gadgets to its full potential that could eventually end up getting a lot of kills. So let's take a look at the map vetoes itself and see what kind of maps do we get to expect in the upper brackets. Best of 3, will we get Oregon, will we see Border? I mean, high likely a chance that we might see those map being brought up, just like you said, Grace. But all in all, if this is an upper bracket finals, we might see a certain new maps like maybe bank or skyscraper to be put on deciders,
Hmm.
maybe maybe not, but
Ooh, skyscraper.
yeah,
Skyscraper's the
yeah.
first one. There we go, Balacasta. Classic, classic antics there. They're there, yes. Skyscraper, Cafe, Bank, and Chalet being banned out. Villa to start with. This is really interesting. Last time these two went head to head, when it got to that third and final map, I predicted they might go to Villa, both these teams, because that would be a really good one for these two. They didn't. They went to that border pick instead. So that coming out from the bat is very interesting to me. Oregon, I think that's just Geekay's pick anyway. They're very comfortable on that, very, very solid on that as well. And the clubhouse as the decider. I think that's maybe a little bit of a safety net. Again, if these two gets that third and final map, they want to have that even Stevens playing field to try and contest each other as best as possible. But Triple coming out with the Villa off the back, I think that's really spicy. Again, we've seen some teams really struggle with that throughout this season, especially when it comes to because of the size of it, how much they're maintaining that map control, how much they're keeping their eye on the clock, on that timer. And then Geekay as well going to Oregon. I just think that's very standard from them, to be honest. They don't really want to show anything too much. They love their Oregon. They're very comfortable in their Oregon. They can have a very dominating performance on that map. So am I surprised? No. Am I disappointed? A little bit. Again, like you, I wanted to see that skyscraper. I wanted to see Theme Park, to be honest. Again, Theme Park is one of my favorite maps in the map pool. I think you can certainly meet your maker on it. But yeah, the skyscraper would have been a nice one. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that. It's going to be a good old bread and butter best of three.
Yep, it's like the three standard maps that you'd expect in any ranked games: Clubhouse, Oregon, and Villa. It's like the most standard maps that you would always expect. But I think GK Esports and Triple, both of them wants to challenge on these specific maps because it kind of feels like they want to see whether if they've mastered those three important maps that we do get to see on a daily basis. But Clubhouse being the final map, we have, I mean, since we are talking a lot about Villa, the bans itself will be an important one because
Mm,
just like we had that conversation before, we might see a lot of Goyos being banned on defense, just straight up,
yeah.
because of how much time he can be able to waste. A total of 20 seconds per Vulcan shield. Very powerful on second floor AVG, very powerful on the entirety of second floor site itself. And his weapon itself is definitely it's a really great gun, that too, the Vector SMG, which has the highest fire rate with the rest of the guns. So Goyo, you still have Solace. So it always relies on the defenders either using information operators or trap operators. So it just depends on the defenders to see what kind of operators do they see fit and how they'd go into it on Mapilla.
Yeah, I think certainly information is the name of the game when it comes to those larger maps, especially given again the map control, the pressure that you have to be wary of. Um, Certainly, we often talk about maps being attacker or defend decided. Villa, I think everyone knows it's defend decided again, just because of that time waste. Especially, yes, there are quicker routes to that site. They're not often the safest ones. People will put these high progressive setups towards that immediate entry point. So again, the safest thing is to go for that full clear along that top floor. And just try and mind your six a little bit too. Again, flank drones really need to be on point, especially between these two, to be honest. Again, I really expect the flanks and the kind of more like dirty, snappy plays to start coming out. These are two very good teams. I'm certainly very excited for this. I'm surprised to see that, again, we're coming here again, and I wouldn't be too shocked if we end up seeing this on Sunday, to be honest. I don't want to call it too early, but again, I just know that these two might have a little bit of a field day with each other. I do think we're going to go to that third and final map. Again, if it doesn't, it means just one of these teams hasn't shown up today at all to the highest standard that they possibly could, because we know these two teams can do it. We know Geekay, again, they are very, very good at what they do. They're one of the best teams in the Saudi region. And again, with Triple, I could say it's the same thing. I've been really impressed with how they've played as well, and I think they can really have Geekay on the ropes a little bit here. Let's jump into this game though. Let's have a look. Let's see where these bans are indeed going, Babagusta, because again, we are expecting that Goyo. It's been a very common pick. I think the pick percent for this entire season has been very, very high as well. It's the attacking bans as well, but I'm curious to see maybe some Flores, some Osa, things like that, or maybe classics like the Thatcher. Ooh.
Yeah, well, turns out Flores ban it is, Grace. GK will definitely ban the Flores. Actually, it's fourth time in a row, production team. Yeah, as I was talking about the attack phase itself, the main reason why I said 4 was because the previous matchup that we had, it was best of 3, and we saw, Team Nobles ban Flores 3 times on every single map. It's like they don't want to have an explosive drone to destroy it. And also, the Kebi has been a major pick on attack since she has the power of the EMPs that can disable a gadget and also gives calls. And what's more dangerous is if one of the defenders gets caught out, she'll have every single information at the palm of her hand. So at this point, a very strong operator. So Triple Esports will just ban that. Azami, the most banned operator on defense, especially in this invitational. So we're gonna see GK Esports being the one controlling the final ban. So I'm just quite curious to know what it would be.
This is it. Triple really do like to ban out that Azami again. The last time these two went head to head, Triple are constantly coming through with that Azami ban, a very common ban nowadays. And of course, there we go, that good old fashioned Goyo that we've seen tons throughout this tournament. Those Vulcan shields really just causing a bit more delay to the timer. No one really wants to risk anything here when it comes to approaching that defense via Zami and Goyo being banned out. Again, it's all about them making sure there's as little trouble as possible for them to work against that timer. However, Solis is still on the board. Will we see her? I don't think just yet. I think it's going to be a bit of time before we start to see that come through. We are, however, going to see the Fawn. Again, those traps that you can be a bit more flexible with. So you can put them in some really nasty places, and that might cause a little bit of a ruckus while you're trying to gain that map control, especially if Geekay go for the extended hold here. This is where the pressure's going to really start to amount on Triple, who I'm assuming will, on this Aviator game site, they will be pushing from that bedroom just to be a little bit safer. Again, we are expecting an aggressive setup facing towards our office, as per usual. That's what most teams tend to do. The thing I'm excited for is, again, like if they don't go bedroom, we've seen it happen previously where you can go for that underneath attack, can't you? You can go maybe a bit more direct, but you're applying that pressure underneath by taking those nades. So if Triple do that, it's going to be players like John with those nades in pocket. But looking at the lineup again, the IQ, the Twitch, the Nomad, this indicates to me, Babagusta, they will be pushing from bedroom.
Yeah, absolutely, Grace. You still, the Nomad definitely would help when it comes to restricting the defenders to push towards Astro Stairs. So a good way for Triple Esports to establish that ground control all the way towards second floor. But you still got to worry about Statue because you have Mankal who's holding that site, and just like I said, he's gone. Perez picks him out, and just like that, they have Statue control. I was talking a lot about Mankal, knowing that they might be able to have firm control over Statue, but turns out I was wrong. Again.
Already Fares, there we go, tagging out the position of Key. Key gets a little bit fruity with this. Normally you like to see that kind of hard support anchor stay back to site, but we do sometimes see Key go for a little bit of a waltz, a little bit of a run around. He has pulled back though to try and go for a little bit of extra prep work around here. But for now, again, about a minute or so gone. John gets tagged up quite significantly. All of Triples is still focusing on doing the full map clear. This is where we want the air jabs to keep coming out. There we go. Guards has used all of them now too. So they should all be in position just to cover in case Geekay want to go for any cheeky late round flanks. Beautiful pick there. The Strixix falls down as well. So already decided Geekay getting significantly whittled down by the side of Triple. No immediate trade backs just yet, but this is where things get a little bit more complex. You have to try and get that vault wall open. You have to start to apply the pressure towards Zombie and 90 Corridor. But Geekay, we've seen them get very frisky with it before. They can always land their shots. They are so good mechanically. A difficult one to go up against. What utility is in the pocket here? There we go. The X-Kairos going out to open up that vault wall as Ferris starts to keep that pressure to prevent the shutdown of the hard support. Seriously, beautiful trade back as Guards takes down K as well. Seriously and Hasham now left in a 2 versus 4. The hole has been opened. This is where the pressure really starts to amount. That cutoff between both of these sites. Hashom, I'm not sure if they're aware of his positioning there, just hidden on that little shelving unit. This could be quite big there. Actually, they do certainly know now. Getting tagged up significantly, finished off by Dovklin. Hashom falls, and seriously, not really a lot you can do in that moment. Does get one before they are taken out, but goodness me, that was very clean cut from the side of Triple.
Clean and precise. All the way from top to finish. Statue was gone. Fares was just feeling it, man. 2 kills. Next thing you know, they had control on 90s already in the half round. All they had to do was just focus on the site. The drone hole, the positioning that Legion was playing was a very risky one, but we all know that especially when you stand in that position, you're more like your legs more likely be detected from the drone holes. So yeah, for GK Esports, they did what they could, but once they had their major damage done in the early round, there was no other way for GK Esports to respond back. Once they lost a statue in the early rounds, they had no other choice but to give it up and see whether they can hold 90s and Red Stairs. Eventually, they tried doing so, but Fares kept pressuring towards 90 in a way that they couldn't get to secure that line of sight properly. So Fares did a fantastic job when it comes to applying pressure, getting control on the choke points as fast as possible in a way that Triple can do their specific workouts by gaining information from the drones and also establishing crossfire angles that would benefit Triple Esports, and they did a great job at that. Now, the main concern has to be the same thing because GK Esports are going back to the same site, and Triple Esports need to expect company because there will be some reinforcements being made, maybe 2 players holding in from statue, and Fares once again will be tagged quite a lot. He's currently inside the court window. And now he needs to be very careful because even though he might have a lot of information, you still need to wait for guards in which he might be able to get a surprise kill. There you go. There goes Hashom. 1 player down, and the second might be in danger in trophy.
100%. Quiet before the storm. Again, love the Triple are actually taking their time with this time warfare, as I say that key. Probably getting a bit ferocious there, taking down Fares. Dawn looking to go for a bit of a trade here. I think the call-out's fact there is pressure still from Zombie and 90. Certainly going to keep him a little bit hot on his toes here. Needs to wait for the rest of his team to start to join up alongside him. Potentially some flashes could aid here, but he's actually just going to go for it and is immediately taken out by Seriously. So already looking a lot better for Geekay. They've taken out 2 of the players of Triple, who again could really go for those utility clears to help Dovklin open up that wall. Again, now it's up to start to work these nades towards that 90, apply this pressure to the side of Geekay, start to get some of those picks under the belt for Triple. We hear some util get dealt with, but again, it's the patience they're willing to take here that I'm really, really impressed with. Triple usually like to get a bit stuck in, a bit aggressive themselves, but they're really minding their time here, really being careful. IZ going, the run out though! I was gonna say, the window pressure, it's so important, but it's immediately yeeted and deleted away from them.
That was so risky from Trix. A run out like that definitely could have caused major concerns, but it always relied on those keynotes, the sound cues that did ended up securing that important kill. 2v4 as Triple are starting to lose momentum of the situation. Dovklin sees one of the smokes, trying to open up lines of sight, and he will be taken care of without any issues. But now they need to focus on the side. The Hibana needs to push in towards the side, and here comes XKE, forcing them to fall back. While Dovklin just came back all the way from main stage, trying to give some protection to Sledge or maybe go in for trades. But let's see how these crossfires handle out well. Here comes XKE, so does Mankal. The both GSG9 brothers doing their job. And with it, we will see Geekay Esports respond back with their defensive win by winning a second floor ABG.
That's one thing I always find really interesting about these regions too, is the fact that, normally teams don't really like going back to a site they've just lost. Your attackers, they have that muscle memory behind them. But every single time, these MENA teams, they can just switch it up instantly, change the pressure, change the momentum that they want to bring, and get that win under their belt. It's really impressive, actually. Finally going to Statue Trophy, though. Let's see what will happen here. Again, high progressive setup is what we're expecting here, as per usual. A long line of sight all the way into that closet jump in. Surprised we're not seeing any frost mats come out just yet. No trap operators at all, to be honest. Again, especially as how that can catch people a little bit off guard. Again, if you're triple, the safe bet here is to try and push from that study area and deal with any roam presence rather than going immediately direct. So we might see a bit of a split push come through.
Maybe a split push can happen. Let's not forget, the Mute Jammers has the power to disable claymores, so higher possibility of runouts from bathroom window can be a possibility. And you'd usually see most of the attackers place a claymore from the drone hole, so that will be denied, and that is actually a good thing for the defenders who are holding from the bathroom side. So they will be, they don't have to worry about much, but for the attackers, they still have to worry about those jammers, because Perez's shock drones won't be able to, pass through those important areas where he's supposed to go through. So less information will be given. Mute is present. There goes one shock. And a shocking discovery for Perez, as now he used to be in towards Master Bedroom by now, but now it's been halted because there's a lot of gadgets that's been restricting the attackers to push in towards that specific area.
100%. That progression coming through, just trying to flash as best they can. They do want to take this gunfight directly. I'm not sure if that's the right call, though. Again, it's such a strong setup. We even have Key here downstairs in that laundry area. Again, we see Key, they see C4, but they can still make things work through those floorboards. Still cause a little bit of a ruckus, so to speak.
Currently, as of now, the Scaros pellets will be opened up to create lines of sight. They will at least force the defenders out of the courtroom so that Triple Esports can get control of it. But now the mid-rounds is exactly where the magic happens for Geekay Esports. Unless and until they have firm grip and control over towards astronomy, they should be doing fine. And kind of like how there is two players holding that holding the first floor side. Perez will go down, and a quick refrag will be made from John as he removes Mantcal, playing very close towards the second floor side. It's not going to give away his location that far as of much, but he will get the kill. All right, Dovtukin looking good, but not too good because he just dropped his diffuser. Hashom, does he know that? Does he have the information on the diffuser? No, I think not. And John is going in for the plus. Oh, beautiful shot. Headshot takeout seriously. Once again, Hashom denying the Astro Repel. And here comes Guard once again in the same spot, but he misses the shot, and he's all by himself. Hashom, is he the Storm that he is approaching the highest fire rate weapon of all? Cooked grenade, not cooked to perfection. And now, with a span of 20 seconds, he'll be met with a lot of panic because he doesn't have any information on Triggs or Hashom's players whatsoever. But the defenders know aggressive push from Hashom. He was just waiting for the perfect moment, and he will get guards at the right time. Geekay Esports, once again, taking things under control. Round number 3 will be theirs. And round number 4, this is where Triple needs to change their tactics.
The thing is, that was really going in their favor. They had the slight advantage. It then just became a case of, Geekay just getting those initial kills on the table. As soon as they knew that Gods was isolated, Gods did the right thing. Gods was like, I can try and play the Verti here. If I can whittle this to a 1 versus 1 just by getting a cheeky nade kill, that's certainly going to bolster my chances. But again, the timer is ticking. So my thinking is, even if the nade kill did come through, would he have been able to take that final gunfight, or even got on site and, planted that diffuser? I don't think there would have been really time there. I think in that moment, that's when that last remaining player of Geekay would have run away. Again, the main issue of that round for Triple, I think, was just, again, the time. The time that they wasted trying to set up and go for collapses, the time they wasted when people were falling down, and the calls need to come through a little bit quicker, I think.
Yep.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Geekay Esports, they have They are looking good when it comes to recovering the round. I have to say, Triple Esports, they have to see whether if they can recover back the damage that has been caused from GK's side. Take a look at the defender's composition. Cardiac sensors, Kona station. At this point, it's more of like a hybrid form of aggressive plays followed up with constant information being tagged that could cause major hassle. And of course, Pulse is the most picked operator, especially on a map like Villa, because first floor kitchen, you can have all the information you need all the way back from first floor to second floor master bedroom. So for now, you could say that Dovtukin and John will be tracked constantly, and one of the defenders will be roaming around the second floor site where they could find a way to remove those players out of that play. I kind of like how the reinforcements are made from Mantkels's back, just to make sure that there won't be any, kills coming from Piano side. But turns out the cardiac sensor will find its prey, and it will be Ferez who will get caught in that explosion.
100% the IQ scanner, a tale as old as time, Pulse versus IQ. IZ very aware here. Could go for a pistol whip through these floors. Is actually attempting. You know what? I respect it. Taking half the health off K, but they can just go back into those Kona stations and heal up again. Lassie for in the pocket of Seriously. So again, that's where that verticality starts to get a little bit spicy on both sides still. Have to mind yourself a little bit. Guards, there we go. IZ is able to open the floor more. Looking for the heads now of Geekay, but look at this. Key will be trying to get that data for his teammates so they kind of retaliate. Dovclane, beautiful pick there onto Mantkal. That's the one we see off the board. Some frag grenades in pocket, potentially being lost there too. Not quite being able to find these players just yet, but John taking on Seriously, that's certainly going to lighten the load. 3 versus 4. And again, Triple, they still have a yacht of utility in pocket for how much pressure they've already applied. This is looking good for them.
Yes, it is, Grace. With only a loss of Ferez with the C4, somehow Triple Esports are just responding back with their own answer. Grenades from John, and it's just Hashom. Left in a 1v3. Nowhere else to go but in towards the side, but on the bright side, he has the information on the defuse. So he just needs to just make sure that the attackers wouldn't get their hands on that diffuse kit. Pushing all the way from the side, Guards now has it. He's going in for the plant, so is John, having the gunfight with the Legion. Some change will be made with his repositionings, but his location is still given away. Time is ticking for Geekay Esports as they're slowly losing time. Post-plant will mainly cause a hassle for Hashom, where he needs to be making a lot of, he doesn't have any other option but to make an aggressive place, and he'll get caught out from John all the way with the help of that vertical line of sight, actually from basement pantry. Triple Esports, I mean, at this point, you could expect a back and forth round wins going in from both Triple's end and also from Geekay Esports. But at this point, you could say that even with the constant information that Geekay Esports were feeding to the roamers, somehow they couldn't get to hold out the situation. They immediately got control once they removed the roamers. They started opening up lines of sight. They constantly focused on dealing a lot of damage to Pulse, where he was forced to remove his cardiac sensors, giving less information to Geekay Esports. So the timing that Triple Esports that did ended up causing serious damage to them is the main reason why we see Triple Esports gaining the upper hand on the first floor side. So if they go back to the side, maybe it should be best for them to use Solace instead, because you can at least be able to detect IQ and maybe try to counter it in a way that they can be able to secure a kill. Maybe.
5 seconds remaining.
Potentially.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
I think I'm mostly impressed by at the moment is I felt this would be back and forth. We did see this last time between these two, this constant kind of scrap fest. It's happening again. It was going to happen again. I do think it's a bit interesting that we've gone to Villa again. We've seen so much Villa, and granted, I know they want to be a little bit safer with things, but I think for me personally, I think you know, these two, they know how each other plays. Maybe that is why they've done it. They're trying to be safe. But again, just throwing something out the park there, taking it to something a bit more kind of out of pocket, I suppose is how I'll describe that. But again, so far it's more down to this momentum shift, this constant back and forth of how they're keeping this pressure on each other, this aggression. Already, Geekay, this massive overextension, 3 of them pretty much playing off-site at the moment. And again, it's because they know, especially at this point, where Triple are going to be approaching from. They know that every time they go for this full roam clear, speaking of clearance, Key falling down, that is certainly going to lighten the load as the C4 off the table. Hashem does clap back a little bit though, i.e. Z going down. So we want to see the flashes start to fly through on the side of Triple. Again, so much utility in pocket. 4 smokes they've brought to the table, Babagusta. Again, they're really prepping for that collapse, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe a collapse or a block of crossfire angles with the help of those smokes could be able to help Triple Esports in securing those kills and maintaining their man count. But you also need to understand that GK Esports, if they go, I mean, even if Triple Esports goes in for that smokes, there's high likely a chances that GK Esports might respond back with either gunfire or by any explosive ordnance. That could be the smoke gas canisters or an impacts. Now time is running out for Triple Esports. Here comes the smoke gas canisters followed up with Candelas. Guards won't be able to make a push all the way towards 90. And this is kind of looking good for GK Esports because they have forced Triple Esports to stay in that position, but they need to make a push for it because they're losing a lot of time. Tricks, he knows exactly what's happening and he loses that gunfight. Guards, even with the third attempt of those smokes, they will rush in, make risky attempts, and they will get a good trades out of it. Mankal all the way from landing, he will secure one, and it's Dope to Kin left in a 1v3. Nowhere else to run but to move forward all the way towards the side where he'll be met with 3 angles. 1 from Study, 1 from the breach, and also 1 from the vault. And once he sees, he will be gone in a jiffy. GK Esports, round number 5 in their hands. And now with the coming end of round number 5, 6 will be able to determine whether if GK Esports can maintain the lead or Triple Esports ending the first half on a 3-3 equalizer.
I think if Triple end it 3-3, that's going to be amazing for them on that defense. If we think about it again, it is heavily defender-sided, this map. I think, granted, no one's bringing solos to the table. I think that would give it an extra edge there. We are, however, Baba, this is making me chuckle slightly. We're still seeing these same kind of, you know, approaches from the side of Triple. It's that IQ. They really want to know what util they're going up against. They've got the Twitch to deal with that too. When you've got the Twitch in pocket like that, and then you've got like a ton of flashes, a ton of Ying Candelas, you know, 4 smokes that you're bringing to the table. Think about how much util Triple are bringing here. Are we surprised that they've been able to secure 3 of these attacking rounds already? No, not really. Again, they've brought everything they need to deal with a team like Geekay, the high progression that we see. This is what we were kind of touching on yesterday, you know, in one of those previous matchups with Geekay, is this idea of when you're going against a team that can play that aggression, they can play those extensions, utility is the name of the game. You need to kind of shut them down just from being a bit smart with it, kind of taking that full strategical approach to it, being like, okay, this is what we're taking in pocket. This is how we're going to use it, but this is also how we're going to aid ourselves to actually get closer and closer to that site and finally go for that plant. Again, in terms of post-plant, I don't really think any of that util will be used for the post-plant. It's more to do with them holding lines of sight. So, Triple ending on a 3-3. If Triple end on a 3-3, that, in my opinion, could mean that they might be taking this map.
Okay. Triple...
Bold statement.
Could happen. Actually, I have to give you grace. It could happen because it's in their name. It's Triple. So obviously, you know, the facts are the same. The first half could end in a 3-3 scoreline, especially with an early kill with Hashom going down. But here's the main problem. The jammers that are present from Code is denying Mewtwo Shock jammers to proceed in towards the bathroom side, which is going to cause major damage. Oh my goodness, for Rez. You can't just do that. You can't just peek like that and get a headshot. I mean, seriously, you know, seriously meaning the the player who just been picked out. And once again, Perez, he's just on point with his F2 shots. This man's going insane. Triple kill while he goes down at the hands of Trix. SMG11 just says, nope, you're not going to deal a lot of damage. It's time to put an end to it. 1v4. Trix, can you bring this back? SMG11 in hand. Although it's very great on mid-range, long range is exactly where it has the biggest problems. C4's been tossed, won't be able to find the kill. Will this SMG11 get it though? Because it's post-round once again, and Triple Esports, they are... I mean, at this point, you could say in a 1v4 situation, Trix has no other choice but to push forward and try to get a kill or two. Oh boy, peeks. Third. It's just like a peekaboo at this moment, where he tries to peek for the third time, fourth, fifth. He's not gonna get it. John, once again, trying to give Mute a chance with him using the secondary with a secondary. Knife attempt. No, it does not. Ooh. Shotgun gets the kill, and God just said, you know what, enough is enough. Playtime's over. Round number 6. We'll take it from here, folks. Triple Esports, stay true to their name, winning the first half on a 3-3 scoreline.
That is massive for them right now. Again, this right, all data on the table globally, statistically globally. This, in theory, should now become very smooth sailing for the side of Triple. Of course, so Babagusta, it is Geekay. We have seen how Geekay have played in this tournament. We've seen how Geekay have played in other tournaments. One of the best teams in the MENA region. Going into this, potentially the favorites to win it all. Triple currently having them on the ropes a little bit. Again, Geekay, the way that they do their attacks, it's very aggressive, it's very punchy, it's very to the point. They like to get stuck in thick and fast. Triple going for the extended hold here again, really looking around that utility burn. We spoke of their utility use on that attack and how important it was. This on the defense is exactly the same. You know, that's exactly the same point here, really. They have gone for that extended hold. They've used some reinforcements all the way into that kind of statue bedroom area. IZ putting out these vault cams in a big extended way as well, even making sure that downstairs is covered by them in case that verticality starts to come through. Really clever thinking here by Triple already. And they really got to try and play around these trades, play around these duos. So when you're spread out this thin, this is where things can get maybe a little bit dicey if you are caught out a little bit.
Okay, already turns out we'll be seeing Perez meeting with a lot of damage. Uses the impact to get away safely, but turns out he is currently boxed in because there's another player from Geekay Esports who are covering that specific angle. So there's no other way for Perez but to go aggressive. Detected by the attack drones, tries to run away. Detected by another 3 drones. Looked at from Perez. He has nowhere else to go but he's just stuck in a very bad place. I mean, Hashom, on the other hand, will just gladly get that kill. Meanwhile, a refrag will be made with Mantkal being taken out. At this point, the frags are looking very good as we reach the mid-rounds. With Perez being gone, the bonus stations will be present that could at least help the defenders in providing good sustain. Still got to worry about those EDDs, especially the roamers, who will be constantly detected from those pings. And it should be best for them to try to give them misinformation rather than getting caught out from that trap.
%. Ooh, Dovklin getting tagged up a little bit there through the floorboards. Again, just a few cheeky pre-fires through the floor. Again, quite comical really there on the side of Geekay, just a kind of 1v1 through the floor. Thing that you do love to see. Again, it's good that Geekay decided to go for this verticality given that extended hold. They saw how much pressure was being applied across the map on that top floor. They decided to go a little bit unusual with it, go for that verti play. And then there we go, push up red stairs. There's at least one, but Dovklin can trade it immediately back. Trixid trading that at the same time. Certainly very scrappy on both sides. Triple being whittled down to a 2 versus 3. This is where the pressure really starts to amount for IEZ and John. Again, they might have to go for a bit of an uncomfortable retake as the players start to make their way through study. But there we go. Seriously and Key to finish things off at the end there. And Geekay, they saw the setup. They didn't want to contest it. They went for the off route and it worked for them.
The off-road's the way to go, and for GK Esports' drone works, though, I've got to admit, at the early round, we saw 3 drones just roaming around the first floor site. And a bit, I could say that it was a bit of an overkill for GK Esports to get constant information on players' whereabouts. But once they did get the kill and
Defenders,
then
protect
just
your bombs
focused
from
on the
being
site,
defused by
it was
attackers.
just smooth sailing for GK Esports to secure the rest of the kills. And with the help of Lion's EDD scans constantly pinging the roamers, that is definitely a nightmarish situation for Triple Esports to be in. Solus could be able to, help mitigate the info game that's been given around from GK Esports. So previously we didn't see Solus being picked up, or did they though? I'm not quite sure. This round we're going to see Solus, so Solus will at least help in destroying a lot of drones. But currently there's only 3 attack drones present from GK Esports, which means that
5 seconds left.
the pre-placed drones won't be available, so that's actually a good thing. Seriously, drones will get removed out. So there goes your pre-placed drone and an instant access. So at this point, the information from GK Esports is going to be a lot more difficult once they reach towards the site.
100%. Getting very close on both sides. Now, Geekay already getting that attacking round, I think, is Whopper, though. Again, I expected Triple to take that a lot smoother than they did. But at the same time, I'm not surprised. This is Geekay versus Triple. We saw how it went last time. It went head-to-head. It got very scrappy from the get-go. We are exactly having that again. Hasham on that Jackal as well, combined with the Lion. Of course, the global utility is just going to make it so dicey for Triple, especially if they are going for these sneaky roams by themselves. Bit of Solus versus Jackal action. Both of them holding the angle here. Again, the timer is ticking, so one of them will need to peek eventually.
Yep, the stars needs to align. But at this point, we'd have no idea at what point will it arrive. Here comes the scans. No response from the defenders as they're staying very still, as if though they're making their own mannequin challenge. But still focus on the defensive side. Dove to Ken. C4 tossed. Will that connect? No, it does not. Seriously will win this gunfight though. Taking out John, but Jackal has no idea that Valk is playing so close, but somehow he gets the kill. Hasham!
Attackers have located a bomb.
The magician somehow gets away with a flick and a headshot. And Perez will be downed it well at the hands of Mankal. Oh no, there goes your Rome. 2v5. Guards and Dove to Ken. Both of them, actually, Guards is still currently playing from first floor. That's a good way to diffuse the situation. But there's only one player who's currently on site, and he doesn't have the C4 to go in for the denial. So here comes Mute, all the way from study room. I believe his location is detected. C4 tossed. Will that be denied? Yes, it does. It has been opened up, revivals being made, the pressure is on for Triple Esports as they've lost their C4, their only hopes for denying a lot of players from the attackers who are now about to make a push from landing. But they also know that there is one player pushing from 90s as well. So they got to be careful about this timing. One of them is currently in the roof, interestingly enough. They're going in for a split push, and I'm not quite sure that this is a vital option for Triple Esports to be doing this exactly in 30 seconds. They could have just pushed from landing, but decide to change at the very bad moment. It's going to cost them a lot. Triple Esports somehow will make sure to put themselves back up on an equalizer. Trick sees the head of the smoke, and he will get it. Headshot, 1v2. Now it's Dove to Kin. Can he finds one? Yes, he does. Trade will be denied. Oh no, Trix. He needs to get a kill and he doesn't have a lot of time left. 3 seconds left. Shotgun to the face. Tofikin just said bye-bye. Triple Esports. Oh my goodness. What a way for them to defend and what a prediction that we see. Although I couldn't say the same for the Mute though, but going for a split push almost actually gave way for GK Esports to win. They even had the whole study compromised, but it could have been best if they could have, do it even much more faster. But all in all, it was a good attempt. I have to give it to GK Esports. Going in for a split, especially with just 40 seconds left, was a very risky thing to do. And the Hibana going in for those Exkyros pellets to open up Vault, that was also a risky one to do as well.
100%. I love the shotgun, the mirror shotgun swingers. But it just honestly, the confidence to do that at the end there. Because again, the issue was because of the site setup, you can't really hide in that moment. Well, I say hide. You can't really run away. You know that they're gonna push you, so you need to try and think outside the box a little bit. Certainly, changing to that secondary shotty, it worked. It really worked because I think Trixid thought the same thing there. You know, I have them a bit pinched here. They can't really run away. I have to try and push them. I'm gonna send out a flash and try and go for it. But the timing being slightly off there gave the flexibility for that mirror shotgun kill to happen. Things I don't often see, to be honest.
Yeah, well, once again, it's just back and forth wins from Triple and GK. Equalizer 4-4, Tricks with the IQ scans. At this point, the only thing that he can detect has to be the Valkyrie cams. That's the only counter to it. Denying information has to be the most important thing because Triple Esports, once they've brought out Solus, they denied a lot of information, and that's the main reason why they lost in the first place. Despite knowing the players' positionings, they had no idea where the positionings of the mute jammers would be. Good grenade cook, but iEasy just says, "All right, nice grenade. I'll just take your head then." Second attempt. Oh no! What a disaster! Second kill, also at the hands of iEasy. He's just having the time of his life, Grace. I mean, my God, 2 kills already in the early round.
2 important kills too. Again, Hashman being taken away on that Nook who could cause a lot of problems, and also that IQ scanner. So again, Geekay, if any of this intel of the utility setup hasn't been fed to them, that could be a little bit rocky, especially when you do have those Valk cams on the board as well. He's still on the board though. Again, we haven't seen how much Key can come through as a very strong support player, but seriously is going to fall down, so pressure is going to be mounted on him and Mancal now to try and clutch this out. Again, this is where it gets a little bit awkward, Babagusta, because Key and Mancal might have to go a little bit more direct. They're going to have to push into this hyper-aggressive classic setup here around the closet area. And look who's ready and waiting for them. It is Fares. Can he get these cheeky little one-taps that he so desperately seems to want here? The nade is going to come through. Is it going to land? It's going to take a little bit of health there of Fares. They're going to retreat safely back. Okay, we've got a lot of time for them to work with. So again, just biding your time. What utility do we have in pocket? We've got 3 flashes. Maybe we can use a bit of that. Clear out some of this util. Clear out some of these Aruni gates. Mancal actually getting down, though. If Key can't get to them, that is just going to be a 1 versus 5. Key make that 1 versus 4 because Key does actually take down guards. That is a good start. Can they get another? Fire is getting a little bit aggressive here, looking to try and get that pick. Mancal gets finished off by the nade. Again, this just looks very uncomfortable right now. Key, I think they're just waiting. They know exactly what they need to do. Just bait into these 1 versus 1s. Maybe this is a lost round at this point, but I can get an exit pick under my belt. Or sending the impact as a distraction. There we go. The finish of Triple coming through. Pulling themselves closer and closer to this match point. This is massive, Babagusta.
Almost match point, I believe. Yeah, match point, almost match point for Triple Esports. Now, since I kind of feel like they've understood exactly how GK operates on attack, I'm pretty sure that GK Esports will be feeling the heat. Although they were looking very confident on the second floor sites, they did secure a lot of rounds. But once Triple realized that they're more likely going in for information first with the help of attack drones, the main thing that they did was just deny information by either bringing in mute or by Solus. And already, like I talked about, having information is like winning half the battlefield. And Triple Esports, they are doing exactly just that. And with the help of Thunderbird that can allow you to have great sustain, you don't have to worry about taking a lot of damage and then retreating back with just 10 HP. The corner station will just immediately put you back to full HP, despite being at a major disadvantage itself. So the only thing that GK Esports needs to do is to have a precise headshot. Once you have the moment of opportunity, you need to make sure that you confirm your kill. If you cannot, and if the defenders do run away with that less HP, then that is a lot of problems for the attackers to deal with. And the worst part about it is that Finka is not in the meta anymore. Back when Finka used to be a menace, especially with the LMG, it used to be powerful for the attackers. Not only was Finca powerful with the overhead that it used to give, because it actually had the power to reduce recoil, have a heightened senses, and have the chances of taking out any concussive effects that any of the attackers have. So it was more of like, oh, you've been flashbanged. Well, I have the adrenaline rush. I can just negate the flashes. That's basically how powerful Finca was back then. But since a huge nerf on LMG had happened, we are not going to see Finca being brought out. But instead, it will be more of like an operators which has a good fragging potential, and that's the main reason why you see Iana being brought out a lot. It kind of like swapped the role for Ash, but you still have the Ash being played a lot. Again, just like I said, the huge change that's been made from the R4C. So pauses has been done and dusted for the side of GK Esports. So with the timeout coming to an end, we might be able to proceed to round number 10. I believe this was a tactical timeout being requested from GK Esports because they kind of needed it. Because they're losing because they just lost 2 rounds on defense back to back.
Attackers need to locate
And
defuse
Triple
as many
Esports
bombs
are
as they can.
currently reading GK Esports like a book. So in order for them to win a lot of rounds on attack, they need to think outside the box. And I'm quite interested to see what seriously bringing in the buck could have, could bring a lot to the table for GK Esports.
I think the thing I'm mostly going to be interested to see here is how Geekay are going to retaliate. They are bringing the buck to the table. I'm assuming at this point they know what site it is too, so the verticality is going to come through. But when we look at the verticality on the side of Triple, we only see the C4 really there on John and guards.
Defuse a bomb.
And given the options that we might see, I'm assuming IEZ might go for the extension, so it's not too bad if they're playing upstairs. But again, ideally we want guards and John relatively close to site to try and go for those floor kills with the C4, or even to try and deny or pull off a little bit of a collapse along with Dovklin, to be honest, as well. Again, Geekay, they know that if they lose this round, it is going to be match point, and that's where the pressure is, and this is where they need to be a little bit more careful. We're seeing them drone a lot here. They're not willing to risk anything, and already Guards is getting down. Can get immediately Vesvo by Dovklin. Again, look at all the information across the map that Geekay are already picking up on. We're seeing it very, very clear. Thanks to our beautiful observers for showing us this. But speaking of intel, that works both ways. And this is a beautiful thing about the pulse scanner. It's not just about getting those C4 kills. It's about learning how many players are rappelling up to that bedroom site.
Yeah, absolutely true, Grace. It's always about getting information. This time, Hashom's information has been revealed from Faraz. Going in for a very quick peek, won't be able to secure one. Impact needs to open up lines of sight, but Hashom knows this. He knows that he will peek in towards the door, and he will win the gunfight nonetheless. Dovtukin, on the other hand, secures a kill with a shotgun. Beautiful shot from Hashom. Another headshot to remove IEZ off the board. And Dovtukin, wanting to contest in a shotgun battle was not a good idea. Mankal will make sure to punish for his actions. In a 2v3, in a 2v4 situation, GK Esports, especially using the tactical timeout, really did help them out a lot. But now the biggest question of it all is that can they secure a win from this, equalize it to a 5-5? They've been constantly being pinged from the Pulse scanners. They still got to worry about the site because Pulse is the only he's the only one who's currently in the site at this point.
This is it. Information gathering on both sides. Trixid with the IQ scanner, the pulse scanner in the hand of guards. It's only feeding the information to both of them. C4 misses, however, and again, that hole could be used against them as a timer. John with a massive flank bow. Hashon falling down. The pick down onto Trixid as well. They need to try and pull back if they can. Try and get back to site safely. You've got your two now. Hold back down on site and try and play for this collapse. But they're both upstairs. They're both off site. This gives so much flexibility, really, to Seriously and Mankal. As I say that, Mankal actually gets tagged up significantly. There we go. Finishes off guards. Point where they maybe should have played a little bit into the timer. This is certainly where we want John to play a little bit into the timer. Hear that diffuser go down and maybe potentially... No, there we go. Seriously with the swing out. Geekay equalizing it.
I am just so fascinated to see the way how the defenders take control of the vertical line of sight. And even though Pulse had the advantage from the second floor laundry, from the second floor side, holding all the way towards laundry, somehow Mancal just ended up neutralizing it. And that itself is a good thing, because if Pulse had the better hand by removing the
Defenders,
Iana
protect your
out
bombs from
towards
being
laundry,
defused by
he could have
attackers.
just easily dropped down from the hatch and gained even much more control from the side. Whereas you can establish that perfect crossfire angle that, John had already placed there in the first place. So this huge changes of sometimes I'm in the side, sometimes I'm not, really puts GK Esports into a guessing game at this point, because changing informations like that might cause a lot of changes in their strategies, and that definitely could hurt them a lot. And I kind of like the way how Triple Esports are going at this point. It's like trying to play mind games, and GK Esports are just not backing out from it. Yeah, I can even give an example of how Hashom was trying to have a gunfight with the Thunderbird. Even though a impact nade was used to try to gain another line of sight, usually you'd focus on that opened up impact to make sure that the defender would not just look at it. But turns out Hashom just exactly knew what to do at this point. He kind of read Thunderbird like he had no idea that he would secure the kill. And once again, we will see Hashom securing the important kill of all, John, while he was trying to attempt a spawn peek all the way from basement entrance. He will fail to do so, and with that, we will see GK Esports get the upper hand.
100%. Pressure being applied to Zombie as well. A bit of an interesting one. Looks like they're waiting for a bit of maybe a duo pinch around the red stairs. I'm not sure. We do see SEMIFINALS kind of biting a little bit. Oh wait, no, it's just for SEMIFINALS to break out the window. And now that angle can be held by Hashom. So things might get a little bit dicey if you do decide to contest that swing from Pig. Ara is trying to get safely back towards more favorable position. Again, Geekay, look how much information constantly is coming through. We've seen this from the get-go of Geekay as well. This the information game on their attack has been so on point, constantly feeding and getting that information. If it's not with the IQ, then certainly with the drone game coming through. Very strong fundamentals unlocked. Dovkin taking down Mancal as guards falls to Key. Ready triple, looking a little bit uncomfy. A 3 versus 4. One that C4 in pocket 2. They can pull back and maybe play around those mirror windows. I mean, certainly that is when you want to be. But Dovkin's actually getting a little bit aggressive here. Hashom falls down. Again, you want the duo play back on site. They need to be a little bit safer about this. This is a little bit concerning on the side of Triple. As Geekay, soon the Sharks will smell the blood in the water and they will start to swim.
Now, since they're in underwater, they need to find a way to get their breath back and try to survive as best as they can, because Triple Esports, they're at this point the bait, and GK Esports are just trying to get it as best as they can. 35 seconds left. C4s and Impact still in play for Triple Esports to try to use it as best as possible. But this push that we are going to expect from Trix might be able to have a huge major push. C4 is not going to find it, but seriously will get the kill, forcing Dovkin in a 1v3 situation. Will secure one. He's in it for the ace. Plant will be made. C4's already been used. Line of sight will be protected from Seriously, but no, it's a quad kill. But at the right time, Seriously arrives just in time to get the trade. What a close encounter. Dovkin could have ended up getting an ace for Triple Esports. But if that C4 was used to deny the plant, that could have been huge for Dovkin to secure the whole round and secure to match point. But turns out it will be GK Esports who's going to steal the round.
This is it, right? This is the split in the path. Are we about to go to a 7-5 victory to Geekay? Or can Triple pull this all the way to overtime? Only time will tell. Kona stations are coming out on that Thunderbird. The Solus as well being brought along with the Mozzie Mute combo. Triple maybe too late clocking on to how good Geekay's information game has been. Now they're acting to try and shut it down. Certainly, this is going to be an interesting round. Again, Geekay, how much will they be shut down here by that kind of utility? They're not bringing the... I was going to say, they're not bringing the IQ, but they are. I think this is it. As soon as they start to see things, Seriously has switched onto that IQ. This is going to help so much with this counter strat that Triple are trying to do here. Again, just really getting that information. The Jackal as well as an extra line of defense there. Really just lurking and trying to find out where these roamers are going to come from. Excellent plays already on both sides, really, with these op picks, to be honest, Babagusta.
Yeah, interesting op picks. Jackal from Trex, good at when it comes to hunting roamers. A lot of, you could say, frag opportunities could be made from Geekay Esports when you have all three operators like the Jackal, Ash, and the Iana that could cause serious damage if they can start finding out the initial kills. So if one thing goes south, you still have, Hashom and Mancal who can at least try to get the initial kills out. Information from Trix, I think he might have detected Forez's location, but you could still say that he might get caught out from the crossfire. Nope, this is the opportunity. Detects from the drone, he needs to fall back, but at least on the bright side, he'll deal some damage to Mancal in a way that they will be very careful and forced to use their attack drones to get information. Well, never mind. Mancal just gets the headshot anyways to take him out. It's just that simple as that. Guards, on the other hand, refrags will be made easy. Almost getting caught from the shotgun blast, but seriously will be there to get the kill. 3v4, and Geekay Esports, you could say they're currently having things under control as they're slowly starting to arrive at the site.
100% Geekay, the player advantage in their favor. Still some util in pocket. Key, of course, having those flashes so they can set up very patiently in a information game. Despite the utility Triple were bringing, it's not really doing too much yet. Geekay, so much intel. They know that where Astro is free. They know that most of this hold is happening on the actual sites itself. So we see there, John prepping that C4, getting ready for them to try and collapse. It is ticking though. Again, so much time for Geekay to work with as well. 1 minute or so. Again, if you're Triple, you really need to start to play into these duos as you do batten down the hatches a little bit. You see the destructibility come through on the side of Geekay, and it's really going to start to apply that pressure. Guards, however, taking out Key. The C4 goes out too. Hasham falls down. This is looking so much better already for Triple. Guards does get tagged up a little bit. But Mancal, they're on site. They're taken out by Dofglin. Could this be overtime? Seriously, looking for the heads of at least one of these players, isolating, or at least attempting to, in these 1 versus 1s. But I don't think they're going to push. Look how safe they're playing this. This is exactly what you need to be doing in this moment. There we go. Oh, seriously gets 1. 15 seconds on the clock. Guards goes down to nearly, but John finishes him off. We are going to overtime.
Yes, indeed, Grace. We are heading to overtime, folks. Triple Esports has brought this back. In round number 13, everything will be reset, and they'll go on defense first. What a way to bring this back. And for Geekay Esports, they've equalized it. Actually, it was Triple Esports who equalized it. My apologies. Second floor trophy and statue will be the site once again for Triple to hold their site. And this time, Geekay Esports, you could say that they got caught off guard. I mean, at the first early round itself, I saw Geekay Esports having firm grip and control by eliminating both Ferez and IEZ, getting control on second floor study room. And then suddenly, we see Triple Esports just picking out Geekay Esports one by one, like out of nowhere. It was just, for Geekay Esports, they had no idea what actually hit them, and neither did I. Even I was clueless at this point. So, Geekay Esports, they had the chance to end the first map of Villa, and Triple Esports, they just brought it back. This could be their hopes to this could be the hopes for Triple Esports to secure map number 1 and quite potentially higher chances to get the spot on the grand finals. That's exactly what they'll be aiming for. With the action phase being in play, kind of like the utilities that I'm seeing right now from both the sides. On the side of defense, lots of C4s and impacts, and for the attackers, grenades, flashbangs, no smokes to block line of sight. And Hashom just instantly gets a kill because they already had info in towards first floor kitchen. Beautifully done. Once again, we will see GK Esports taking control of the situation with the help of one single attack drone. And this is exactly what happens when one of those attack drones are just left out in the open without in the hands, without the defenders even noticing it.
Jack Utility coming through, thinking about a little bit of information to the side of Geekay. In quiet before the storm. Geekay just playing so patiently. You know, 1 minute or so gone, and they've already dealt with 2 of the defenders, so it's really good going for them. And kind of just slowly take their time, make their way for the map, use that all-important information that they love to use. Hashon, beautiful, picked onto Dovkin, is immediately traded back though by guards falling into that position. IEZ coming to help guards as well. The 2 of them stacking up now around Bench and Pig, waiting for this approach. Not coming through just yet, but again, we can kind of see that Geekay are getting in position to kind of start to go for it. They should know by now that these defenders have pushed back, but again, that's a problem sometimes in the meta teams because of the hyper aggression. Even in these moments, they're still expecting one of Triple to be lurking around somewhere.
It would either be lurking or, you know, just playing offside. C4 tossed from the Valkyrie, but instead he'll just get picked off from guards. The bait was just so perfect. But in the end, the C4 will be removed out. Plant will be attempted from the statue side, but there's a lot of heavy information being gained, and guards somehow gets away with a kill. Not a refrags have been made. Proned somehow survives. Guards, how are you guarding this site? He's all by himself. Oh no, he almost could have gotten the ace, but seriously, just ends the chaos that's been soothed around from second floor statue and trophy. This is the second time I'm seeing a quad kill being denied from both Triple Esports and GK. And my god, was it too close for comfort for guards because he was constantly flashed. It was like he was almost about to be teleported to Skyrim, but he just came back, he instantly got the kill, and now GK Esports, thank god that they secured this overtime match point, because Triple Esports, that could have gone south really quick, Grace.
This is it. This is the frustrating thing at the moment, and it's been, you know, with Triple, they are so good. They have these players that can just snuffle at those kills. The clutch is just in their fingertips, and then just at the last minute, it falls through. And again, I've said this throughout the tournament. Triple are a team that get me very excited, to be honest. I really do want to keep my eye on them going forward and how they continue to progress. And again, I think that this matchup's super exciting on the fact that it is Geekay versus Triple. It's incredibly close. We expected it to be close. We're being spoilt a little bit just with how close it's being at times. And again, it's more the fact that right now, Triple, they've been so good at being patient with it, so good at just working around it, but so have Geekay. Both sides, the fundamentals have been completely on lock. It's really high quality play on both sides, in my opinion, in terms of how they're playing around each other. But sometimes there'll just be these really silly moments where someone will just make a slight off step and it will kind of fall apart a little bit. Not now, but certainly in the earlier rounds. You know, we saw a few silly sausage moments, oh, well, already. Felix, not sure how they got caught off guard. Again, often you expect that smoke to be on that hard support, that anchor roll. But again, we've seen how aggressive some of these supports can be on both these sides. Maybe that was a bit of again, shenanigans coming through from Trixid, just trying to get a bit closer, trying to go for a spawn peek or a bit of early round aggression. That's all those toxic babes now taken away from the side of Geekay that they may have needed if that final collapse starts to come through.
Yeah, the smoke could have been a huge help in, you know, holding down the sites, or maybe put in lockdown for a total of 30 seconds. But turns out Triple somehow are getting these kills. Guards taking out seriously. But once again, we will see the refrags being made from XKE. An important one of that too, because it was the IQ. Now, since the gadgets will be safe and sound, especially the Legion 2 mines, which could be of huge help, XKE and Mankal, both of them currently in study, but Hashom needs to be careful though, because he's met with an angry player all the way from the Astro. And once again, their main goal is to just waste time. They've lost man count, and the only thing that they can do is just provide distractions. especially when you have Perez with those smoke grenades that can block lines of sight. This could cause potential catastrophe for GK Esports if things would not go well in their favor. And talking about XKE, once again, peak attempts to get a kill or two. It's not going to be able to find one. C4 still in the hands. It's just waiting for the right moment to just throw it away. There you go, landing. Will that connect? Yes, it does. There goes Perez. 3v3, GK Esports. It's just almost so close to claim map number 1, and Ashom really needs to be careful with this long gunfight from 93v2 as Dovtakin tries to put their team alive. But time is ticking. 40 seconds. Long range angle once again at the hands of Dovtakin. The power of 2.5x scope is so powerful, especially in those long range gunfights. And it wasn't a good idea for GK Esports to be engaging them. Oh, look at that, John. Once again, all the way towards Volt. Once they had control, there was no other way. And yeah, this is exactly what happens when you contest with the weapons that has good magnification scope of a 2.5x of a holographic scope, which kind of just blocks some certain lines of sight. But all in all, it just ends on players' preference. But yeah, this kind of actually cost GK Esports their round. Actually, no, GK Esports did secure the round. Apologies. Round number 15, 7-7. It is equalized, which means that this round number 15 is the only final round that these two teams have. This round win will claim map Villa. Who's it going to be, Triple or GK? Let's see.
100% guards already seeing where some of these drones are positioned. And again, the important thing about the Solar's utility, even if you don't get rid of some of these internal drones, where you see the external drones being set up gives you an indication as to where that attacking push is going to come from. So already, you know, guards can feed that information to the side of Triple, and they can react accordingly as soon as that round starts. We're going to see guards kind of lurking around Piano Art. I guess I'm assuming slightly that we might see him kind of stay around here. He uses the nades. Both nades actually wasted to get rid of one drone. I spoke of silly sausage behavior. Guards, maybe that's an interesting one. We'll see how that goes, though. Again, this is going to be certainly a bit scrappy on both sides. Both teams playing so patiently, so clean cut so far. If it's going to get a little bit dicey, it's certainly going to be now one team is about to win 8-7 on this first map of the 3. So gonna get very interesting. I think his drone there pretty much secures a little bit of a free bit of infinite, at least on that downstairs. Again, the audio you can get from a position like that is quite nice, especially when you are trying to approach this bottom floor. Again, this is where we might see the vert players coming through. We do have Seriously there on the buck too. So again, that skeleton key, if they get underneath the site, that could cause a bit of a kerfuffle if they do go for a pinch into sight as well. It's again just keeping the defense on their toes for as long as possible. Also, again, this extra dimension of pressure starts to come through. This key starts to make their way. That Jackal scanner should come out at some point too. Eventually, if they find the feetsies off the side of Triple, that's going to give so much information to for Geekay to work with.
It turns out GK Esports are trying to, they're trying to complete the picture of Triple's defense. They haven't started off any aggressive pushes, especially from the side of Hasham. Though the side is on second floor statue, they have to be very careful on their decisions because one single kill can change the entirety of the situation. Breach, unfortunately, won't be able to remove the barricade, so that is one wasted utility. They're just taking their sweet time. Once again, GK Esports, only a minute left, and they're just trying to be in their proper positions. Once they're in, they can just easily go in for push and get the kill. Turns out it will be John. He will get one. All three attackers prepped and ready to push in towards statue, but they still got to worry about 90s. So here comes the cooked nade. You forgot that there is one player playing way too close from statue, but somehow he gets the nade kill, and that is Dovtakin, the important player who's been dealing a lot of damage on the side of GK Esports. But now with him gone, GK can now focus on the side. Guards is just playing it patiently. He's in very hidden position, but there's a lot of damage being dealt around. Guards, oh no, look at that trigger discipline. This trigger discipline could be huge. He might get two, but no, did denial will be made, and it's just easy 1v3. He did his level best to just hold, but it was just too much. Again, 1v2, he could deny the plant, which could be a possibility, but no, denied from Tricks. And GK will secure it. Too close for comfort. Every single round that I've seen was just way too close. It could have either gone from triple, it could have gone either for GK, but it will be Geekay Esports who will secure round number 15. They will claim map number 1 Villa. So Clubhouse, Geekay Esports, it's their map. Can they finish it and put this to the, I mean, can they finish map number 2 and put themselves on the grand finals?
This is it too. Again, 3 of the players on both sides, double digits, some of them going significantly high when it comes to that kill count as well. This hasn't really been like a, one-sided affair, so to speak. Both these teams throwing everything and the kitchen sink at each other. I felt, this was going to be a close one. This was going to get a bit scrappy. Certainly that has shown how this best of 3 is going to go. It's all the ways through that final round to get the 8-7 victory. Good going for Geekay. Again, so impressed with Triple throughout this tournament already. The fact that they've already been very neck and neck with Geekay is a very good sign for them in this series, in the rest of this tournament. And again, going forward, we will be going to the second map though at some point, and that's where, Triple really need to pull this back, really need to bring this back so we can go to that third and final map. I want to see that third and final map. I want to be spoiled today.
Well, let's take a look at the map replay itself. Villa went all the way to OT match point, and it will be Team JK Esports who will secure map number 1. That too, it's a map picked by Triple Esports. So, second map, all right, high likelihood chance that it could go all the way to maximum OT 8 to 7. We might not be, we might not be sure whether if GK Esports or Triple Esports could win it, but Oregon is one of the most standard picked maps, as you can see, in any games of Rainbow Six Siege. In any tournaments, Oregon is one of the most easiest maps to master. And talk about strategies that you could put. You have lots of vertical lines of sight, you have lots of angles to deal with, but talk about GK's performance as you saw on Map Villa. There were a lot of moments where things did get out of control. Triple Esports, they almost did clutch some certain moments, especially the 1v5 situation from the Valkyrie. It almost ended up being in favor for Triple. That did not happen. A lot of 1v3s and 1v4s where it was either GK Esports that they were led in a difficult position, and sometimes, I mean, at this point, it was like more of a battle between who was the better attacker and who was the better defender at this point. Let's take a look at the whole summary on what exactly happened. Both the KDAs, the hot shots, the MVPs dove to Ken, always on the top of the leaderboards, man. 18 kills, 80% cost, and 2 initial kills. If you look at the side of GK Esports, seriously, although we couldn't get to see him a lot on his player point of view, but dealing a lot of damage, putting himself on the top, 15 kills, 60% cost, but somehow on top. I mean, at this point, the cost percentage, if you take a look at the cost percentage itself, Dovtukin has the most biggest cost percentage than the rest of the other teams. Like, no one has ever gone more
Yeah.
than 70.
Well, this is it. This is the thing, a very high cost percentage. So those trades were absolutely on point. Again, though, we saw Dovkin do some really insane things. The fact that it can go all the way to round 15 and you're on a 1.2 KPR, that's how that 18 to the 15 works out. That is significantly good going, because normally what you see as it gets to that overtime, that's when the KPR stop to drop a bit as everyone starts to equalize out a little bit more. Dovkin has gone massive this map, and the fact that Geekay took this one and Dovkin's still on stats like that, it is a very good sign for when we do go to Oregon, because again, yes, it's an even Stevens playing field, maybe a bit less defend decided, I'm assuming, because it's Geek pick. Triple will be starting on the defense there, so Triple will be starting with the timer in their favor. They'll be starting with that defensive edge potentially. And if all of these players on both sides are feeding themselves, like both statistics prove, this is going to be another barn burner. This is where stuff's going to get very exciting indeed. We are going to go to a quick little break, though, just before that. Again, it is going to be a really interesting one. Will Geekay take it away now, or will Triple fight back? I feel maybe a bit optimistic for map 3, to be honest, Babagusta, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Zotac TEC R6 Invitational supported by Ubisoft. My name is Grace. I'm joined here by the wonderful Babagusta. We just saw an incredible map number 1 between Geekay and Triple Esports go down in the beautiful map that is Villa. However, it obviously went in the favor of Geekay towards the end, an 8-7 victory. Significant stuff there. We will be going to Oregon, as you can see below us. That will be the second match. This is really where Triple need to pull this back. We want to see that map number 3 of Clubhouse. We want to see the wombo combo on both sides. Go all the way to that third map. Third map overtime, I'd say, Babagusta. That's kind of what I want here.
That is a lot if that does happen, Grace, because 8-7 Villa, Oregon. I mean, here's the thing. Villa, Oregon, Clubhouse, these are the kind of maps where we always expect OT match points. So, yeah, I definitely have to agree with you and say that it could go all the way to 8-7, especially on Oregon, since it's heavily defender favored, both on Oregon and Clubhouse. I know we keep saying it, it's always heavily defender favored, and then sometimes we see the attackers get the better off of it with some, changes in their strategies. But if I talk about Map Villa, there was a lot of close encounters that we did witness between
Mm.
GK Esports and between the side of the opposition, and that was Triple Esports. Triple Esports, there were a lot of moments where they were in a disadvantageous situation, and sometimes they would bring it back. And then in the end, while they're about to get a victory, GK Esports always had like a contingency plan that always shuts them down in those certain situations. So hopefully we might be able to see Triple Esports secure a lot of 1v1 gunfights on map Oregon. We're about to find it out. We're definitely going to find it out. Starting off with the ban phase itself, Triple will be the one to ban the operators, and the standard bans, as I see on Oregon, is usually Thatcher, Flores, Mira, and Valk. But since the meta has been shifted a lot, we might see some changes on defense. We might see a Solis ban. Thatcher ban, we might not be able to see, but a Nomad ban is an interesting one because you will have a lot of distractions that can be laid towards meeting side. So you can really understand why Nomad has been banned, because it will give a lot of flexibility for the defenders to roam around and have a good freedom in making those exchanging those gunfights in a good manner. But this ban though, Ying, that's an interesting one.
It certainly is. Again, we do see a lot of these teams bringing that Ying to the table. We see it in multiple national leagues at the moment. That extra bit of util, that extra bit of flash utility for that final collapse. Again, the fact that Triple, I completely agree with you. The fact that Triple the Nomad, it means that this can kind of give us an inkling how Triple wish to play their roam presence. Lots of flanks, lots of sneaky little plays coming through. The Goyo banner is a classic in this tournament already. People just really don't want to have to deal with those Vulcans when it comes to that final collapse and those final, gains of map control in those specific choke points. What will be the fourth and final defensive ban on the side of Triple? Good old classic, it is via Zami. Again, Triple always tend to fall into that current global meta of banning out via Zami, getting rid of those Cuba barriers, giving them a few more lines of sight to work with.
Yep, there we go. Map number 2 is unlocked, and so is the site. Triple Esports will start things off by going towards basement laundry and supply room. And once again, we're going to see the Santa the Cabby being picked up from Trix. And now we'll start things off. Round number 1. And also, folks, don't forget to check out the Arabic casters, John Gon and Zorzor, who's currently casting right now in Arabic language. So go ahead, check it out. And also, don't forget to like and subscribe on the Esports Club channel. For now, let's just focus back on the match. Map number 2, upper bracket finals. The winner of this have a straight ticket to the grand finals, and GK Esports are very close to claiming that ticket. All in all, defensive side, we'll see double roam setups. Perez and John will be playing both the roam operators, Mozzie and Alibi. Once again, it's just the words itself get confused this time. Again, apologies. For the attacker's side, interesting to see Finca being picked up. Instead of the LMG, we'll see the spear being brought out. Adrenal Surge, very powerful, but the biggest question is, can it hold out the same potential as it did way back in the previous update?
Sit right, we've got seriously Veiled on the Finker, so a bit of a health cover there for the side of Geekay. They've also got the Dokkaebi, of course, like at the moment, those EMPs in pocket will certainly enable Key to open these walls up. What I'm mostly excited about, I've seen Key attack this map and be so hyper-aggressive for that support role. This is one of those maps where we really do see Key shine. They're willing to go for these solo pushes by themselves, contest this pressure by themselves as well. So that's something to be looking out for here if Key will go for a little bit of that, oh, I'm not just a simple hard support, I'm also going to get you on the ropes kind of moment. An interesting thing about these two, actually, and I was pondering this in map number 1. Speaking of pondering, John won't be pondering things anymore as Trix is going to delete them clean off the server. We've spoken a lot throughout this tournament. I'll say this later. Seriously, it's going to fall down. So regardless of how they were using that Finker utility, it is now completely been taken away. Mancal getting the pick there as far as trades immediately back there. Quick trade through by Trix. Another one by I7. Trades across the board. It's looking like the stock market out here, Babagusta.
I just love these quick trades that we see from Triple and GK, as if like they know exactly whether if one person gets picked out, the other's job is to make sure that they absolutely get the trade whenever it's necessary. 2v2, and IEZ, currently the one playing the smoke, still has 3 gas canisters, but Guards doesn't have the C4, so the only thing that they can rely on has to be the smoke gas canisters, which can waste a lot of time, mind you. And the Hibana's X-Kairos pellets won't be in effect a lot because of an early use of the electro, the gadget that Kaid used won't be able to open up that important line of sight towards Laundry. So this will be a tougher choice for Mankal to gain control on Freezer, because he needs to get at least a kill. And turns out XKE will find one. Basement Laundry, can he get the info? No, flashed out of his minds. And IEZ needs to survive. And Freezer, since they have the control, XKE just slowly pushing. He's going to miss the mark. And IEZ is a bit much more afraid that there might be players. The angle is just so perfect. At this point, they know that it's a shotgun smoke. So if they go close range, then they will go kaboom. Only 25 seconds. Triple Esports are wasting as much time as they need, but the SMG-11 is so strong. Shotgun in hand. He's going to miss it. Both of them low on HP. Prone shot from Mankal. And IEZ goes down in flames. Round number 1, Geekay Esports played it as patiently as possible, knowing that a shotgun player is very dangerous in close range. And they maintained they maintained their distance in order for them to not get caught out in that shotgun blast.
This is it, right? They do just go for these really insane little picks now and again, and sometimes, I think I got to criticize the amount of prone plays we keep seeing throughout this tournament at times. But in that kind of situation, you're against the smoke. They're going to swing with the shotgun. It's kind of like a 50-50 at what level they're going to be holding that at. So if you suddenly go for the prone ratty angle, yes, excellent work there. What I was going to say is, we've touched throughout this tournament, some of the MENA teams, they've kind of gone head-to-head with each other before. And again, I mentioned earlier there was a bit of a potential for a revenge arc between Nobles and 25 at the start of that group stage. Of course, it didn't really come to fruition. However, one thing I will say is that Geekay and Triple, last time of the Saudi E-League happened, Geekay came in second, Triple third. When these two went head-to-head, it was a swift 2-0 victory to Geekay. So again, Triple, ideally, they really want to be getting Geekay on the ropes a little bit throughout this league too. Last time these two came head-to-head, we saw that go to the third map. So again, it is on the cards. Triple really have improved. They've ironed out a lot of the issues they were having in October, and now they're stronger than ever, in my opinion. A really solid roster coming through. The fundamentals on lock. The way that they're playing a lot of these maps are absolutely fabulous. So this is where we really want to see them drag it to that third map. This probably will be a close one again. We do hear that Liar scanner going out. Ooh, the nade coming through, taking a lot of kill damage. There we go. Mankal taking it down. Dovklin finishing off with a little swift bullet to the head. So those Adobe calls start to go out. And again, the double global at the moment just to layer over each other. A little bit of overkill. Especially when there's no immediate reaction from the attackers into it. Feels a little bit like a quiet before the storm, to be honest, about the Gooster again. New team, well, there we go. As I say that, Forrest wants to prove me wrong. Hashem falls, a bit of hyper-aggression into that trophy area. Here prepping the Claymore, just in case someone decides to get aggressive through that breach. That is now nice and open. Drawn on a little bit of a flank as well. This could be pretty big, because again, the flank drone is there. Oh, well, it was there. I think even John is confused about that, but this is it. Seriously looking ready and waiting. The pings are coming through. They know there's a player in basement. They're going to try and catch him a little bit off guard. Where things start to get hot and heavy on both sides. Fares, are they aware of the Claymore though? I'm assuming it may have been shot out by now. They can definitely see the other one there, just tucked around the bedroom door. And again, these long line of sights that we see on both sides. Time with these setups, the long lines of sight, constantly pushing these aggressive angles, and they were one of them. Mankal falling down. The pressure on the armory stairs going slightly away from the hands of Geekay right now. And Triple just looking to batten down the hatches a little bit. Timeless aggression where they want it. The crossfires coming through. Seriously, and far as the trades 1-in-1. Again, there's a constant shift of momentum between these two is really interesting. It's like they'll have this some explosive aggression towards each other and then pull back to safety. There's the aggression, there's the explosiveness, and there we have it. John to clean up Trixid as that final pick of the round. Triple putting it a little bit back in their favor, 1-1.
Yeah, but at this point, it always heavily relied on important lines of sight that's supposed to be opened up, and I believe they were a bit too late on opening the breach on Dom's main hall. If they could have done it a bit much more faster, they could have at least forced the Mozzie out of that positioning. But you also had to worry about another line of sight all the way towards Attic, which did force the attackers to wait and find that perfect opening, and Hashom kind of waited for a very long time in the half round itself. So at this point, GK Esports, their method of push was to show their presence towards security room, bedroom side, and that was it. We did get to see we did get to see a last minute angle being made from the Kebi by taking out the double barricaded windows of second floor kid's bedroom, but it was very late at that point. If it was very quick, and if they could have held out those important angles, they could have maybe catch one or two rotators who were trying to reposition themselves into a safe spot. They could have done it, but just trying to fill themselves in one particular spot where you see 3 or 4 attackers be in that one particular position, I'm not quite sure whether if it was a good idea for GK Esports to be going in for a execution like that. But still, what is done is done. You can't talk about the past. The only thing that you can talk is the present. And talk about present, it's Fares, who's just going on a tear. Taking out XKE, Habana, which could have been very important hard breacher on opening up lines of sight. Now he's gone. And they don't have any other attackers who has at least a second hard breach. And this could definitely cause dangers for Triple Esports. Actually, for GK, sorry.
Okay, the pressure's starting to be applied in Big Tower. Right before the storm as well, some Flores drones going out just to clear a lot of this utility in blue, that good old-fashioned standard shield, and that's going to be pretty much taken away uncontested. Ooh, IEZ getting tagged up a little bit. The long line of sight through electrical all the way into pillar, I believe that was. Mankel, beautiful pick down to Fares as well. So already this defense starting to feel the heat. Two-dimensional Pish about to come through. Wondering if someone's actually going to decide to join seriously here and enable this extra pressure from blue even more. These Flores drones are doing a really good job of just opening up additional lines of sight, getting rid of this utility, making very swift and clean work of it. Again, we do see a member of Triple deciding to... Oh, the shield wasn't actually taken out. I beg your pardon. I thought it was.
I believe he kind of retracted back the deployable shield and just placed it back again. I think that's exactly what happened. So, at least on the bright side, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I was thinking maybe there was one in pocket that I didn't just quite catch. I swear it got destroyed though. Speaking of destroyed, seriously! Oh goodness me, guards taking you out cleanly. Looks like Babe going out to apply this pressure on Hasham on the back stairs there. Again, the side of Triple, they're doing a really good job of just holding back this collapse. 40 seconds or so on the clock now. This is where the pressure starts to mount a little bit for Geekay. Yes, they're at the player disadvantage, but they're the ones that need to get stuck in. They have to go for this collapse. John, beautiful pick down to Strixed as well. Hasham is left, and there we go. Before I can get my words out of my mouth, John is going to go for that swift little cleanup, Babagusta. Goodness me.
Man, John is... He's a machine at this point. It's just perfect accuracy. Just getting 2 kills like that, man, it's just so hard to do. And I'm kind of glad to see that Triple Esports are just holding their ground as best as possible. Meeting in Kitchen will be the side for them, mainly because they did succeeded in defending both second floor and basement. So technically they don't have any other choice but to go back to this side. And Meeting is considered to be one of the most least picked maps, especially on Oregon. And usually the defenders use it if they secured second floor and basement only. If they did not, then they'll go back to the same site over and over again. We rarely get to see first floor sites being picked, unless and until it's like a condition where if they do secure both second floor and basement site, the first floor site will be picked without any hesitation. So the biggest problem of it all has to be big tower, because that's usually where the attackers would make their presence known. They'll spawn from construction, they'll be in their positionings, and once they open up the wall towards meeting, that's where they'll be able to make their push and then just go in for the plant. And since Osa is still not banned, they could have gone for a usual bulletproof shield, a bit of smokes to block lines of sight, and proceed with the plant. Mainly, the main reason why I'm saying this is because the defenders doesn't have Valkyrie, so it could work out well. But talking about working well, Hashom will secure his first frag, so is Easy. I just love the trade games. Whenever I see a first kill from Geekay Esports, Triple Esports they just respond back with a refrag of their own. Even if it is XKE or someone else, if they find one, they'll just remove it on the spot.
Hashim looking for potentially a little bit of breathing room here to set up for what I'm assuming might be a hyper-aggressive entry. It looks like Geekay are firmly getting into position now to try and go for this collapse. Again, Hashim now holding on to Zulu. I think they are aware here of the fact that Fares is there. But Fares is aware of Hashim too. The pick comes through. That gets rid of that Ash player. Again, the very capable entry player for the side of Geekay. The pressure now on Mancal to try and make these things count alongside Trixid as well. Again, lots of utility to work with. They still have the flashes in pocket. They've got some smokes and some nades too. And there we go. The experiment charge can start to apply an additional angle of pressure here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh,
Central cube there. Mancal, gorgeous shot there. And this is what I mean. The pressure really starting to be applied by Geekay as they are just going for this very scrappy collapse here. They potentially could try and stick this plant, but again, Fares is going to shut him down, so that's Diffuser. Pretty much in no man's land right now. Mancal does get that pick onto Fares, so can pick up Diffuser and try and stick this plant. Loads of time to work with those, so maybe they just want to try and get a few more kills on the table. ZIZ is pushed back a little bit. Little duo plays potentially about to come through from Trixid and Mancal too. Drop down, swing and pray, and your prayers will come to fruition. Gorgeous little cleanup at the end there. They didn't even have to stick the plant. The audio cue really just caused Triple to rush towards them. Because that drop down had come through. They just won their ones. Gorgeous stuff there from the side of Geekay.
Yep, absolutely beautiful. From Geekay Esports, even though they didn't had any proper information, it's just winning the gunfight itself will put Geekay Esports on a very good,
Attackers need to locate
very
and
good
defuse
spot.
the bomb.
2-2 equalizer in round number 5. Especially what mostly we'd expect on Oregon usually either ends up on a 4-2 score line or maybe a 3-3. This round could go in an equalizer. This could end up on a 3-3 equalizer, mainly because of one round on attack, which could be on first floor meeting site. The first floor meeting site is considered to be one of the most difficult sites for any defenders to be holding, and if they can master that site, then it's I mean at this point you could say that they are unstoppable on map Oregon. But it's always difficult. The attackers always have an advantage no matter what. They can always put good use of
Attackers must
their information being gained from anywhere, and the only thing that the defenders can rely on has to be those two important sites. So there you go. Action phase will come in. So is the Amaru's Gara hook. Trix is already in. Surprise, surprise. No one's at home.
Setting breach charge!
Is at home. Again, giving all this map control pretty much for free to the side of Geekay. Granted, that attic wall has been jammed by the mute jammers, so again, those secondary tin can openers, those secondary hard breaches aren't going to open just yet. Doveclear taking out Trixid though. At least that utility is in place, so again, if that mute jammer can be dealt with, a hole will open up if someone wants to pressure that attic side. Maybe they'll mind themselves out a little bit. Well, as I say that, seriously, he's just going to get stuck in. Fares falling down, being taken away from the side of Triple, of course. Those drones should still be around to give it a bit of information. Those pests just put a little bit of a dampener in the works. But look how aggressive this is. Hasham just really contesting. I think that's IEZ or Doveclear. It's Doveclear. Doveclear is in the kitchen. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey on both sides. A quiet before the storm, half the round gone. And again, not much leeway really happening. So much map control from the get-go being given to Geekay. But there we go. That attic is now nice and open. This attic pressure can start to come in. The rumble down in basement as Hashom tries to go for the flank, but runs straight into Dovklin. That is a bit of a spicy one, to be honest, Babagusta. Chaos now ensuing on both sides as the nades get caught out by those one-my magnets. And again, we need more picks to come through from the side of Geekay. Well, there we go. As I say it, Mancal, beautiful shot down to IEZ. Where is the trade from? Triple. Guards with the shotgun. This could be quite interesting as the timer starts to tick down. Hold on to that tight corner from Attic, ideally. Pressure mounting too as these Selmas start to open up. So again, all of these dimensions of pressure starting to be applied onto site, starting to get Triple a little bit hot under the collar. Again, 45 seconds, Barbagusta. Can they do it? Can they collapse in and get that plant down?
It's all up to Mancal to see whether if he can change the tides of the round, but there's also John who can still deal a devastating blow from the attack from the defensive side. If they cannot contain the situation, then Triple Esports can just gladly get the win. Next KE, he's gonna miss the shot. He'll be in a much more trouble, but John, he doesn't even see him. Oh no, XKE! Both of them has no idea. The Legion has no idea that one of them is inside, and now XKE does 2v2. They need to go in for the plant. Will we see a safe plant from them? I believe so. Plant is done. So is the cover. Beautiful headshot from Seriously. One more kill to succeed, and XKE is going in for the plant, and Dovtukin just denies it. There you go, folks. Dovtukin for the win, as he just screams Posroda. And Triple Esports will win round number 5. Defensive round will be theirs.
Very pasty, but again, that was so chaotic. That entire round was chaos in a round, essentially. Like, if you're gonna pick the most chaotic round throughout the entire tournament, I would actually put it on that. Goodness gracious me, on both sides, again, just letting people sneak past you. The constant trades, the constant back and forth, the aggression, the fight in basement that happened, like, a bit all over the shop, to be honest, on both sides. Triple, however, pulling themselves to their 3rd defensive win. Certainly gonna be good, but again, we could argue this is still a bit defender-sided. This is also Geekay's map pick. We do know it's very, very strong for Geekay as well, and already it's been a very good attack for them. Can they equalize this to a 3-3, or will Triple to a 4-2 and potentially try and contest them a bit on their own attack? Where things start to get a little bit spicy.
5 seconds to go.
A little bit uncomfortable, to be honest, if you are Triple. You really, really need this round under your belt. Again, going back down to basement, we saw how quickly Geekay actually dealt with so many of these angles of attack, so many pieces of the utility last time we were on basement as well. So Triple, they really have to be careful here. We do see only one shield come out from Dovklin. I'm not, again, entirely sure what happened last time with the shield game. The big extension there by John, potentially about to be caught out though, as Hashom is on the hunt, wandering down this shower corridor. And so much clearance being gained already by Geekay. IZ getting tagged up a little bit too. That is curious.
Easy has already taken slight amount of damage. Not sure exactly where. I think it was on towards 2nd floor. But if I have to talk about Hashom, he is in a very good spot. Information just beautifully given. And with just one simple wall bang, he'll just handle out the 1st floor kitchen. Information will be denied. The Kebi calls will be made. Now, here comes the biggest problem of it all. Hashom already in freezer, providing dangers and problems. As he is slowly providing those distractions, necessarily enough for the rest of the attackers to push in towards the site and establish their firm control towards the site. Mid-round is in, so is the confirmation on the kill. That is for as gone. No trades being made from Triple Esports, and Geekay Esports maintaining that man count could give them a higher chances to succeed in the execute. Hatch has been opened up from the Excaros pellets. XKE still has a lot. could open up all of the hatches from kitchens, actually not from kitchen, from meeting hall, even from the main entrance. Guards is going to miss his timing of his electroclash going for the trick. And now, hatches are open. They could go in for drop down. Hashom will lose it. IEZ will get the frag. 3v4 as now it ticks down to a minute left. Geekay Esports still have control on man count, but they still have to worry about the smoke gas canisters and 2 C4s that's still in the hand. Make that one as Guard tries to use it one. He's not going to find one, but his TCSG will. Headshot to man. Carl Triss actually does the same by going in for the refrag. 1v3, 1v3. It's all in the hands of Doflukin. He will get one. Instant refrag. And with a Geekay Esports will fling back, equalizing the first half to a 3-3.
Yeah, 3-3. That's where it gets a little bit dicey for me, to be honest, Babagusta. Again, this is Geekay's map pick for them to secure those 3 rounds in a row on the less favorable attacking half. This is where it starts to get a little bit uncomfortable for the side of Triple. Now they're going into that less favorable attacking side. They have the timer constantly ticking against them. We've seen how Geekay play at this defense as well. Some nice utility they're bringing. The Rooney Gates along with the classic setup of the smoke and the Jaeger on that blue corridor. Of course, those all important. A lot of the meta teams seem to really love bringing the Legion again. I guess it's for that final collapse, that final execute, just to put a little bit of additional pressure on the table. On my magnets, of course, as well. Just again, just trying to get Triple to burn out as much utility as possible. And again, Guards being on that Dokkaebi with those EMPs, I assume, in pocket. That's certainly going to help Triple here as well. The Twitch being brought too. So again, I think Triple already are sussing out. We need to bring utility to deal with the setups, to deal with the amount of things we have to go up against here. It's very reminiscent of how Villa was as well. Triple was so good at clearing all of the equipment that Geekay had brought to the table. So potentially we'll see more of that. We'll see more of the same. But again, it's not as big a map as that Villa. So again, the gunfights happen a lot quicker. And already seeing Key, again, I always say this about Key, they're always getting a little bit fruity with it, always getting hyper aggressive, despite them meant to be playing on that kind of classically hard support role where you kind of stay close to the site, batten down the hatches, so to speak. Really interesting to see, again, Key kind of trying to go for a bit of a spawn peek through that lobby doorway, to be honest.
I mean, at this point, most of the gunfights that we expect from both the attackers and defenders at this point, it's like a mini game of whack-a-mole where you see a potential head just swing around in 0.5 seconds and you just need to have pinpoint accuracy to land that headshot. It's tough to do it, but you know, the players that we're seeing right now definitely knows how to get that shot perfectly. Cook grenades will find one. There goes Trix. Now Perez on the prowl for the aggressive. Gets seriously too, and for Geekay Esports, this spells trouble. They just lost 2 players. Now with the side being on Basement Church, they still got to worry about the Amaru. The Amaru with the marksman rifle that can deal major damage in long-range gunfights. So they have to be careful. The F2 Perez, beautiful headshot. There goes Hashom too. Now it's just 2 players left on the basement side. Information will be detected of Mankal's whereabouts, but beautiful flick to return back. My goodness, the amount of flicks that I've seen from Mankal is just insane. But maybe his luck might have run out. No, never mind. Pistol kill, headshot. But John is here for the refrag. Hold down to XK East. Can he seize the head of the player? No, he does not. He does not. He does. He does. Faraz just said, yep, I see you too. Headshot. And Triple Esports securing their first round attack on map Oregon. Also take a look at that in replay too. The shots that I've seen from Faraz, from Mantkal, even if he's at a very bad spot, somehow he gets away with a pistol headshot. Ooh. Even if it was a 2v5 situation, Grace, Geekay Esports almost pulled it off. They almost pulled it off.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
That's it again. It's just the mistake I think they made there was just for high progression. Again, I understand it, I get it, but I really do think Geekay need to be considering this now. But Triple, they have improved so much. They're such a strong team. They're such a good team. You can't really be hyper-aggressive against a team like that because they will be holding their cross angles. They will be using that utility against you. Time to go a little bit back to basics. Some good old-fashioned siege, methinks.
10 seconds left.
Again, the massive extended hold, actually. It looks like Hashom is going to be watching out for that approach from Shower Corridor. Again, this classic piece of verticality we see on that double window of bunks. Instead of just biding their time here, SEMIFINALS is actually going to be the one to hold on to that initially. Loveclin as well back on his Amaru. A quick yeet and zip up into this tower. All this traction being gained already, and again, similar to how Triple did on their own defense, giving up away all this map control pretty much for free. Granted, there will be probably someone playing in pillars at the moment, so yes, you have some breathing space for now, but as time goes on, you will have to contest pillars.
Yep. No matter what kind of entrances that you make, you still need to gain control on pillars. But turns out Dovtokin running 2 kills, that is definitely going to give a lot of good news for Triple Esports. Calls will be made. Trix's location might have been given away, and I'm pretty sure that the Amaru is hungry for more triple kill, and it's Dovtokin will deal major damage to GK's defensive hold. And this will be a concerning situation because they're back in a 2v5 situation once again. This is definitely not good when it comes to their man count. The Banshee Tyrants just slowing the attackers as best as possible, but they have no other choice but to fall back all the way to the side. Information from drones. They have the proper information on both Seriously and XKE, but they're still holding on. Will get one. John will get the refrag, and he gets the second. No, he does not. XKE still has 2 smoke gas canisters, and for the attackers, they have a lot of time. Dovtokin already dealing major damage. It's SMG. Was it SMG? No, it's SMG who wins it. 3v1. XKE. He's just doing God's work, but it's just too much for him to handle. It's just 3 players. It's just him against the world. Him against Geekay Esports. Actually,
This is
him
it,
against
Bo.
Triple
It's him
Esports.
against
Yeah.
him against the world again. You know, Geekay are falling too quickly. They're leaving Key in these awkward positions where they're on that supportive role. It's even this, you know, yes, you get your 1 there in Freezer, but why are you then peeking for your second? Pull back. You've whittled down the players on your opposition. Pull back a bit. Play safe those duos. Force them to have to try and go for that execute. Again, if you do have some magnets in pocket or any piece of utility you can rearrange, at that point, you know, you can assume that blue push not coming, you know, time's ticking down, there's only 2 of us, we need to reinforce this elbow just to make sure that that's kind of covered a little bit. We can change the shield around, we can move it somewhere else. Playing a little bit smartly, a bit more passively is certainly something Geekay needs to start doing in this late round at the moment. If they're going to keep getting hyper-aggressive on the start of that round, again, just really focus on how they're manipulating this utility, how they're changing it utility to deal with the outcomes of their team's kind of failed hyper-aggression. This is something I really want to start to see come through. Triple, however, you know, they're edging closer and closer to that match point. And again, this is Geekay's map pick, so Geekay, the pressure is on. Are you going to let Triple take us to that 3rd and final map? I hope so, to be honest. I really hope so. I want to see that 3rd map between these 2. I think it's going to get so scrappy if we do.
I mean, at this point, if you see Triple Esports' confidence on attack, pretty sure that can be the case. Geekay Esports losing grasp of the situation once again. C4 toss from Armory. Deal major damage to IEZ, but at least on the bright side, he'll still be alive. And will retaliate back at that too. Just good hold. And Geekay Esports once again, they're just falling apart for Ez and John. Headshot to confirm the kill. And suddenly we see Geekay Esports falling apart. They can't do anything about it. Once again, 2v5. This is the 3rd time I'm seeing Geekay Esports fall apart in such quick successions in the mid rounds. This is not good. Definitely not good coming in from GK's end because they're losing plot of the situation. 5v2, not a single player has been removed from Triple Esports' end. Now here comes the barrage of explosions, flashes, and grenades. Trix gets caught off from the crossfire, and now it's just Mancal up against the world. 1v5. He will secure Dovtokin. stings from the shock drone as the attacker slowly pushes all the way towards Kid's Doms. He is stuck. He has nowhere else to go. And John will do the honors and will give Triple Esports the match point that they need in map number 2, Oregon. High likely a chance that we will expect map number 3, folks, because map number 2, Triple Esports, securing match point means that map number 3, Clubhouse, will be the decider, folks, and a timeout will be requested from Geekay Esports.
This is absolutely crazy to me, like Geekay are doing the timeout now, to be honest. You know, you go on that 3-3 split, you go into the also favorable defensive half. You should have really called that timeout after you lost that first defensive round, or even the second defensive round. You're at match point now. It's an uncomfortable time to make that timeout, but again, it's the only time to really do that. The issue here is, again, Geekay, they're just being too hyper aggressive. Triple are pulling them apart because they're just waiting for that aggression to come to them, and they have the utility in pocket to then deal with anything that stands between them and the side. Then they all collapse in together when they've fully whittled you down to like 1 or 2 players. Given the fact that, you know, this really should have gone in the favor of Geekay, really. You know, they got the 3 rounds on that attack. They got the 3 rounds on the, you know, they pulled Triple to a 3-3 on Triple's own defense. That is awkward, really. That's when you expect Geekay to kind of sail away with it. No, Triple are fighting back. They're fighting back tooth and nail. And, you know, you're pretty much handing it to them for free at the moment because of this silly playstyle, really, that's coming through. It's, again, these aggressive pushes that are very unneeded. You know, you've got your smokes kind of going for these lobby spawn peaks when really you need those toxic babes back on site. You need to be a bit more sensible about it, because then someone has to come and apply pressure, you know, when you do pull back to site, and they're just immediately getting taken out because at that point, Triple have already just kind of said to themselves, like, okay, we need to apply pressure here because this is happening. I think if you're Geekay right now, you're feeling frustrated. You're feeling very frustrated at yourselves. And this is a thing too, Baba. This is where it gets really interesting because Geekay have to get 3 rounds on the trot to pull this to overtime. So regardless of what they've said in this timeout, it better be something good.
I sure hope so, Grace, because those 3 rounds that we witnessed, 2v5 in mid rounds is not a good sign. Definitely not. Especially when you're playing on defense, you're supposed to be very careful. And GK Esports going to first floor meeting is exactly what I'm getting skeptical about this case. I'm not quite sure whether if GK Esports bringing in first floor meeting would be a good idea, but I could agree with them because, you know, second floor and basement side really did not bode well for GK Esports. So, I mean, they don't have any other choice but to go with first floor meeting anyways. It's their final, you know, it's kind of like a final throttle, a final hope to see if if everything else doesn't work out. The only thing left to do is the one which has a lot of risks, and they're gonna bring it. Castle's armor panels, good ways when it comes to blocking important lines of sights. Oryx, great roam capabilities. You even have the Razor Bloom effect from the you have the Razor Bloom from Trix and Mantcal, which it's always a must need when it comes to, you know, denying those explosive projectiles. It always depends on this. Once again, Triple Esports, Fares already in second floor in 2 minutes mark. It's very early to be inside the building, and now he might be able to get the opening too. He even hears the shots that the Vamai just shot off the attack drone. So Fares knows that there is one from kitchen. Razor Broom trap being used. Won't be able to deal a lot of damage for the attackers, but the only thing that they can do is just get some information from their end. Once again, seriously, he really needs to be careful though, because the whole second floor has been caught off guard, which means that the defenders will be restricted on going in, doing their roam duties, and now the vertical lines of sight will definitely scare GK Esports off of their positionings and force for their retreat.
100%. We see Trix said repositioning the shield. This is exactly what I'm talking about on the side of Geekay. Just going for those repositionings of utility as time goes on. Certainly an interesting time to do it as well. Just very aware of the fact that that small tower pressure isn't quite coming in. Drone coming out from far as it could lure into a false sense of security here. Because Trickster has gone back into that position, gone back into that dining space. That could be pretty decent for Geekay, especially if the shower pressure starts to come through. They just fall happily into the arms of Trickster on that fawn. Especially when we assume there's a few traps about there as well. This could be massive. Hash on long line of sight as well towards CC. Ah, there we go. Flares has indeed spotted them out. Again, that pinch can come through potentially. I think if one of Geekay might be positioned to give Trix a bit of help here, or will they just let him be the kind of sacrificial lamb, so to speak? Let Triple focus their attention there. Let them focus their pressure there. There we go. Beautiful pick to start things off. Easy going down, but there we have it. John trading it almost instantaneously back. No duo work around this dining area. Again, the lines of sight being held in kitchen at the moment can certainly be massive. Mankel, actually, there we go. Fares is going to be taken out, so Mankel can just easily fall into this position and hold this. Do they know? Do they know that entry has come in? That plant, there we go. It is denied. Mankel, beautiful pick there.
10 seconds to go.
And already, Geekay, they can be pulling this back. Mankel does get tagged up, but again, this plant isn't going to go down. 5 seconds on the clock. All left down to John. Not a lot they can do here, to be honest, Babagusta. There we have it.
There you go, Geekay Esports. They've finally done it. The key was patience, and it eventually did reward them with success. Although I would say that for Triple Esports, they did take a lot of time, especially with their drone works. But when we did get to see the Buck opening up that verticality, and once they dropped in from the hatch, for a moment there, I thought Mantkal kind of missed the opportunity from removing off Dove to Kin, but the timing was right. They denied the plant. They even forced the Buck to, fall down from the hatch. And the GK Esports have finally managed to get a round win on first blood meeting. Now, here comes the biggest problem. They're going back to the site where they've lost 2 times. That is Basement Church and Arsenal. Now, they really have to be careful, because if they go back to a 2v5 situation once again, especially in mid-rounds, that is definitely not a good way for GK Esports to be losing rounds. So the first thing that they have to do is just be patient in info. Once you make a peek, you only peek for information. And once you can confirm that you can be able to get a headshot, maybe just crouch peek and try to go in for the shots instead of going in for jiggle peeks. I'm sure that you'll be able to find a different ways, but jiggle peeks are flashy, and sometimes jiggle peeks does give you an important kills. But if you keep jiggle peeking in a way that the attackers would expect, then high likelihood chances that you might lose the gunfight too. And since GK Esports is losing in those gunfights, it would be best to just peek for info and find a suitable choke angle that you'll be able to have the highest chances of winning gunfights. That's exactly what they have to do. And they did in the previous round, especially when you saw with Mantkal, the important choke angle that he was playing in was the main reason why GK Esports won. Now they just have to do it 2 more rounds consecutively without making any mistakes. They need to conserve man count, and if they keep losing it in the early rounds, GK Esports will be in trouble. And definitely for GK Esports, that is not a good sign.
No, I think one thing I find interesting too, I'm not sure if fully reinforced that, but I'm pretty sure from the get-go they went to make the rotation into blue, and then they decided in the end, okay, no, we're just going to fully reinforce blue tunnel, I think. I saw Key go over the hole that they had made, so again, just maybe a bit of early round intel from those Valkyrie cameras to let them know that that push is coming from this small tower side. Again, potentially later on as the time ticks down, potentially that laundry push as well. So now maybe just covering all lines of defense on the side of Geekay. Already this freezer pressure starts to be applied here by John. End of a long line of sight, the aggressive setups that we've come to know and love. The Toxic Babe going out early, that's a good start. Again, just really holding back that time for as long as possible. If Geekay can keep all of them alive for at least that 40-second mark, that's going to be a very clustered execute for Triple to have to start to set up. That's where the pressure starts to mount, and that's where mistakes start to get made.
At this point, we're just waiting to find the mistakes here, Grace. And at this point, it's the attackers. Already in a 40-second mark, they have no other choice. They have failed to find any weak points whatsoever. That's mainly because Geekay Esports are currently turtle holding the site. The only thing that they need is control on boilers, and here comes the gunfight. Grenade to confirm things off by removing Mankal off of the site, and here comes the refrag. Hashom, headshot, John goes out, 4v4, 25 seconds. They have to go in for the push, and what a reply from seriously quick trades being made. Hashom, beautiful headshot. Once again, Dove to Kin failing to succeed with the kill, and the C4 will confirm it nonetheless. Now it's just easy 1v2. All hopes are in this man in order for him to secure map number 2, but Tiny's running out. It's only 5 seconds, pushing all the way deep in towards basement laundry, and Trix, he's not going to move an inch, and that TCSG almost getting the kill, but it isn't necessary because time is, just like you said, Grace, a 6th defender. And we will see Geekay Esports win Basement Laundry site once again. We are back at the round of 1, folks. Round of 1s for Triple Esports to secure map number 2, and round of 1 for Geekay Esports to put this match on overtime. Will it happen? We will see with the site on 2nd floor Kids Dorms and Dorms Main Hall.
Many teams are so entertaining, you know, the raw skill behind them, the mechanical ability, it's great. But then it's also things like this. I'm so glad Geekay worked out what they were doing wrong there. Again, the hyper-aggression, the silly mistakes, them essentially throwing away their defense there to then clap back to the point where you're now potentially about to pull this to overtime again. Really good going, great stamina work, great communication, great shot calling coming through there from the staff and IGLs as well. Big shout out to them too. Again, that timeout did wonders for them. I did say, Babagusa, didn't I? I wondered how that timeout would go for them. Would they work out that they were being a little bit silly at that start? 100% they have. 100% they've worked that out. They have battened down the hatches. They've so well. They're really playing around that timer as well. Way better use of those toxic babes, you know, in that previous round as well. And even just knowing, okay, we can actually change our utility round. We can just go for these little quick revisitations to our setup to deal with the approach that we know is coming. And speaking of the approach you know is coming, that Solus being brought up by Trixit again, Baba, that's going to let them know where those drones are coming from. So in theory, where those pushes are coming from. And this means that they can then again reposition their utility, change where they're standing, change where they're holding to counteract that.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, Chris. They could do that. They just have to just be careful. Oh my god, already. That's the only thing that I was worried about. This initial kill right here. John taking out XKE will definitely cause major chaos towards Geekay Esports, because this is the main that's the main thing that I'm worried about. Man count. If they lose once again, if they lose one more player, then it's all over for Geekay Esports. Seriously, needs to be careful. They need to hold his crown. He needs to be patient. Here comes the utility dump. Grenades tossed. Remove the deployable shield, but I believe that has been removed. No, it did not. Gets caught out from the ADS. So those utilities has been doing a tremendous job on supporting those deployable shields. And already in mid-round, you can see the tension that's been putting around from the side of Triple Esports, almost as if their life is on the line here, Grace, because they have given so much chance. They've given, this is the 3rd chance, and turns out they're almost about to lose it, because Geekay Esports, they are bringing this back, Grace.
100%, and also Hasham on a little bit of a flank here. If those flank drones aren't being watched right now, you know, Geekay have fully read into the fact that this push is one-dimensional, and this could cost Triple so much, so badly. If this flank from Hasham can come through, there are Flores drones on the board too to get rid of some of this utility, but again, they need the clearance, they need the leeway, they need the information. Those Gemini replicas coming through just to give a little bit of information as to where these defenders may be positioning these crossfires that can start to be held by the side of Geekay. Things are starting to heat up a little bit. There we go! The flank comes through. IEC falls down. It's immediately traded by Dovklin, but that's already rustled the Jimmies off the side of Triple. The spray and pray for the wall seriously finishes it off. John falls down. 2 versus 3. This is massive from Geekay. This is exactly what we want to see from them. Can they pull us to overtime right now? Everything is banking on them right now. They need to try and win at these ones. They need to hold off this collapse. Don't pick their ones seriously. No immediate trade from Geekay just yet. Another one there. Mancal falling down. As Trick said, it's all left to you, my friend. You have to try and deny this. You have to try and deny this. There we go. 10 seconds on the clock. They're trying to stick the plant, but they're worried about this verticality coming through from Trixid. They don't know where to stand. It's starting to get a little bit awkward. There we go. The spray and pray. Their timer runs out, and we are going to overtime. Massive plays there by Geekay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to overtime once again. Round number 13. And I know I'm just going to make a meme right here. Friendship ended with Echo. Now Solus is my best friend. My God. Oh, what can I just say? Solus just gets the work done. And Trix, what a way to deny the plant and put Geekay Esports back on the map. They are here to put yet another overtime where Geekay Esports, they're pulling it off yet another time. Map number 1 Villa was the same situation, and Trix just saved the round, folks. Round number 13, Triple Esports. They had 3 chances. They had 3 extra lives. And GK just took all of them and resetted it back to 1. Basement Laundry and Supply Room, GK Esports were struggling a lot on defense. One single timeout was more than enough to change their minds and play it as patient as possible. My goodness, what is going on? I have no clue at this point. Oh man, this is so good. I mean, I kid you not. This is some really great stuff coming in from both GK and Triple.
Baba. Like, this is. Do you know what? As a caster, I love this game so much. I love this game like it is a child to me, I swear. But this is the thing, right? Geekay, it is frustrating when you see a team of that caliber really make these massive mistakes that they were making. This has been huge from them. Again, just knowing, guys, timeout, we're making these mistakes. We need to now get 3 rounds on the trot. Played it so well. I can't get over how well Trixid just played that. That was insane coming through from that player. That's exactly what you have to do. And that is stuff that players, you know, Europe T1, sometimes they waffle and don't even manage to pull off things like that because their brain just goes out the window. Cool as a cucumber from the player there. Cool as a cucumber. I am so hyped on that. But again, Triple, the Jimmies have to be Russell's, Baba. Like, this is the thing, Triple, they really want to bring this to map number 3. We want them to map number 3. Especially, you know, these are 2 really incredible teams. They want a little bit of a revenge tour to come through. They've already had it already this time in this season. But again, Triple, they just need to try and pull themselves over the edge here. Pressure certainly is mounting up, especially if Geekay's defenses are going like this now.
And looking strong. Triple Esports dove to Kin once again with the Amaru. Got a hook, instant control on the big tower stairs. So it's always on lockdown no matter what the outcome would be. So they're not going to contest towards it. Geekay Esports, they will play this safe as best as possible, remove the important attack drones, fall back to safety, use their utility as best as they can to mitigate the damage and reduce the damage being taken from the side of defense. So this 3 important overtime rounds will be crucial for both these teams because that ticket to grand finals will be the best one. The best part about getting a free ticket to grand finals is that they get a good break time for tomorrow, because for tomorrow it will be the lower bracket finals where we will get to see the loser of this match go up against Team Noble. So that will be an amazing match to look out for. But now let's just focus on this match. GK, especially XKE, finding out Fares, who've been dealing major damage as the Twitch is now been removed out of the play. It's just 4 players left. They still need to worry about John. They still need to worry about Dove to Kin. And GK Esports, they are looking good, especially in this early round.
100%, but we've seen how much of a menace to be around this green area, around this tower area too, especially as they start to push into that pillar. EMP is going out, and those little tin can openers are going to start to attempt to open up the electrical hatch, and that is indeed going to be opened. Again, with that pressure in Laundry 2, a nice three-dimensional pinch starting to be set up here on the side of Triple. I think they've realized we don't really have any EMPs left to deal with that hatch in CC. We're trying to apply pressure where we can. Dovklin looking to get a little bit bolshy here, looking to start to make their approach down Laundry stairs. Again, the Black Eye giving so much information right now to the side of Geekay. They know that they're setting up to try and go for this collapse in electrical. They can just be very mindful of that push to come through. See, Trixid ready and waiting, C4 in hand. I think that C4 has gone out. I don't think it has quite gone off just yet. Might be a pre-placed. Only time will tell, but the shot's fired as John takes out seriously. Keyballs as well. We've seen John go absolutely wild on this map so far. There we go. There's another one. Mancal falling down. John being taken out there by Hashon before being trained out by Dovkin as well. It's left down to Trixit now in a 1vx, potentially 1vx postman. Yes, indeed. There we go. Need to try and isolate these players into those 1 versus 1s. Tiniest bit of health, though. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey for this Kaid player, where if the player's positioning there on the corner, but the duo swing to come through. Gorgeous stuff there by the side of Triple, and winning that attacking round. Certainly starting this overtime with a different energy behind them.
Yep, a brute force is all it needs to apply much pressure on the defensive hold. Now it is time for Triple Esports to get their round win. Overtime match point 7-6. This will be a moment for them to determine whether if they can claim map number 2. And for GK, they had just came back by losing 3 defensive rounds back to back. They survived match point. And now they're going to lose once again. I'm not quite sure that that will happen, folks, because Geekay Esports, even though that they lost a match mainly because of one simple mistake, I'm pretty sure on attack, Triple might need to be careful, though. Especially those cooked grenades and also the Kebi's calls that could help them change the entirety of the situation. Knowing that new jammers won't be present, they still need to be careful of those pests, and those pests will be the majority of the problems that they need to deal with. So there you go. Action phase is open. Overtime match point for Triple Esports. And GK, they still have a chance. But that is the only chance that they'll ever get, because round number 15 is always the round where it would conclude the match. So let's see whether if GK Esports can secure this attack round, or will Triple Esports win map number 2 and put us to the deciders. Clubhouse. Clubhouse can be a maximum possibility. And GK Esports, let's see whether if they can pull off a miracle one more time.
100%. Are we surprised to see another overtime between these two? No, not really. Again, 2 really formidable forces for the MENA region. Again, the pressure certainly being on for Geekay right now. They wanted to try and make this a 2-0. It's not really going to be handed to them that easily. Their map pick and Triple have really had them on the ropes here. A few silly mistakes here and there that have really started to cost them as time has gone on. Ankel making good leeway though. All this armory pressure starting to be applied as Trixid holds the bottom 2. So again, a nice, safe, comfortable attack point for Geekay to start to work from. Ooh, beautiful aggression there from Farazho, but is immediately taken out by Seriously. The crossfire being held, again, absolutely on point from the side of Geekay, but that C4 is certainly going to throw a dampener in the works. The entry of Seriously being taken away. Hashambo on the ult angle does get gooed up. But again, a safe positioning, unless that hyper aggression comes out, would really just allow them to start applying this little bit of aggression here on that white stairs.
Here it is. That flashbang, which was meant to disable the Surya gate, has now been caught by the Wamai's magnet. They will destroy it nonetheless, but there is a lot of utilities being wasted around, and guess what? They don't have grenades nor any more flashbangs to deal with the situation. GK Esports are now feeling the pressure, and so is Triple Esports, because the only explosives they have is just the impacts, and they're constantly being pinged from those bulletproof cams that's been given constant information. So if one attackers make their push from Astro Door, you will expect a prefast being made, and a Shom could be the answer to this problem. 25 seconds, the attackers needs to figure out a way to find their mark. Ash's breach charge, maybe to try to force one of the defenders away, and Dovtukin will take some major damage to it. They're losing a lot of time. GK Esports, they need to make a push. Denied from John. Hasham not looking good when it comes to their holdout, and Dovtukin will get the triple. And just like that, folks, we are not out of it just yet. Triple Esports will claim map number 2 on overtime match point, which means we are going all the way to the distance. Map number 3, Clubhouse, will be the deciders, and the winner of that will go to the grand finals. My God, what a performance that we're seeing right now from both Triple and GK Esports. And Triple Esports, what a way to finish map number 2. My goodness, what is going to happen on Clubhouse at this point? We have no clue here, folks, but we cannot wait to see what kind of excitement that brings forth on this match.
100%. I think Geekay are going to kick themselves when they go back over that VOD. And again, the rounds before the timeout were really the kicker there for me for them. If they would have played as structured, as safe, as proper as they did after that timeout, before that timeout, I really think that could have been a 2-0 for them, to be honest. And Triple really took advantage of the mistakes they were making there and really hit them hard. And as soon as it came into that overtime, they just played it so fluidly from the get-go. Really good stuff. And again, they will be bringing us to that third and final map, as you can see below, of Clubhouse. Again, another equal kind of even Stevens playing field, but it really will come down to that utility. It's an interesting map, really, for these two to go up against, because again, consider the fact that we have, the gym bedroom site, you've got the CC cache site, you have those external facing walls. It can be opened as a freebie from the get-go. So again, when it comes to attacking those sites, it's going to be interesting to see the initial aggression that will happen once those walls are opened, given we know how aggressive both these sides can be against another, and especially that the pressure's starting to amount now. We are on that third and final map. So it's an interesting one, Baba.
Yeah, it definitely will be, Grace. Especially Clubhouse being the final decider map. And that too, especially in the upper bracket finals, is going to be an exciting one to watch. But 8-6 on Oregon. For a moment there, I thought there was some slight hope for GK Esports to put us all the way to round number 15. But the way how Triple Esports just held their ground and just removed players one by one, that clearly shows that Triple Esports are not out of the game just yet. Bulletproof cameras are the only reason why they had constant information. And also, let's take a look at the match summary as well on map number 2, Oregon, between both Triple Esports and GK Esports. 8-6, Triple Esports will secure a map number 2 with 18 kills to John, 15 kills to Mantkal. Dovtukin and Faraz with securing 14 kills from their end and a 79% cost percentage to John. He's been making a lot of initial kills and also losing his initial skills too. It's like balanced, as all things should be. And for John, even though he was just causing even though he was causing havoc on the basement side, he still gets things done, and Dovtukin was just supporting him as best as he can, especially when it comes to crossfire angles and those wonderful trades that we see from both GK and Triple. It's just absolutely amazing to watch.
100%. John really came through with a lot of nice free Ks actually throughout that map. Again, there were rounds where they completely spun it on its head just by John going in and collecting 2 or 3 kills in a row. So I'm really not too surprised to see these statistics on the side of Triple. Really, they went out their way to hit Geekay hard. A bit of a struggle on that map, to be honest, from Geekay. Again, it was their map pick, and I think they are going to be kicking themselves a little bit because I think, again, the start of that defense just really wasn't there. It wasn't the Geekay we were expecting, in my opinion. And I think this is why the next map is going to be so interesting for me. I think this is where both teams really need to put their heads together and kind of be like, okay, we need to play just some good old-fashioned Siege here. Maybe just go a little bit more kind of strategical approach. Think about it, you were bringing the utility burn. Try more of that utility meta that we might see. And in fact, in theory, should work. Again, we saw how it went for Geekay to try and pull it back. So who knows? Again, we will be going to that third and final map very shortly. But first, we're going to take a quick little break. So do not go anywhere.
And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Feels like I've been working through this stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been getting kind of tough, babe. Feels like I. You give me feelings. I wanna be with you, you. There is nothing I can do to make it go away. I'm in love with you, baby, and my love is here to stay. Love is a dangerous thing when my hands are trembling. Will you fall into me? It means more than You give me feelings I never felt before. Now I lost my mind. Waiting for you to make up your save. I can't help it. I wanna be with you all the time. You give me feelings.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud grunts.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
All right, folks, welcome back. What could potentially be the final map between Team Geekay Esports versus Team Triple Esports. This is Zotac Gaming TEC Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your caster, Augusta. With me alongside, I have Grace V, as we are here to talk about the final decider map Clubhouse, which is going to happen right now. The winner of this will have a straight ticket to the grand finals of this invitational. But who will it be? Will it be Triple Esports or will it be Team Geekay Esports? Grace, we've seen 2 double overtimes. Now, map number 3, Clubhouse. Just like you said, higher chances of this map to go all the way to overtime as well. But the biggest question of it all would be that who would have the maximum kills and who would get the MVP for map number 3?
That's certainly something to consider for sure. Again, you know, some of the players have been really standing out during this best of 3 on both sides. Again, just significantly twisting the round on its head just by getting 2 3K here, there, and everywhere. The main thing for me, again, as I touched on this just before the break, is those external walls on Gym Bedroom, the external walls on CC Cash. This is where things start to get a bit more interesting because we consider the high progression on both sides. And how in Oregon, they both had to rein it in a little bit. They both had to go back to basics. I think for Triple too, Triple have played this really around that utility meta a bit more. They've really kind of gone towards that to try and get the upper edge on Geekay. But the issue here, of course, Triple signing that on that defense, Geekay on 2 of the sites at least can immediately open up those external walls and get that line of sight as these bans start to trickle through. We see Triple have got rid of the OSA, potentially poor for that reason. Again, the external wall's getting an OSA shield in front of it, and it's a hard piece of, a hard dimension to contest as they start to make their setup. The Twitch being banned out by Geekay. I think that's pretty decent, to be honest. Again, just Triple really relying on that to clear a lot of their util. But Goyo is a classic as well throughout this tournament for Geekay, and Triple banning that Azami, another classic for them, really going into that global meta of just removing that Azami, those Kiba barriers, how important it's been, especially on this map, though. It is Whopper on this map because, again, we consider that these external walls pretty much get open very quickly. The Kiba barriers can add that additional line of defense for the defense to use, a little bit of cover, even replug the hole that the breach has made, so to speak, and again further burn out that timer. Let's get stuck in, shall we? Again, not really relying on the Kaid here, going for a good old-fashioned bandit. That's where the EMPs can come through. Again, you can go vertical too. Trixid, however, sticking onto that Thatcher, so that's going to make the job nice and easy. I love the fact they seem to be going for a bit of a triple entry here. We do see, okay, I mean, still we could consider that the Ayana, the Ash, and the Thinker. Well, Hashim's just trolling me at this point. The Nomad getting picked on. There we go. The Dokubi as well. This is a lot more structured. Okay, they're having a little play around here. They're working out what you to bring. That Thinker looks like it might be staying, though. We did see this in Oregon, didn't we, Brother Gusta?
Yeah, we actually did. Oregon, especially on the first round, we did expect it to see them bring in the Finca, especially with the spear, but it kind of didn't work out well for GK Esports on the first round. It kind of went sideways. But now bringing in on map Clubhouse, you still have the Adrenal Surge. So if one of them goes down, you still have the Adrenal Surge to put themselves back up to at least 30 HP. So they should be fine. But I kind of love how the aggressiveness that I'm seeing right now from Hashom's end. Already in first floor lounge. And I'm pretty sure that the defenders have no idea that he's playing very close to that side. He's currently playing in a very risky way. Drones has been caught out, but his location will be revealed. And I'm pretty sure that the Kebi will try to hunt the Mozzie down as fast as possible. But for now, we're currently staying at a standstill. We haven't seen any progression being made from them just yet. Hashom, oh, just look how patient he was. He was waiting there for around 20 seconds just to get one kill. He just doesn't have to get traded out, but turns out he just got lucky. He got 2 kills instead of 1. This is beautiful coming in from Hashom as he secures 2 kills for the side of GK Esports. Now they can push in towards CCTV without being able to worry about 2 players.
So, but Hashom is aware of this position. Help of red, it's so important. Again, triple, they're just really trying to work out where to stand at this point. I'm not sure if Hashom is aware the coast is clear. He can start to saunter up there if he wishes to. There we go, guards, beautiful pick onto Key. It's not going to be too much of an issue though. Again, those Selmas have already opened up that wall nice and early. Yeah, no second dimension to this attack yet. I'm wondering if the red says pressure will come through, or if they'll go for something alternative here on the side of Geekay. It looks like they want to try and just whittle down this defense as long as possible. Doveclin finally getting finished off by the beautiful little pick there by Trixid as well as I37 starts to pull back a bit. I think guards try and do the same thing too. Try and play for that plant. You do have a C4 in pocket too, so if they go to default, you can just kind of throw that out, hope for the best. Oh, that was a bit difficult. Could have got caught out a little bit there by Seriously. The flash is going through. Also aware of this pressure on red stairs too, is where things might start to get a little bit scrappy. Mancal just trying to get stuck in here. They're trying to find an opening to go for this collapse. The trade's coming through. A 1 versus 1. Mancal versus IEZ, and there we go. Mancal actually falling. Triple winning their first defensive round.
Yeah, but it's just a shaky round nonetheless, Grace. Like, every single round that we witnessed from Triple and GK Esports, except map number 2 on map Oregon, where GK Esports were always 2v5, I always love the situation where it's head to head, and it's always those 1v1 gunfights that always is the crucial moment. Either GK Esports would win, or it would be under the side of Triple Esports. What I do have to commend a lot have to be guards, because the amount of headshots that I've seen from that SMG-11, one from the balcony side of CCTV, second headshot to remove off the player from Garage Catwalk, and a third, it's like he was doing most of the work on CCTV, where he was desperately trying to equalize it as best as they can. And let's not forget, this was a 5v3 situation, Grace. A 5v3 situation where Hashom did get the initial 2 kills, removing off both John and Fares. And even with that advantage in the early round, the mid round was where Guards recovered it. Guards was the main reason why Triple won the round in the first place, because if that did not happen, then we wouldn't have seen Triple win round number 1 in the first place. So I have to give a lot of credit to Guards for, stepping it up, being aggressive, and also being a risk taker too, in order for the team to gain success. But now, round number 2 is a go. Second floor gym is the site, and once again we'll be able to see John on towards first floor bar, doing as he does best, the roam duty. The thing about GK Esports is that since the first round itself went all the way to 1v1, you could say that there is a slight glimmer of hope where they could end up securing good amount of kills. Again, a fake run out of 10 from John, as he's trying to lure some of the attackers to arrive right in towards first floor strip club, but he's not going to find anyone as of now. Some damage will be dealt to Doveclin. And it will be him who will secure the first frag, starting things off. And yet another refrag in which Hashom will be able to succeed by removing the Mozzie. And just like that, the trade games, they never stop. But when it comes to the advantage, that's exactly where it comes to a crucial moment.
Where things can get a little bit spicy. I thought that C4 was going to go out then, Baba, to be honest. Sorry for making a little concerned noise there. But again, you immediately saw Seriously go to open that up. That's usually when the C4 will come through. They're still playing a little bit patient with it, not willing to invest that utility just yet. But again, a very tight, aggressive angle to go through. The wall has been opened on Spar. So already this two-dimensional pinch is starting to be set up pretty nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Actually, this bench definitely could be a good moment for the team to at least get those kills. And even if they do get traded out, they'll still have the advantage nonetheless. All eyes on guards. He's the one who started round number 1 with a bang. And maybe we might be able to see him do the same thing once again. Damage been dealt around from the Jacuzzi. C4 toss won't be able to secure. Guards won't be able to make a tremendous play. He's been shut down by Trex. 3v4. And once again, we will see GK having the advantage from their end. Calls will be given. Information, confusion. Mute jammers are still present. They could go just near it to cancel the effects. But for Geekay Esports, once again, time is of the essence. 20 seconds. They need to proceed with the push, and that push could definitely help them do something about it. Trix gets one more. John's been eliminated. It's a 2v4. The defenders are losing grasp of the site, but for GK Esports, they cannot enter in towards the building, but now they do with the help of Hashom. And seriously, we will see GK Esports dismantle the defense, see them secure their attack round in round number 2. Clean, precise, and patient will we see GK Esports proceed with their push, secure gym and bedroom. But now, Triple Esports, are you going to the same site, or will you go back to the site where it has a higher chances to succeed? I believe so. Basement Church and Arsenal Room will definitely be the site for them to go for.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
This is it too. It's nice to see Geekay again. They're going very by the book here. The classic strat to get that wall open. You apply that pressure from CC and Cash. You start to expand outwards, get that construction control, get that logistics control. Then safely and calmly go for the collapse. They took their time there. They were patient with it. It's really good going. Again, I think in that first round they could have done with that additional angle. Now that we're going to basement, of course, it's this idea where, you know, normally you'd try and get that kitchen hatch open. You'd maybe try and get church wall open. You know, maybe the second dimension coming from either blue or dirt tunnel as well. So, again, there's classic ways to approach this. And I really think Geekay will do better here by doing that, as we just saw in that last round, by going a bit more classical with it. Taking those kind of, yes, relatively known approaches, but they're known for a reason. They work so well if you can go through the motions. Once those gunfights, you win your ones. We know mechanically Geekay can certainly do it. It's just about the strategy they're approaching with. Guards on the smoke as well. Again, just a classic setup here on the side of Triple. With the addition of Sosa, of course. Not too sure about the Oryx. I think that's going to be an interesting one. I really want to see what John is going to do with that. Again, John, we have seen him significantly pop off this evening, so extended hold really going down here. This means Geekay have to really take their time, go for that full clearance, especially if they want to start to work those kitchen hatches, and John's kind of looking around. He can go for that verticality, remember. The Bailiff as that secondary, he can make holes in the ceiling of logistics and shoot out anything that happens on that kitchen hatch.
Kitchen hatch should be their main concern though, because opening up the hatch, opening up lines of sight can at least help them clear out the entirety of the Arsenal room. But the standard push would usually be having control of main stairs, tunnels, and then just go in for a default plan. Dovtakin, on the other hand, might have some whereabouts of information, but turns out it's not going to find anything at the moment. Candela's being thrown from logistics. That could push John away, but Trex, all he's going to do is just give the information away for the opposition team. C4, pre-placed, prepped and ready in kitchen, about to reach mid-round. We haven't seen GK arrive in towards the first floor because they're very much afraid from the roam games and tricks. That's exactly what I was very much afraid of, because Perez and the Oryx, both of them are in that specific position, and that has been taken care of very quickly. Such good information and such good clearance as we get to see GK Esports gain the momentum. 2v5. Trickstery will be picked up back, 20 HP. Now, since the room has been taken care of, they have to focus on the side. Guard still has his smoke gas canisters. He could use it to block the hatch or maybe blue, but it's his decision to see which one think it would be best. I would prefer just, using the smoke from the hatch, but still got to worry about the main stairs. Yeah, IEZ still playing on K9 position. He could be able to hold this ground, but this 30 seconds could be the make it or break it moment to see whether Triple Esports can hold their ground, or will it be GK Esports who gets the win.
For Yin Candelas, though, that's really not going to be great for IEZ. There we go, Hasham taking out Guards too. Slightly blinded there, but Guards is Toxic Babe. Post-mortem, a little bit of friskiness there. It's going to take out Trixid. But again, these flashes still, of course, there's not really a lot you can do in that situation. Geekay, a ferocious collapse, lots of utility burn. This is exactly what I mean, Baba. They're just being very classical with it, and it is coming through so smoothly for them. Really good going. Second attacking round on the trot. Now, this is the interesting one. Triple are going back. They can go the full rotation if they want to. They can go back to the round that they won. The CC hold is what they can do again, but they're not going to. They're going to go back to that gym bedroom. They're going to see if they can mix it up a little bit here. Play it a little bit differently. Of course, those pogmats, you do often see it when it comes to this hold. Another classic one would be if they decide to bring the castle barricades too. I think we spoke about this earlier in the week. Also, the mirror as well, of course. We saw that last time. Maybe a bit of delay with the C4 through the hatch, but again, it's a lot of utility for Triple to try and batten down the hatches with shield utility as well, just to hide behind. And again, the full extension. They know Geekay might try and go for this two-dimensional pinch again. This is often the interesting thing too, right? If they're setting up all of these pest utilities here, yes, that's a heavily defended CC. But say, for example, if a drone comes up red instead, you're pretty much still going to get all of that information. Maybe a bit overkill there on that CC site. But at the same time, Geekay, as time goes on, they do have the nades on Mancal. They do have the nades on Seriously. They can go for that classic, nade up through the floor of bathroom if they want to too, just to give an additional angle of pressure. This is a thing I really love about Clubhouse nowadays. There's so many ways you can kind of approach it that we've kind of adapted from T1 as well. Because people went back to using that mirror on that bathroom wall again, it's a really nice approach to just kind of take those nades in pocket, fall into that nade meta that we saw at the start of 2023. 2022 rather, sorry, my numbers.
It happens, Grace. I mean, back then, second floor gym used to be very powerful. And even with Mira being banned most of the time in 2022, they need to find a different method. Now, since Mira has still been opened up, we see a lot of Mira picks being used on second floor gym, because that is the only optimal way that the defenders can properly hold the site. You have a lot of open angles for the attackers that they can easily push through, especially from the logistics hatch and also from second floor gym window. And the only main reason why you have those specific Mira windows is to defend from them. And also, you're still high likely being, distracted towards second floor CCTV. Now you're going to see exactly that. Wall bangs being made from Hashom. Just going to open up some certain lines of sight. Flashbangs being thrown that would blind off the flash. No, it does not. The Frost will still stay alive nonetheless. Not a kill will be made from GK Esports. Now, currently, they're the ones having the advantage. Will the flash find one? Yes, it does. The third flash being tossed around once again. Will we see a push from CCTV? No. They're still afraid of construction because they haven't cleared that out just yet. And I believe the main reason has to be those Mozzie's Pest. The Pest are creating a nuisance. They even have the red ping, but they're still afraid to push. There you go. Hashom finds the opening. They can now push from CCTV, but you still need to be focused on construction because that's exactly where Perez is. C4 from John secures in taking out Hasham, and John being taken out from Seriously 3v4, and now we see Triple's defensive maneuver starts to falter down a bit because of one player holding from Jacuzzi. Cooked nade from Seriously, but you still need to be careful from mainstays. That's exactly where Mira is. IEZ, he might catch the sledge off guard. I think it might be the opportunity. There it is. 1v3. It's all by himself. 20 seconds. All he needs to do is just remove the player who has the diffuser in hand. But instead, he will take out Mantkal. This is looking good. But he also has a C4 who could go in for an impressive shot. Can it work out? No, denied in midair. This is so good. Coming in from the attackers, denying the C4, which means that he will go in for post plant. The Mira Vector in hand. It's not gonna happen because the Thermite is here to save the day. Geekay Esports is just so good in those potential rounds. And that the construction hole that you see, that actually scared GK Esports quite a lot. And this play from IEZ, what Sledge thought that the Mira would still be in logistics hatch, he actually cooked a nade just for the Mira, only to realize that he was all the way from main stairs to get ready to get that important kill. In the end, GK Esports taking out that C4 from midair was just so well done. And I have to appreciate the way how GK Esports are so patient and so cool when it comes to situation like this. I mean, at this point, if I was playing in a team right now, I would definitely have a heart attack.
But this is it again. It's just the way you're playing it so by the book. They're literally playing it so by the book. Even then, we saw the utility use coming through, the nades coming out, the flashes constantly. The flashes to clear people when they know they're in these really tight angles. Granted, that clash clear took a little bit longer than it should have. You know, the flashes through the floor to try and remove Davklin, I believe it was. And again, it's this idea that they're just being patient with it. They're taking their time. They're communicating their utility use. That is why Geekay are currently racing away with it, because they're playing just good old-fashioned Siege. It's exactly what you like to see. Again, we all know they can be aggressive. We know they're so mechanically gifted on both sides, again. But again, just being a bit more by the book here, Geekay are really getting that extra edge, that extra advantage. And this is where Triple needs to start adapting to that a little bit more. Some of their setups have been a little bit overkill. We discussed those Mozzie pests just being completely overcommitted to that CC area, and perhaps a little bit of an even spread across the top floor would have been a little bit better. And now, though, again, it looks like Triple are looking, Geekay rather, are looking to be a little bit more classical. The classic peeks into the garage being opened by those Selma charges. And that's going to potentially give a nasty line of sight if people do want to contest this player on rafters. This is what they slightly struggled with last time they came to Cash EC. They managed to get that wall breach open nice and early, but when it came to contesting that rafters, this is where they struggled. They really took their time a little bit with it. When they could have had that utility and the additional angles of pressure. There we go, seriously, an oldie but a goldie, this line of sight being opened up. Classically, you'd see the Habana open out of the X-Kairos. Yeah, those Selmas do the job just as well. My main concern here is actually main breach open right now? I don't think...
Well, I think they haven't, but turns out Mantkal will get that headshot. That is an important one of that too. The Mozzie being removed out of the play will at least have some hopes for GK Esports to push in. This plays that we're seeing right now, this aggressive method of GK Esports removing out the Romans first is working out so well. Even with the Rook's armor paid being in play for the defensive side, they have extra HP, but somehow they are getting caught by surprise. Once again, John needs to go back towards the lounge's side, will get detected from the attack drones as he is supposed to fall back. Oh boy, lots of damage. C4 tossed, won't be able to get a lot of damage, but instead it will be going at the hands of Trex. 50 seconds. GK Esports once again in big trouble, or is they? Because they haven't lost a single player. Now they do. Dovkin gets two, holding things out from Garage Catwalk as he's not gonna let any player push in. Dovkin, the man for the job. 3 kills, and just like that is just XKE left in a 1v3 situation. That opening was more than enough for Triple Esports to get their mojo back, and Dovkin, hearing the sounds of proximity alarm, will give away XKE's positioning. This is looking so good for Triple Esports, especially the Wamai, who just got a triple kill, is on it for his 4th. He's about to get it. Whips out the pistol, won't be able to get a kill. Reload the AUG as calm as possible, because it is their round nonetheless. GK Esports, all 3 kills gone, with just one simple man, Dovkin. And with it, we will see Triple Esports secure round number 5. No timeout being used. Claymore trap that had been unfortunately had to be picked out, but all in all, I have to say that triple kill from Vamai was just absolutely insane. Look at that. I mean, look at those 3 kills. That was just chaotic. It's just one man just takes out all 3 angles one by one. And that's the opening that Triple Esports will end up securing the round nonetheless. 2-3. Round number 6, once again, it could go 3-3 here, Grace.
It really could. But again, we saw how that went last map. We said, this has got really, it more in the favor of Geekay, really, getting that less favorable attacking under their belt. We said this in Oregon, and then as soon as it came to that defense, we expected a lot from Geekay. It fell apart. However, given Geekay, how Geekay have played this approach, they've played this attack again very, very by the book. They're even starting to bring out some of that secondary hard breach there. They're bringing out that Maverick over the Thatcher. They're instead going to have EMPs in the pocket of Hashem on that secondary. That's going to be a lot better for them. Again, Geekay just being a little bit more standard here. I expect that to translate over to defense, to be honest. I expect them to turn around on the defense and, again, play it really by the book, play it really structured. Similar to what we saw that helped them get to that overtime in that map of Oregon.
Yep. The best thing about Oregon is that you always have that one little song that keeps on repeating on loop. You know, the one that I'm talking about, Damnation. It just brings so much memories on map Oregon. But yeah, all in all, we will see Forez being downed out. That was very quick from Hashom. He's not going to confirm the kill just yet. I think he's going to trap some of the defenders out. Take to, just shoot 2 birds in one stone. Just kill 2 birds in one stone. And I believe that is exactly what's going to happen. There was an attempt of a revival, but on the bright side, Dovtukin will be safe to go upstairs, but not for long. Hashom just got another kill. John's been gone. A 5v3. Calls have been made. Hacks will conclude. And next thing you know, they have all the defense cams as they want. Seriously, great nade to remove off Dovtukin. And once again, 2v5, 1v5. Jesus Christ, that is a lot of damage being dealt around from Geekay Esports. Ready in mid rounds, it's just guards. 1v5, C4 in hand, information is being given out. Flawless round from Trix. And Geekay Esports will win round number 6, ending things off on a 4-2 scoreline on a good note. 4 rounds on attack at the hands of Geekay Esports. What could go wrong in the second half? Maybe a timeout? Maybe Triple Esports coming back with yet another, maybe an overtime match point? There you go. I just cannot believe I predicted that. They call me the prediction master. Eh?
Geekay, they do love their little timeouts at the side switch. And again,
it's
because they
GK,
have
not
the
triple, never
advantage
mind.
here. Because GK have the little advantage here, we saw, again, I just want to emphasize, we saw how this went on Oregon, right? We saw how this went on Oregon. It fell apart for them very, very quickly on what should have been the more favorable side. They're not risking it this time. That timeout has come nice and early. They're sitting there and they're thinking, okay, let's not do what we did on Oregon, batten down the hatches, utility use. How are we going to make this completely on point for that victory for us? We want to get the win here. We want to finish it here. We don't want to let this go to overtime again. This has been such a long slog for them thus far. Every single map overtime. And again, losing that Oregon on the overtime to Triple. However, again, if you're Triple, you still make use of this timeout. So Triple themselves, they're going into their attack with a bit of time to talk to one another. And they'll still have one of those timeouts in pocket if things start to go a little bit squiffy as well. Again, I think the best thing for Triple is for they themselves to play it a little bit more by the book. The biggest mistake Geekay could make right now, though, is, again, if they do things similar to what we did see at the start of the Oregon defense, if they start going for these ridiculous peaks, they start, overextending very aggressively and causing themselves a lot more harm than it's actually worth. Again, that's when when Triple started reacting to it very quickly and shutting things down, and then it just became a bit of a scramble, to be honest, for the side of Geekay. So let's see how they are going to approach this. And more importantly, Baba, we need to see the positions that they're going to be holding here. and who is going to be holding those positions. This is the main thing. Key, again, I absolutely adore him as a support player, but he gets so hyper aggressive sometimes. And a lot of the time it works. That's the thing, a lot of the time it works. I don't think it's going to work in this situation. It didn't really work on Oregon. I mean, this is where we need Key to kind of like hold back a little bit and just be like, I will stay on site. I will hunker down. So if you guys fall, they then have to walk into me very damaged, and I'll secure their ones.
You know, even as the support role, XKE, I'm pretty sure that he was, especially on attack on the first half, he's been doing a lot of work when it comes to droning. He's been giving a lot of good information, hiding good drones. He's been doing a lot of that for the team. But the most major damage that we are seeing right now is from Hashom, and seriously, Hashom has been on point by being just aggressive. He just kept being aggressive as the Kebi. The marksman rifle, although not really great at close encounters, but still does pack a punch if you just land 2 body shots. 2 body shots is more than enough for the marksman rifle to secure the kill. And talk about XKE, who's been delivering at least some good vital information. Just like you said, Grace, his aggressiveness plays sometimes could cause a major problem for Geekay Esports. And I believe a timeout had been requested mainly because of that, to contain the aggression. Just play it as passively as possible. Try to understand what Triple Esports are trying, are going in with their methods of pushing. And once you understand, they can be able to easily predict and remove players one by one. They will use the power of C4s. One of them has already been used from the Valkyrie, but it will be missed. He's not going to be able to find one. Maybe a combo of impacts and tossing the C4 all the way towards the door side could have done the trick. XKE tricking the hatch. Will that work? I think it will. But instead, it's been placed all the way from the doorway, just trying to remove it. He will succeed. This is looking good. Wasting a lot of time. We see all 5 players pushing all the way towards kitchen side, which means danger is about to arrive in just 3 seconds here, Grace.
This is it, Kay. Look at them. They're really battening down the hatches here. It's still a 5 versus 5, as you just pointed out. The Kairos might finally open up that hatch, though. But again, where's the second dimension for Triple? So much time wasted. This is when they have to focus towards that second dimension. And most likely, because of the timer, it's going to have to be down main stairs. And I think Trixid is ready and waiting for that. Again, we start to see that approach there by Fars, I think it is. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey. Very uncomfortable kind of collapse to do. Again, not really the most favorable. Oh, beautiful shot though. Key falling down. Again, you're pushed away. Getting a bit too hot down in this basement. Certainly starting to get a little bit scrappy on both sides for stuff we love to see. We want to see these two go absolutely head-to-head. One of the Hasham falling down too. There we go. That's the C4 off the table. IEZ falling though. Mankal can trade that back. 2 versus 4. The hatch drops still need to come through. There's at least one. I don't know if Mankal is aware. They get that pick there, though. There we go. John falls. One onto Fars as well, just for Trixie. The second one there onto God. Goodness me. There we go. Mankal and Trixie just cleaning up shop. It wasn't looking great for them in a 2vx, but they cleaned it up like there was no tomorrow. They took advantage of the tight angle that they had to drop down. This is exactly what I meant, Babagusta. Fars, yes, they were contesting. They were trying to push down that main stairs. We saw a little bit of pressure in dirt as well. But again, ultimately, that hatch drop needs to come through. And that's where a bit of duck and weaving is involved for the defense. A little bit scrappy. But Mankal and Trixid, oh my gosh, they landed their ones.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Clubhouse, isn't it? Basement church, there are like little lines of sights where the defenders can just easily hold their ground. And once you see the attackers just drop down from the hatch, it's basically a trap for the defenders. They can still secure the kill no matter what. And the main thing that they had to do is gain control on main stairs, in which we did see the Ash get his first initial kill. But turns out, once they started to lose control on main stairs, you did get to see Trix pushing very aggressively towards the hatch, trying to get those 2 kills. If that if Ash was still present from the main stairs, he could have denied tricks and he could have forced Mantkal to be all by himself in a 1v2 situation. That could have been a very high chances of that happening. It turns out it did not. GK Esports, 5 wins. And this is looking very good for them because they just requested a timeout at the end of the first half. And now this is Triple's timeout to see exactly what went wrong on that situation. Maybe it kind of has to do with all 5 players in towards the kitchen side, giving them a lot of information. Although the C4 didn't connect at all, they had at least good intentions that Triple Esports were going they were kind of going for a very brute push kind of sort of thing from the kitchen side hatch. And because of that, when GK realized that they don't have to worry about blue, they just have to worry about main stairs and the hatch, they just continued in focusing on those important lines of sight. Information, once again, still at the hands of GK Esports, even though even if you remove the kitchen hatch, just by seeing the players would just confirm your location. That is more than enough for any defenders. That little bit, that teensy tiny bit of information is what it needs for
Attackers
GK
need to
Esports
locate
to
and
pull off a
defuse
stunt
bomb.
like that. Now, timeout has come to an end from Triple Esports. They are here. Now let us see whether if they can come back by winning 4 attack rounds. And for GK Esports, once again, we see them have major problems on map Oregon. Now is the time to rectify their mistakes in round number 8.
100%. Again, love the amount of shields that Geekay are bringing here. Again, we saw that first round there that they were battering down the hatches. I think this is going to be more of the same. I was wondering if Hasham was going to break out Moto hatch there. Potentially we could see a late round flank all the way through basement. We've seen him do it on Oregon as well. I think that's maybe the type of aggression that Geekay could use here if they're battling down the hatches. Otherwise, just these sneaky little ratty plays that Hasham could bring to the table. At the same time, you know, double hard breach on the side of Triple. So they are playing so safe, so by the book. We've got the Selmas, we've got the exthermic charges, we've got double nades there, we've got a little bit of Claymore action as well. And of course, some flashes if they do need to burn anything out. So again, a really good and clean and traditional setup coming through from Triple here. Let's see how they fare. Hasham in club, actually. That's quite interesting. Again, we spoke about those ratty angles and potentially Hasham doing that. It looks like he's doing that, Babagusta.
Oh boy. I mean, at this point, Triple Esports, if they are unaware of Hasham's location, then this could go very bad very quick. Especially on the early rounds. Timing is exactly what it requires for Hasham in order for him to pull that out. This time you'll see tons of grenades being thrown around, maybe from below. Hasham will definitely be informed of the situation, saying that we are bombarded from the first floor site. Please clear it out. Maybe he might. No, he's just gonna fall back as of now. C4 prepped and ready. We are about to reach the half-minute round. Breaches will be done from construction. They have ample amount of information from the cams of the Valkyrie. I mean, at this point, it always relies on those good amount of traps, the frost mat traps. At least some of them have been destroyed. Some of them are still alive. Yep, exactly from the windows of construction. So they just need to get their timings right once again. C4 toss, cook grenade tricks, somehow survives. So low on HP, but they still haven't been eliminated just yet. And look at the information that's been gaining around from the Alibi's Prisma. Seriously, oh boy, good headshot. There goes Easy, there goes John. Hasham's patience have been rewarded with its virtue. 2 players gone, and Triple Esports, once again, they're feeling the pressure here, Grace.
There's another one. Trixie taking down Dovklin as well already. There we go. 1 versus 5 make that poor guards. Goodness me. Kay and Trixie are tagged up significantly, but you know they're going to be running for you now. There we go. Mancal getting a bit fruity with it. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we be a bit sensible sandwiches here, guys. The flashes are going out as well because Hasham, again, they're just hungry for it, aren't they? They want to just finish this round. They want to bring it to that match point. They don't really have to do this. Poor guards. They're going to use that extra 15 seconds to run back into spawn, have a little chitty chat with the rest of Triple. Guys, not like this. We cannot let this go any further. We have to start getting these attacking rounds on the board. What can we do here? you know, Geekay, apart from these silly run-outs at the end, they've been playing it very by the book with that very good timed aggression from Hashom. Again, the initial 2 entries falling very quickly within, I feel like the time between them, it was almost like they were trying to time it together. But it just kind of fell apart very quickly. Geekay just fully, again, I say the phrase batten down the hatches, when it's windy and you've got to batten down your windows. But this is a whole new level of it, to be honest. Geekay just coming through so strong right now, and I really feel for Triple now because I think Triple have put up a hell of a fight this series. From map number 1, pulling it all the way to overtime on that villa. Map number 2, they won map number 2, and again they really would have gotten to Geekay's head during that game, to be honest, given how clean cut it was to begin with, all the way through, to be honest. And again, now that they're about to potentially be 7-2'd, it's kind of a not like this moment, right? It's a not like this moment. I want Triple to try and pull a few more rounds on the cards, but Geekay, they're just timing everything so well. They're playing so traditional. They're playing so proper, is how I'll say. It's really, really good stuff, but where was this Geekay on Oregon?
5 seconds remaining.
I think it mainly has to do with the endurance game here, Grace, because if I have to talk about this, MercenarieZ, while they were having a fight up against, oh boy, when they have a fight up against the lower bracket team, they did ended up on a 72 scoreline as well on map number 3 Deciders. Nobles, that is, yes. Nobles were the one who did ended up map number 3 on a 72 scoreline. This kind of feels like an exact repeat, and I think it mainly has to do with the fatigue that Triple Esports are going through right now. They're feeling a bit tired. They're feeling, a bit fatigued in a way that when it comes to, making those decisions, they might get themselves caught up in those situations like this. And Geekay Esports, they are winning when it comes to these endurance games. Montaigne will be brought out from John. And since Goyo isn't available, Geekay Esports needs to make do with just C4s only. They only have one from Hasham, and since this Montaigne will be a huge pain in the back for Geekay Esports, they're currently on match point, so they're definitely putting everything on the line here. Constant information from Garage Catwalk. Hashom still patiently waiting. Trix gets one. There goes guards. Hashom is coming in for the protection. Once again, the mountain throws a Vomidus just to be sure, but he'll still be safe nonetheless. Again, it'll be a huge pain. Trix actually finds one. Gets away with the second kill. My goodness, Trix. Even with the Montaigne playing around from the backside, he somehow gets away, and Mankal gets 1-2, triple kill. There goes everyone, flawless round. Geekay Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they are heading to the grand finals upper brackets, 7-2. My God, Trix, you absolute mad lad. 3 kills. He gets dropped down, but in the end, he still does the job. Hashom with the MVP, and just like that, folks, we are ending the upper brackets matchup. Geekay Esports, they will be having a straight ticket to the grand finals, but for Triple Esports, they will having their final fight in the lower brackets matchup. They'll go up against Team Nobles Esports, which will happen in today, of course, today in 7 p.m. IST. Because currently it's 3:24. Yeah, it's 3:24 a.m. So yeah, just this is today at 7. We're going to witness a lower brackets matchup between Nobles and Triple Esports. Amazing matchup to look at for that, Grace.
Yeah, 100%. And again, this is the interesting thing for me here. That last round in particular, we saw the Monty come out, we saw the Capital come out, and I was like, that is so old school from the side of Triple. That is so old school. This is gonna work. But then, yeah, the Firebolts went there to contest that window, or to contest the rafters, and it was just a bit flustered all across the board. Again, let's have a look at this map recap and see how things went. Look how close it was until that very last hurdle. This is where I feel kind of sad. I'm going to be honest. I feel really upset about this. I feel really bad for Triple. That is a phenomenal team. Again, not the end I expected. I wanted it to go the whole way. I feel really bad for them. But this is the important thing, Babagusta. As you just said, tomorrow will be Triple versus Nobles. And if Triple can pull out the win there, The grand finals is going to be, I believe, a best of 5 rematch between Geekay and Triple if that happens. That will be
Quite possibly
very
so, yeah.
exciting indeed, especially given, how these two have gone head to head. The history now at this point between these two is like up there. That is a big hype moment. At the same time, Nobles, I think they're maybe a bit of an underdog that are really trying to pull their way forward tomorrow. But I mean, yeah, if we could, I don't know how it's going to go. It's difficult when you get in bits because you see how these teams have been playing. You see how much they've been pulling into everything. You see these moments of brilliance. You see where the penny drops and they go, oh, this is what we need to be doing actually. You see that come through. Let's have a look at that map summary. Again, I will really want to see how this data was across because I think that was a little bit of a barn burner for the side of Geekay. Yeah, look at that. Apart from Mankel, actually, all of them above that 60% cost rate that you want to expect. But Trixit on an 89, Hasham and Seriously on a 78. That is significant pickings for them. But again, we saw them hit Triple so hard. These statistics aren't really too surprising. And again, going forward for Triple, a lot of players that you want to be watching out for. We saw John have a field day on that Oregon map, but just not quite hitting it this time. Dovklin as well, not quite hitting it this time. Guards not quite hitting it this time. They did get most of the kills and the highest cost for the side of Triple. They were just in a whole other level in this map. It just makes me sad.
Yeah. Yes, I've got to admit, Triple Esports, they're not out of the game just yet. They can still get their revenge match back if they secure up against Nobles, but also Nobles will be having their own grudge match between GK Esports. So both of them has their own goals to set up, and both of them has their own reasons to be in the grand finals and make sure that they would be the victors for the invitational. So lower brackets is always like a safety net. Once you lose the safety net,
Hmm.
and it's all gone. And the grand finals itself is always the best one because it's a best of 5. GK Esports have earned their 1 day rest. They can now just chill, relax, and watch the matchup between Triple and the side of Nobles and just kind of check it out and see the strategies that would involve between both of them. But I've got to say, map number 3, Clubhouse, really did not go well in their favor. And I believe it has to do about Hashom because that man just pushing with the Kebby. You'd usually see an Ash with an R4C just, usually get important kills, but bringing in the Kebby, getting kills like that, and ending up securing 1, 2, or more than 3 kills is just an absolute thing to watch. Let's take a look at the player spotlight itself and see who is the MVP of this matchup. It will be none other than Seriously from the side of GK Esports. 55% headshots consecutively on all 3 maps, 63% cost with a total of 34 kills. 34. Are you serious? 34. This is the first time I'm seeing the word 34 in that player spotlight. It just went, I mean, I've seen 20s, I've seen 25s, but 34. Okay, that is a big number to beat. That is for sure. Especially with a KD like that, man. Both went to
Hmm.
OT maximum. One went to maximum OT, second went to OT, and then third it was 7-2. Seriously, man, he's been doing a phenomenal job. I seriously cannot wait to see the comparison between GK and Triple Esports as well. Because let's take a look at the players comparison too. I want to see how much was the maximum kill. Will it proceed? Will it go more than that? Yes, it does. 36. Okay. Okay, 36 kills from Dope to Kin. Oh man, look at the numbers. I'm just flattered right now. 58% cost and 50% headshot percentage. The ratings are absolutely insane. Just by looking at the players' comparison itself is just making me go crazy at this point.
This is it, right? Again, yeah, maybe the cost wasn't over that 60% mark for Dovklin, but again, the amount of kills that they were getting on the table, that's the most kills in this series out of all the players. So again, Dovklin on that more supportive role there. It's a really interesting thing to see. We even see this on the side of Geekay. I've mentioned many times that Key just tends to get a little bit fruity with it. The hard support on the side of Triple, exactly the same story, able to win their ones. when we consider the fact that, yeah, maybe these trades, maybe these weren't because of trades, maybe that's why the cost is a little bit lower. Again, it's more the fact that they're getting those kills on the table. They're able to clutch out those situations, maybe, you know, a few kills at a time. We saw that all the way across the board with some of these players, but Dolphin is definitely someone who stood out during this series. This is why it will be exciting if these two go head to head again. Obviously, yeah, Nobles as well tomorrow, though. That's going to be an interesting one for Triple, I think. Nobles, I don't think Nobles want to be out just yet. I think Nobles want to do better than they ever have done. I think Nobles realistically know they might not stand a chance against Geekay. However, they want that revenge tour. As you can see there, that initial upper bracket, it was Nobles versus Triple, and it was a 2-0 victory to Triple. You want that revenge tour realistically if you're Nobles. Nobles have already had their revenge against 25 Esports. They want to come through and take Triples by the horns and be like, we're doing this again, baby. We are taking that revenge tour all the way.
Yep, a revenge tour is exactly what Noble thrives for as of now, and I'm pretty sure the lower brackets matchup will be an amazing match to look at. But yeah, there you go. Both our lower brackets and upper brackets matchup are done and dusted. We will have our fun lower brackets matchup, which will be in today. And that will be an amazing match. And also, let's give a huge shout out to the admins who've been working so hard for this event to succeed. And also our broadcasters, Cure and Assassin47, who've been working so hard all the way from evening 7 to all the way till 3 a.m. And also a huge shout out for the Arab casters, John Gon and Zorzor, who's been also giving some good commentary ends too from their ends. So make sure to go check them out. Make sure to give a huge like and subscribe for the channel for the Esports Club. This has been me, Baba Gusta, with my co-caster Grace V, and we will bid you goodbye. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night and take care.
Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been working through this stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been getting kinda tough, babe. Feels like I now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.